What's going on, everybody? Just a little Smoking Robinson. Bring you back, let you know Christmas time is upon us. Cuffing season is in full swiggity swing. You know what I'm saying? Had to play a little bit of our esteemed light skinned brethren, Smoking Robinson, you know what I'm saying, on the ones and twos and stuff like that. Uh, Today is a wonderful day. I wanted to break out Mr. Nancy from American Gods because he is the highest saint of pettiness uh, that we can find. Um, but I'm going to actually be in my bag today. So hold on, y'all. To bring myself up on the front screen so y'all understand the seriousness. Y'all can see it in my face. So let me bring it up. How y'all doing? What's going on? I hope I'm looking clean so y'all can see me here. It's cuffing season. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Lord child, it is. It's cuffing season. And because it's cuffing season, oh, yes, happy Petty December. That's right. It's Petty December. There's going to be a lot of heartbreaks. People break up before Christmas. People break it up after Christmas, for New Year's Eve. You know the works. But it is cuffing season. And there's going to be a lot of problems. There's going to be a lot of things going on. But I wanted to talk about natural selection because this is the season where you really understand what natural selection is. You really do understand it because if you're alone and by yourself, not by you're not, you know what I'm saying? There's certain people that choose to be alone, like they volunteer for the being by themselves because they're working on themselves. So we're not talking about those people. We're talking about the people that are trying to be chosen or to be cuffed, and they can't. It's not happening, right? There's like rumblings on these spaces about are hoes winning, right? Um, um, Tricking and pimping and all of this other stuff. But the problem is that's not the problem. That's not the problem. You should concern yourself because those people, you know what I'm saying? Those people are, how should I say for better words, they're taken care of. They're all right. They're going to be okay. What I have to point to is the people that are not being cuffed, that are not winning, that are holding the L. The big L. You get here and you hear things. You hear people being comfortable, men talking about things that I never thought that was possible to listen to things like that. The laws of natural selection, for some reason, they always apply, and we try not to think that's the thing. We When we get into Christmas time, we think everybody should be doing good and we should give, because that's what God would do. That's what we were taught. That's that thing of morality. And that's okay, and that's fine. It makes you feel better. But then you get into the way of natural selection. Natural selection happens all time of year, but we feel it the most towards the end of the year. It starts getting cold, and you start moving around less, start stretching your coins a little bit more. We just came out of Thanksgiving, so people are thankful for things. Then if you take the story of Thanksgiving and you look at it very closely, what was told, not the truth, but what was told, is that the Native Americans got in the way of natural selection. See, let me explain it to you like this. Okay. The Pilgrims came. They came from a cold climate. It's cold in England. They came to a land that they didn't know nothing about. Plymouth Rock in New England. England, same place. We're going by this story. What's going on, Juan G? We're going on about this story. We're talking, this is what was told to us. They landed on Plymouth Rock and they were going through their first winter and they were starving. And the Native Americans, these Native Americans showing up in rawhide, all of these other things, help these people through the winter in a climate that they weren't used to, but they came directly over from. Now, I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I don't believe that for one goddamn second. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm trying to figure out is if the Native Americans, according to the story, and I don't believe this happened, but I think trading was going on. People were giving things. They were, hunting and stuff like that. So, but we're just going to go with the story. If they allowed natural selection to happen, did not intervene one iota, let them starve out the winter, would they be in a better position now? Have you ever noticed when you get in the way of natural selection? When you enable ain't shitness, when you step into the realm, pass by a couple of places, natural selection comes back to you because you wanted to extend yourself out there. See, when we do not allow natural selection to happen, man, woman, I think children should be averted from this, but even in nature, when the children don't follow the rules, natural selection ensues because examples have to be made. There has to be a standard in place. We have to keep a standard in place. I was watching something on the Lapeef show, and they were talking about the men. Of course, it's going to be about women or whatever, the usual. And they were talking about like if the man in the household and the wife doesn't follow what's going on and whatever, and the daughter or something like that, right? And I'm just going to X-name the man and the woman dynamic, but it was talking about the children, right? And it was talking about the girls and stuff like that. Now, me personally, I have children. So they're, two of them are grown. One, he just turned 17. So he's got a year from him being actually. So I'm going to talk about how I raise my children because they're males. Males are different. There's no equal playing field when it comes to women and men when it comes to the environment. I don't care what type of crock of shit they want to push that narrative that men or women are equal. They're not. There's certain things women can do far greater than men, and there are certain things men in the environment have to do. And the problem that we have is that men are not holding other men accountable in the environment. And the world is the way it is right now. Too many participation motherfucking trophies. Men actually, it's their job to execute the natural selection order, the 2/3 policy. I'm all about the 2/3 policy, 1/3 policy type of guy. But the 2/3 policy is a more lenient policy. Then you probably ask me where I'm going with this. So I'll explain to you. The environment, therefore, is set by men. So if the environment is not conducive to the productivity of civilization, then there in which men have failed. We live in an environment in which we're sitting here and men are arguing about are hoes winning. Hoes are winning. Hoes are not winning. If they're winning, it's because men allow it. We never have the conversation. Are wives winning? Are daughters winning? Are girlfriends winning? Mothers, grandmothers. aunties, are they winning? We never have that conversation. We never have the conversation of, are men winning? Are husbands winning? Are fathers winning? Are uncles winning? We never have that conversation. The conversation always dives down into the lowest vestiges of society when we're talking about hoes. And it comes down to the act of reproduction, but not the responsibility thereof. See, when we talk about our hoes winning, we don't talk about our wives winning. Because that means that if you're saying our wives winning, that means that this act of reproduction and the responsibility thereof, which means is that you're not derelicting your masculinity because you're not sticking your penis into a vagina without taking responsibility of the act of, dare I say, creating life. Now, don't get me wrong, I would be a hypocrite if I wouldn't sit up here and say men don't like hoes, because men love hoes. Yes, we do. We love hoes because we created a financial structure in which hoes can be a part of the environment. Yes. There's certain types of things. There's polygamy and, you know what I mean, poly whatever. And you got your monogamy, right? And then prostitution is legal, you know, and you can call them concubines, hoes, prostitutes, skeezers, scallywags, and skunts. You call them whatever you want to call them. But they've been a part of society just as wives, mothers, grandmothers, and daughters have been a part of society. Now, if hoes are not winning in society, then that means that your average woman isn't winning, because it is a salubrious and symbiotic relationship between the two, because it tells you where your men are at. Birth rates are low. Now, if hoes are winning too much, then that's a problem. That's a major problem. Now, is it that indicative of women, or is that indicative of the men in which are in charge of said society? There has to be a balance of church and state. Men have not changed for the millions of years or centuries that we don't have, in dynasties of all across the globe. I can give you examples because I live in a patriarchal society and on the other side of the world. Right now, it's like 11 o'clock in the morning. For you, probably about 9 o'clock at night on the East Coast time. I'm going to go with that. But what I will say is that men only act in such a way if they have the power to do so. Women will deal with the environment how they see fit because they have to. Get a little hairy when we start comparing ourselves to animals, but just in this comparison, let me give you an example. Shall we? So, what is the difference between a female deer and a female, let's just say, impala? What is the difference? They're both mammals. They're both herbivores. Female deer may have some antlers. She looks different, different coat, a little bit longer, similar, legs a little bit skinnier. She's a little jumping. She has her doe, stuff like that, right? The female impala on the plains of Africa, they're always in a herd because of strength in numbers, but because it's a wide open area where predators are always circling. The men are always there. And once one move, everybody move in unison. Then if you notice that the female does that are actually in the wilderness, the female deer, they're usually with their young by themselves. Where are the male deer? What are they doing? They're usually rubbing their antlers up against a tree, jostling for who's going to make it in the spring to impregnate the rest of these does. They're by themselves. They're moving about the environment, but are they really protecting the female doe? Once she's impregnated and dropped, her fawn, he is gone. Where is he? She has to fend for herself, suckle her young. But if you look at the impala, she's in a herd. And everybody protects the young in the herd. That is a community. That is a community. So what problems do you have? What predators do you have? Well, you have bears, but bears kind of hibernate during the winter. You have wolves, right? But there's not too many wolves anymore because the wolves were pretty much hunted to kind of extinction, right? Because of man and civilization. But then you get an overpopulation of what? Of deer. And then they start eating down the forest. But it's not the male deers because the males usually die because they're rugged individuals. It's the female deer. They have deer hunting season where you have to call down because you have disrupted natural selection. Then why don't you have that problem? Why don't you have that problem on the plains of Africa? Tell you why. Because the herd itself, any weakness in the herd will bring down the herd, so natural selection is in play. See how that works? We, as a civilization, we as a people, we men, for one thing, are letting the reins of society go, and the young men that are coming behind us, they are lost. I see that they lost. The ones that are figuring out are doing it their own way of figuring out, but it's not good at all. We're going down a road, and me being 40, I see this. Now, my sons are straight, to a certain degree, because I was here. They understand. They don't ask the question if hoes are winning. But they have no interest in hoes because the only people that they saw winning was their mom, which is a wife. See, men learn by observation and execution, from what I've seen. Men learn that. They understand that. They get that. They put it into practice. If they fail that, they make a logical choice. I can continue to do this over and over again until I become proficient in it, or I can deal with someone. I can deal with someone in which they're better proficiently at it. I understand that my bar in life is not to always be certain places, but to do the best that I can with what I got and fit into the very fabric of society. I think it's asinine that we sit up here, listen to people bloviate, speak on things, say things. Like I listen to these guys say, They're arguing that hoes aren't winning, but your whole premise of your argument against the system is that women are winning so much more than men that is twisted the scales of reality in which you cannot operate in the environment in which you win, where you have to eject yourself out of it. We have seen a rise in mass shootings by young children, young male children. It was just in Michigan. Never heard of this place. Didn't even know there was an Oakland, Michigan until now. Young man had a manifesto. Parents were not paying attention, doing their job. Dad buys a gun off a black sale. Son takes the gun out of the house 4 days later, go to school, and starts killing people. Now, I don't know what the young man was going through. I can't understand what he was talking, what was going through his mind at the time. If you notice, these mass shootings that happen, they're not really happening from single mothers. They're actually happening with men in the home. So I have a question. Are the men in the home really men? Or are they impersonating them thereof? Because where does personal responsibility come into place with this? Now they arrested the young man. We didn't know what the young man looked like for a while. So you obviously you know what he was. We're not going to fake the obvious. Hail to the villains, hail Grace Skull. But I'm not going to speak on women because it's a lot of that all the time, right? These hoes ain't winning, these hoes are winning. Brittany Renner this, yada yada. Winter's coming. Nigga, winter is here. And nigga, I can't, nigga, look, winter's here. Go down on Skid Row and you'll trip over 20 men before you get to a female. Winter ain't never stopped making when it came to women. So I don't even know what the hell y'all talking about. Go look underneath those bridges, these major cities. Go look at these homeless shelters, and it's mainly men. And that's natural selection at its finest in a modern civilized time. You don't, I used to hear this phrase by my aunt. She used to say this all the time. She used to say this, my uncles used to say it, and I'm going to say it. This is like a quote from the Bible. I'm not an overly religious guy. I'm spiritual now, but I'm not overly religious. But I'm not going to go against the roots because, most of my family on my mother's side is Christian and all over the place, even on the money. But what I'm going to say is this. They always used to quote this scripture. If a man don't work, he doesn't eat. Didn't say shit about a female. Didn't say nothing about a female. Nothing about a female. Ain't said a word. When God was, if you even God or a higher power or the person or the Bible or the Judeo principles and such forth and whatever, when they was handing out punishments in the garden, Adam's punishment was he will work to the sweat of his brow. So that means if you're working to the sweat of your brow, you have to provide for yourself, then you have to provide for thereof. And, the woman's punishment was going through extreme pain or childbirth. And we know the other punishments. Hey, But we're just going to focus on the men for right now. I used to tell my sons, and I still tell them this: the world does not give a fuck about a man unless you're providing something. The law of natural selection for men is at an all-time high. Now we have another problem where we got a whole bunch of men want to compete with women because they want to identify as a fucking toaster. We have men literally sitting up on these platforms screaming hate on women. Now, there's, I'm not saying that you can't have a conversation and do some critiquing, but for how long are you going to sit up there and complain and not come up with a solution or show a viable solution? Because the only people that I know that is afforded to complain in life and still exist in the environment are old people, women, and children. Men are not allowed to complain for a substantial amount of time. You know what complaining is: the inability to act. That's what complaining is. Women are winning. Give me the guy. And they get the guy. And oh my God, I'm dead. Hit the link. Hit the motherfucking link. Support your interests. I need 15 contributors in this bitch. To have you come to my church of trauma bonding, complaining because I have the opportunity to act. Show me an example of how you had a problem and then you figured it out in a productive way to be great. No one wants to hear about a 32-year-old man and over crying and complaining about the vagina he did not get when he was in his puberty stage of life. You have been stunted in your masculinity and your growth. That woman has moved on. She took your pride, kicked that shit down the motherfucking street, and you sat there and didn't go pick it up and put it back in your chest and move the fuck on. I hear this cry about gynocracy. It's the gynocratic fault. It's the gynocracy. These women are winning. No, okay, so it's the gynocracy. What is that? How does that work? Because last time I checked, I didn't see an army, majority of women, over any fucking countries, setting any fucking policies and making sure those policies are put forth with extreme prejudice. The state of affairs in which we in is we're literally listening and hearing the pussification of men because somewhere along the line we fell asleep at the fucking wheel. I've been sitting in the space, came around 2018, the brothers were talking about some good stuff. 12, 14, 16-hour live streams once a week. Everybody get in there, say their piece, agree to disagree, see each other next week. What's going on, my dude? We can't even hold a conversation or disagree on a subject matter without blatant disrespect. What happened to decency and decorum? Do we need to have a Geneva Convention on how to put yourself in a public panel? And here's another thing. When did motherfucking men get so comfortable to sit in public and talk about getting their booty chicks ate out? And I'm not even mad at the dude, because guess what? Until someone kept bringing it up for 12 to 14 fucking hours, shout out to the Castle of Grayskull, hell, Grayskull and the Villain Spear. Would niggas really get up off their ass and really talk about it in depth? Do you know that we're being co-opted by this new fucking regime of fucking emasculation? Allowing these dudes to rub elbows with you in a heterosexual male space and you think it's okay? We're talking about the conversations between men and women and how men can be better as men, accepting responsibility for your actions and the lack thereof, but yet it's okay to sit up there and listen to a dude go off into the detail about how he had a chick eat his ass and then flip his ass the fuck over. And then the next day come up 200 people watching them like the nigga didn't say some suspect shit. And then try to flip the script and say, no, I ain't about no sexual assault and blase, blase, blase. Nigga, what does that, nigga, you must have been all about it because you got flipped over and nigga, could you, nigga, if it was under the influence, could you consent? You can't sit up here and tell me a grown woman flipped your ass over and was eating your ass for a whole hour. Nigga, that was a whole dude, nigga. That wasn't no female, nigga. That was a whole dude or somebody that identifies as a dude on Monday through Thursday, depending on what bathroom they use or what time of day it is. That was a whole toaster oven, flipped your ass over and ate out your booty cheeks. And you said you went to sleep and woke up with your butt wet. And no one felt that that was strange and weird. You want to take relationship advice from a switch hitter? Nigga, I'm on some heterosexual shit. Heterosexual shit. I'm talking about men and women and what I can do as a fucking man. Why are we taking fucking conversations? Why are we listening to these conversations? Why are we here? This shit is mind blowing. It's so much. I want you to see the pain and the anguish on my face because I have never in the history of being a motherfucking man literally ever sat up here and listened to a man of men bellyache, whine, complain, and argue about a talking point when it comes to a fucking vagina for the length amount of time and didn't show no motherfucking results. And when men do show results, they try to sit up there, gang tackle, and shame them. This nigga got a family. Look at this nigga. Ha ha ha. Nigga, that's what you supposed to do, nigga. How is anybody supposed to know that you are anything of a man and you can do more than the bare basics of live, eat, breathe, and sleep in the environment? You don't have a fucking family and a legacy thereof. That is your fucking purpose for walking on the plane of existence of Earth. And I ain't talking about black, white, or whatever. I'm talking about just men in general worldwide have been motherfucking pussified to the point of oblivion. Whatever happened, you popped off at the mouth and a man can smack you with it and challenge you to a duel. Swords or pistols, 20 paces. Let's get it. Whatever happened to that shit? Whatever happened to you talking to a man like he's an arm's distance of you? But see, this fifth dimension called the internet that made niggas pump out their chest. Catch a flight, nigga. Catch a flight. All this catching a flight, and the only person that caught a flight, drove somewhere, was a female to run up on a man in the middle of the night, and that nigga was scared shitless with the gun, and he fucking called the police to save his motherfucking ass. Where the fuck are we at, fam? What the fuck is going the fuck on? Where you got women rolling down on men because motherfuckers don't stand on their motherfucking 2 feet, hold it 10 toes down and drop their nuts. Niggas is staying motherfucking scrotums up into their goddamn pelvis, walking around here with a dusky, nigga, a dick pussy, nigga. I said it, a dussy, nigga. And the shit is fucking ridiculous. 500 motherfuckers sitting up there watching motherfuckers that you shouldn't even be paying attention to because these motherfuckers should have their cards revoked as being men. What the fuck is wrong with you motherfuckers? And then you're throwing money in their motherfucking direction to enable this fucking ain't shitness. Man, the dereliction is so fucking thick around this bitch. I just want to go around and start executing motherfuckers. That's how bad it is. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. When are we going to get past this bullshit? Past this bullshit of being somewhere far greater than what we at. Niggas complaining about the gynocracy. The gynocracy is allowing your ass to motherfucking live, eat, sleep, and breathe and be derelict in your masculinity. Or the lack thereof, nigga. Because I wouldn't even say dereliction and masculinity with your names in the motherfucking nigga. Man, look. I'm listening to how these men are talking. My 17-year-old son got a better handle on life than some of you niggas that's been walking a plane of existence for over 30 years. Nigga, if you complain about life, nigga, over the age of 30 as a man, nobody trying to hear you, bro. Because you're not to get to a solution. I literally sat up there on a panel with a dude crying. Not even crying. I'm talking, it's so past crying. It's like the nigga's like a walking shell. You can hear it in his voice. The nigga, someone took his spirit and balled that shit up and threw it in the toilet. He don't even got any motivation. He just wants to exist. The only reason why he goes to work, because if he could just lay up in the house and someone feed his ass for the rest of his life, he would do it. No drive, no motivation. Nothing. It's hoes winning. Niggas over here sipping and tricking. At least the simps and the tricks got drive and motivation. I know what drives and motivated. We sat up there with this brother, and I literally had to go through a checklist of what drives and motivates the brother. And he kept going back to some bullshit that we wasn't talking nothing about. Shout out to Cain to God. And then when we got on something that he couldn't shake, we got on some music. This dude's catalog of music, according to his age, did not match up whatsoever. But we found it. We did that. That was how many hours? That was hours on end that nobody on that panel can get their fucking life back. We're trying to move the motherfucking needle forward as men. As men, we're trying to move the needle forward. And you know what he did? He turned around, went and found a fucking panel where he can go back and have a motherfucking pussy fucking relapse. And niggas fed into it. So all of that work, putting in the fucking place, 4 hours of trying to, my 4 hours. We ain't gonna tell how long King of God was trying to put it in, for how long he was up there by the time I stepped up on the panel to write the shit. And then you get one of these fucking soft, dussy ass niggas running these panels, allowing this fucking whining and crying and menstruating of these motherfucking dussies, nigga. I can't stand this shit. It's fucking pathetic. But guess what? I have to accept it that they're part of the environment. So what I need to do is, instead of me complaining, I need to get on the motherfucking hawk and talk to the motherfucking young men that they can't touch yet. I need to get up on the fucking platform and talk about some shit that men can be about and be on. Let's talk about some other shit. Let's talk about some building, nigga. Let's talk about some other shit. I'm gonna be a motherfucking villain to all of you ain't shit ass niggas. I'm gonna pull your whole card every chance I motherfucking get. Nigga, what did you eat for Thanksgiving, nigga? Did you show up to the motherfucking house with nothing in your hand? You come there with a backpack so you can take 16 plates home because your ass ain't got nobody, nigga? Do you got friends in real life? Let's do a show your friends in real life challenge. All you content creators talking about these women, show us, do you have friends in real life challenge? Can you get another motherfucking dude on the fucking screen that knows you in real life and roll a motherfucking cam? What's going on, sis? Let's do that. You telling somebody to cam up, nigga, friend up, nigga. Friend up, nigga. Fuck cam up. Until you tell a motherfucking dude or female to cam up, nigga, friend up, nigga. Do you have friends in real life? Do you have people that can sit in your presence without punching your ass in the fucking mouth? Friend up, nigga. Not a relative, nigga. Friend up, nigga. Do you got at least one motherfucking friend that can vouch for you as a man? Because that's what it means. Niggas called a cosign. The sisterhood. They ain't no brother. Brothers don't get together. Nigga, I ain't seen that one of you motherfuckers. Friend up, nigga. Friend up, nigga. Friend up challenge. I want to see it. Get out of your motherfucking stinking ass room with your yellow ass goddamn walls and your cartoon characters and your action figures. Niggas over here living like the fucking like the cable guy in this bitch. The fuck is going on? And the shit that trips me out is not only is motherfuckers taking goddamn instructions from these motherfuckers that haven't even shown that this shit worked. Niggas up here writing online theses of derelictions. That's all they good at. That's all they can show you is how to be failures, nigga. Taking L's, nigga. The whole space is a big L, nigga. L, nigga. L, nigga. No growth whatsoever. They just shifted. How you come in talking about the betterment of men and getting women together and all this, and then a couple of years later, because the coins wasn't hitting the collection plate good enough and you ain't really about it, you shift the bitches ain't shit, strags and hoes and this, that, and the other. First you was pro-black, then you anti-black, then you black on some cool shit, then you over here, you over there, you was a businessman, but then you had another nigga selling dick pills that snatched up your whole head, nigga. Nigga ain't even, nigga, hold on. How you gonna tell me about business when you had an idea with all these dudes making the space and you literally didn't copyright the shit that only cost you $150, but you screaming on about niggas ain't donating cash app in your ass? So as a man, if I see that I'm invested in something and you haven't upgraded your shit and you haven't reached a higher level, but you have regressed, I'm pulling my motherfucking investment, nigga. Fuck's wrong with you niggas don't support their interests? Nigga, who the fuck have you supported, nigga? Sit there with motherfuckers up underneath you, they ain't doing well, and when they leave you, they go leaps and bounds, nigga. Not even motherfucking your ass, nigga, pass you with a rocket ship. The fuck is going on here, man? This is, I'm like, what are we talking about? What are we doing? Then we're gonna have a whole, we six-figure niggas. We're gonna throw a convention. But I know you niggas ain't gonna show up because you ain't gonna pay for your interest. So I'm gonna have this other nigga fund the whole convention. When you get down here, ain't no women allowed. We just gonna have 150 dicks hard swinging in December on the holidays with no women around. And you know there ain't no women around, there ain't no food or refreshments. It's just some stale ass donuts, some coffee, and probably some KY in the back. That's what the fuck you looking at. The fuck is going on here? Nigga, it's a whole shit popping off. Nigga, what content do you really have? What are you telling the people? What are you telling the people? What? Nigga, we almost 2 years removing a fucking pandemic. Yo, that Rona coming, nigga. these bitches, oh, nigga, Astro vans and futons, nigga, get you an Astro van and a futon because they got to come to play. Amazon delivery, pussies in the mail. That shit was what 2020. Now that was like 2019, 2020. Now, nigga, it ain't gonna be hot girl. You know what I'm saying? Bam, hot girl summer that came and went, nigga. Then guess what? Winter is coming. Winter that came and went, nigga. OnlyFans, you can't work on OnlyFans no more. Ha ha ha. OnlyFans is like, yeah, we gotta do this. Oh, guess what? We ain't taking down the pornographic content. Y'all can keep on rocking because we can charge taxes. What happened? Niggas quick to say some shit, but don't quick to sit up there and say, you know what, man? We literally sit up there and made a prognostication that we were drawn in the motherfucker. What happened to part of manhood is talking about things, not being right about them, and standing and understanding you was wrong about them, and moving the fuck on. It's called accountability, motherfucker. God, none of these motherfuckers are accountable for shit. You know what I'm saying? When it just started, shit, when it been just started BGS for 2 years and the bitches still rocking. What have been going on since the beginning of the time? And females, and it's going to be straight. Because if your female's done, everybody done. Birth rates are down. It's winter everywhere. They didn't quotas in Japan and motherfuckers still rocking. Automation cutting jobs. Automation been cutting jobs for a minute. Matter of fact, there you go. See, I have no problem. If I say something, somebody disagree with it, I'm gonna be in say, state your case. But for my preview, from what I've seen, the first thing men gonna do is make sure they secure their legacy. Women and children first, then the elderly. Infrastructure plan. Who's most affected when the moratorium of rent came around? Give a fuck about men. It was women. That's why they kept extending it. Read the infrastructure plan. They signed off on it. Helping mothers, single mothers, all of that stuff. Matter of fact, they repealing abortion laws so women can be mothers. Okay, we got BGS up here. Good evening, sir.
Hey, hold on a second. Let me
You hear me?
mute
Hold
this.
on. Let me see. Let me bring it.
Okay, there you go. Dude,
All right,
2 years
hold on.
ago, I've been. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I've been saying this for a long time. All COVID did was accelerate what's already coming, boss. That's all it did. Why do you think? Look at America. Why do you think that they're legalizing or decriminalizing prostitution laws, sir? Why do you think they're doing that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they don't have jobs for these chicks. Got to find a way for them to make a
Mm-hmm.
living. That's why come they're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Same reason they getting ready to cut out abortion. Bitches ain't having no babies. A lot of this stuff is gonna get stripped back because it has to.
So let me ask you this question:
Mm-hmm.
are they turning things back to pre-first wave feminism?
Are they turning things back to pre-first wave feminism? They can't turn it
Well,
back to
let's say
pre-first wave,
pre-second wave, like the 60s,
second wave.
67.
Because first wave feminism, you got to go back to the 1850s.
Okay, so I mean the 16, well, let's say the 60s, 70s, before sex, drugs, and
Uh,
rock and roll.
they're are they turning it back? They're modifying it because they overdid it in the 70s.
Mm, mm.
A lot of the why you think that you have sex, drugs, and rock and roll because yeah, the women do the women jump off first because they're getting the benefits, but the men adapt. Okay, the reason that they have rent moratoriums. Let me ask you this, man. You're president of the United States, right?
Right.
And you dump a whole bunch of people, men and women. Say you dumped 2 million men off into the streets. Okay,
Hmm.
what do you think is going to happen?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a because men gonna fuck
It's
shit
going
up.
you're gonna fuck shit up. So guess what? It wasn't just for the women. Basically, they didn't dump people out in the streets because they know what's going to happen. You can't dump 10 million people out in the streets on a rent moratorium uh, unless you want your cities burned down. You almost had it anyway. That's the
Hmm.
reason they did it. Had nothing to do. Yeah, do you want to see women and children on the street? No.
But
But the thing
but I
is
got
yeah,
but
but but a lot of
what?
this stuff a lot of this stuff's been happening, man. It's going to get stripped back. It has to because they can't afford it anymore. Like, this is your last hurrah.
So now this is another thing because I think back in 2018 I said this and I
Mm-hmm.
and I remember I was on your panel. The niggas was
Mm-hmm.
laughing at me when I said it. And I was
Okay.
talking
What'd you
about the
say?
articles of prostitution need to be brought to the table. Now you wasn't laughing because you understood what I was talking about, but it was over niggas' head.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was going over niggas' heads, right? And I said the reason why you niggas got the problem that you had with these women is because there's not a separation of church and state. Well, I call it holes and state
Mm-hmm.
because the problem is that when I'm like there's certain women that
Mm-hmm.
that's their thing in life. Like
Okay.
that's what they're good at. Like you know what I mean? That's what they're gonna be good at. Like the Brittany Renners of the
Okay.
world, that's
Mm-hmm.
that's that's their thing, right? And then
Right.
there's the certain
Uh-huh.
women in life that that's not their thing. That should never be their thing.
Mm-hmm.
But because who controls the horizontal, right? There's too many
Yeah.
women run networks
Yeah.
that own
Yeah. Well,
media
yeah.
companies.
Yeah. Who do you think killed prostitution? It wasn't men. Who do you think killed it? Especially in the 1920s, right behind alcohol.
Prohibition, right?
Feminists, the
Mobs.
women, the women killed. The mob didn't. No, basically the reason you have prohibition. Why do you think prohibition happened after prohibition and the cutback on prostitution happened right after the women got the vote?
Mm,
Where were their husbands going to spend money? At the bars and the hoe houses,
right.
and basically they was taking money out of their mouths. Guess what the women did to actually uh, to kill that? Cut back on alcohol and prostitution. And let me ask you, because guess what? Uh, well, you were young. You were young, but you lived through it, but you weren't of age when it happened, man. Um, you dump a whole lot the crack era. We dump out a whole bunch of chicks out onto the street selling pussy. What happened to the price of pussy?
Oh, it dropped. Yeah,
It
dramatic.
drops. Okay. What happened? What's
Yeah,
going?
drop.
And basically, we think of just having sex, go out on the street, going on a date, or whatever it is the price of pussy. It was also the price of marriage
Yeah. Yeah. Hold
because
on, BJ.
go ahead.
Hold on, BJ. I don't know how to say your name. Go ahead and say your name, but I want BJS to go say what he's saying.
No, he can
And
jump in.
then once he get, well, you know what I'm saying, once he gets a pause or whatever, you can go ahead and jump in. But go ahead, BJS. Go ahead and
No,
continue what you
no.
saying.
I mean, it's really simple. Okay. Um,
Mhm.
basically, marriage is already in trouble, right? You dump chicks out on the street selling coochie, man. Basically whatever's left of marriage, you're gonna shred it because a lot of
Mhm.
guys get married to have constant sex. What happens when the price of sex gets below the price of having a wife? You're gonna shred marriage.
I see.
So the thing
So
is,
basically,
go ahead.
so basically, what you would do is, right? You would actually make. How should I say it like this? You would actually make it so it coexists. So you make sure that the price of marriage is actually lower. How should I say it? Like the way the way I see it and how it works in the environment, right? Is
Hmm.
that Prostitution works
Mm-hmm.
when it is allowed to happen in certain places. It's taxable,
Mm-hmm.
but you also encourage and incentivize marriage more than the act of singling out the homes, dividing the homes.
That's a that's a hell of a balancing act. It's a hell
I'm
of a
like, it's
balancing
possible.
act.
I see it done.
That's
But, yeah.
that's why Texas cut back on it. They know what it's going to
Mhm.
do. They know what it's going to do. Would it, if whatever monogamous marriage you thought you were going to have, 'cause I'm sure you in Japan they regulate the shit out of that shit, man.
Oh yeah. It's regulated like a motherfucker. Like it's a matter of fact, it's the male prostitutes that make more money than females.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they're not like they're not gay. They're actually having sex with women.
It's because
Yeah.
there's fewer of them, so they
There you
demand a
go.
premium.
Yeah,
Yeah,
supply
yeah,
and demand. And, yeah.
but the thing is, the reason the United States is doing it, they're not doing it because they want to balance the prostitution. It's not, prostitution. You gotta, Japan is as much as we like to think that they're liberal. Japan's not a liberal country, okay? America's a
That's
liberal
not.
country. If
Yes.
Japan is very structured. You dump this stuff into a liberal country, it's a recipe for disaster. And that's one signal of them actually throwing up the white flag is basically decriminalizing prostitution. And we're gonna see how far it goes.
Mm-hmm.
That means you can't
Wait.
support these chicks, you can't find enough money to actually support these chicks in the single lifestyle that they have. So it's going to get
Mm-hmm.
really really rocky if this trend continues. They better hope that COVID kind of loosens its grip a little bit. Otherwise, it's just going to accelerate everything. This is stuff they were planning on doing anyway. On this accelerate
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. Like even with Baltimore, when I saw that, I wasn't surprised. I was like, what took them so long? Like you got like two casinos within like a mile radius of each other, right in
Hmm.
front of two stadiums, and you in the Mid Atlantic. Um, you know what I'm saying? And you doing all of this. I don't call it gentrification. I think you brought it up one time. It's called
Hmm.
assimilation. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, so I don't call it gentrification because when I was in Baltimore, I think I was there. That's when Trump was doing this thing. I already knew he was going to win because when I saw white men walking up to my window asking me for money,
Hmm.
yeah, I knew he was going to win then. But uh, Kojima, go ahead. I don't know how to say your name. I don't want to mispronounce the name, but you got the floor.
Speak up, bro.
Yeah, that's a female.
Oh, speak. Oh,
Female. Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? I'm sorry, I had
oh, you had it on
y'all
mute.
on
No
mute.
problem.
Nice to meet
Yeah.
you.
Nice to meet you. You got the floor. Go ahead.
Nah, y'all know this the society patriarchy built. Women only adapted to survive. Y'all set these standards. Y'all made hoes and Madonnas. You were either a whore or a virgin, and y'all fucked both. And now prostitution has generally been to the benefit of the man that was getting the money. But now a woman can sell her box and keep her money and cut the man out. And that's a change. It's the house that patriarchy built. And since men are no longer the builders that they profess to be, because when they build, they call contractors. And a woman could actually be a contractor now.
That's the modern
Y'all are
reason why.
having a hard time.
Not really.
Let me say, you're having a hard time getting women to want you for wanting you. Because in the past, we needed you. We had to have you. So we took up with things we didn't necessarily want to take up with and put up with for survival. And
Mm-hmm.
now you give a
Mm-hmm.
woman education, employment, and birth control.
Mm-hmm.
You got to renegotiate. Ain't nobody using no house phone no more.
Mm-hmm.
They want 1,800 rules, but we ain't on the same thing. You cannot talk about you the man and you want to pay the lawn service, but you want me to wash the dishes. How
Mm-hmm.
that work?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing, everybody functioning in a different role, and
Mm-hmm.
nobody is gonna say, I'm working like you. You the stronger vessel. You the stronger vessel. So while I'm putting down 40 outside the house, you putting down 40, and I got to come in and put 40 in the house. You the man, you should put the 30, and I put the 10 since I'm the weaker vessel according to y'all rules. to make it make mathematical sense, because they say women are illogical and we
Yeah,
don't
you
think with
are.
our
You are.
mathematical
Yeah.
brain. But if
It
it
doesn't
say
make
you the
sense.
stronger vessel,
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't you carry the bigger load since I'm the weaker vessel? Would you give me the 200 pounds to carry weaker vessel,
Yes.
or
Yeah.
would you give me
Yeah.
the 50 pounds?
You equal.
I'm saying you can't have it both ways.
You have it both
To
ways. You equal.
whom much
You
is
equal.
required, to whom much is given, much is required. So
You're
if you
equal.
want that 51% in the relationship, if you want that 60%, 70%, 80%, you got to fill your part of the bargain and do that
Mm-hmm.
much. But if not,
Mm-hmm.
we can say, and somebody asked me one time, well, if a financial decision was being made and the wife didn't work, should the man get to make the decision? Hell to the fuck no. Because if you go in bankruptcy, that's both us on the line for that debt within a marriage. So you damn right I have every right to participate in that decision, regardless if I work or not, because that is marital debt. So if we break up today, it still belongs to both of us. So in this new society where you can't hit a woman over the head and drag her in the house and force her to depend on you, we have to renegotiate to the benefit of both people. Mutually beneficial relationships or symbiotic relationships where both people are happy, not where we live in a democracy in America. Ain't nobody finna settle for no dictatorship, especially when they doing just as much inside the house and outside the house. Yeah. That's all I had to say.
Yeah.
Anybody got a retort?
And how is the black community doing with all that? Basically, the reason
The
they
black
rolling.
community was never doing good. Let's get it straight. Because y'all suffer under this fallacy about,
Mm-hmm.
see, people, they say it's lies,
Well, what
damn lies. It's
fallacy?
three type of lies: lies,
What
damn lies, and
fallacy?
statistics.
What
And they talk
fallacy?
about when we be interpreting these statistics, because,
Like
I could
which
go and
ones?
look at my grandma and
Uh
all
huh.
the uncles that came to town that didn't have a place, and the male cousins that slept on grandma's couch when they was
Uh huh.
going up and down the country. We saw them. If grandma didn't have no place, even if it was a shake, they wouldn't have had no place. And they ain't never really contributed anything. They might have gave her
No.
$20 here or there. But
Mm-hmm.
if it weren't for them grandmas and them
Mm-hmm.
mamas and them aunties, it'd be a lot more homeless black men. Because we all know, whether it be a shack or not, that black woman got to have a place for them black children to sleep. And a lot of times, her black children, she slept there, but she allowed her black brother, her black uncles, granddaddies, and other
Well,
people to
let me
stay in
ask
her house.
let me ask you a question, right?
Mhm.
Why are black men the most underdeveloped men on the planet? Okay.
See,
Uh,
let me straighten this here.
no, no, no,
Let's
no,
think
no,
back to
no,
the
no, no. Hold on. Let
I'm
me finish. Let me finish
finna
what I'm
I'm finna
saying.
oh, okay.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and answer my question. The thing is that this has been
Is
for a
that this
while.
is a problem for men across the
No,
racial and
no, it's not.
ethnic
No, it's not.
diversity.
No, it's not. No,
I'll
it's
tell
not.
you how.
Go
I'll
prove it. Go
tell
ahead.
you how.
Go.
And then if you
Go
hear
look.
me,
Go
because
look at
when the
stats.
election
Look at
was
the
going
stats.
on,
Uh
white
huh.
men had a problem with jobs. They're saying they're not getting the jobs because they refused to go to school to get the education. The same issue black men are
Nope.
talking about.
Nope.
Excuse me.
Nope. Nope.
When
Nope.
white,
Nope.
what they say, when
Nope. Nope.
White America get
Nope.
a cold, black America got pneumonia. And so white men are having the same issue. You better go and look at that Trump election and see what them white men were talking about.
for 150 years,
Baby,
black women
black America just got pneumonia. White America got the same issue. It's just a cold to them.
okay, okay, I will let you talk because you're gonna talk through me. Go ahead.
I'm
Go ahead.
done.
No, you're not, because as soon as I start
I
talking, you're gonna
have a
start talking through
problem
me.
with over talking, so I apologize, and I'm
Oh
gonna let
no,
you finish.
no, I'm gonna let you talk and make sure that
Okay,
you
well,
finish.
I'll go ahead and say it. When they say the quote, when white America get a cold, black America got the flu, white men in the Trump election were complaining of the same thing about jobs, etc. Except they still waiting for the coal mines to become open instead of going getting re-educated, which the women are doing. And they don't want to say things change. You are no longer going to get on because your brother got on at the mill and his brother got him on at the mill, his granddad got him. Times are changing and evolving, and either you change and evolve or you die, or you
Okay,
become the housewife. And that may be
okay.
okay, but you can't straighten up. You got to have my dinner cooked when I get home. You got to have my bath water ran. I'm sure it better be fed and the house better be clean. And I ain't talking about that straighten up mess.
Well, you know what? You know what? There's like, oh, there's 5 books. There's 5 books that I read written by feminists that said, guess who have a problem with that, even though it's done, right? It's women. Because you believe it's not your role and you're not built to actually be the head of a household, because you're not built or sociologically, physically, or biologically to actually take on the role of breadwinner in the household. You're not. And that's been proven.
Really?
I got 5 books I can give you to say the exactly same thing. And these are white women. Now,
My
if you
mama
got now,
single
if you
mama flex strong. She's
now now now
74.
now if you can now, my mother's 83, baby, and she'll tell you the same thing.
My mama single mama flex so strong that she's about 74. She could reach out right now and put
My
her hand
mother,
on 100 to
my
$150,000 cash, and she's
my
still bringing
mother's
in about
83.
$5,000 to $6,000
My
a month.
mother, yeah,
So her
what's right?
single mama flex was strong. Her
Well, that's her.
provider
And
was
how about everybody
strong.
else? How about everybody else?
Well, baby, that's what that education
How
part
about
come
what
in.
is the
And
education part?
then sometime it was sacrifice. Sometimes it was some sacrifice.
how
And
come
I
you willfully undereducate your
that was
boys?
that going to the military
How come
and
oh how come
bills,
only
that working for the
how come
state,
on
that going back to school again, and all of that stuff. And then once her children were grown and she had struggled through that call
uh-huh.
for, you know what? I don't like this job no more, but I'm stay till I get my retirement, and I'm gonna stay till I get this drop money. And even though I don't like it, it's not what I want to do. I'm gonna tough it out for a couple of years so I can put myself in a better position and my family in a better position. And I'm gonna do some sacrificing and some same things because that's what mamas do.
Well,
So if men ain't ready, if they want to spend
with
all their money on PS5 and Jordans,
black men have been doing that for years. They call it John Henryism. Basically, black men used to have to drop
but
out
you say women can't do it.
can drop. Women can't do what? Now, what I'm saying is
You say
women.
women don't want to do that.
Well, that's not
Hold
what I
on,
said.
hold on,
Women
hold
don't
on,
want to
hold
do
on.
that.
Hold on for a second. Let BGS retort because we can't. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all go back and forth.
And
People can't hear
because she's not gonna
your
let me talk.
points.
Yeah, that's what
And
I'm
then,
saying. You know.
yeah. So go ahead, BGS. Go ahead and give your rebuttal.
In other words, you know, this is a thing, right? It's about empirical evidence and stats, right? We just we me and Andre Dre just talked about this, man. This came straight out of Baltimore, okay? This is nationally, okay? It's a doggone shame. It's a crime that black women complain about men that they don't have, and you only got 10% of your boys who can read a reading level nationally. Black boys, and it's been that way for a very long time, okay? You could a white woman will not tolerate it, an Asian woman will not tolerate it, and a Jewish woman will not tolerate this, right? I have Mexican women because I live in California, right? Latina women would not tolerate that. Black women, you can't even hear a peep out of black women behind that kind of stuff because you don't want your boys educated. I talked to too many professors that have black boys come into college, right? Unprepared, unprepared.
I have a friend.
But hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Hmm.
I have friends. I got friends. Cause Drake could tell you, I got friends that are PhDs that teach at college level. I got friends that are teachers. I got friends that complain about this constantly. Okay, about the plight of black boys, about all the programs that black women get that sit there as politicians. I have black women. I'm sitting on 2 files in 1991 in Detroit where they were trying to get all black, to actually clean up the black boys, educate them, and stop the gang violence. They tried to start 3 black schools for all boys. Guess who stopped it? It wasn't white men because President Bush at the time actually threw funds at it. It was black women stopped it. Okay, because this is the position that you want your boys in. Now y'all got it.
That's not
Now,
true. But what I'm
it is
saying
true.
is that
It
my
is true.
friend is a nurse practitioner now. She had to
Mhm.
take prep math, prep English. She had to take a whole bunch of math classes over, a whole bunch of science classes twice, but she didn't give up. Because a lot of people, when they come into college, may have to take prep. They don't say, oh, I flunked one class. They go to tutoring. And they say, I might have to take this prep class and I might have to take this other class, but I'm still going to do it. I'm not going to get one failed semester and let that down me. You keep coming back. And that's the problem. Yes, they may be. A lot of people have to take prep classes entering college. Not just men, girls, too, women, because they be entering college. They will be young ladies and young men. But you don't give up. You keep
But
it moving and you keep coming back.
if 90% of your boys can't even read at reading level, at grade level, guess what's going to happen? They're not even going to get to college, right?
That means you go to community college And
They're
community
not.
college have smaller classes. And go to one in a small town.
And other,
Well,
and
community college, I'm gonna tell you how good they is in tutoring. They will sit there
let
with
me
you for
finish. Let
free
me
and
finish.
work on
Let me
every
finish.
problem
Let
with
me
you.
finish. Let me finish. Okay? Because that's not the way you do it, right? I've been
Mhm.
studying education for the last 40 years. That is not the way you do it. That's not how the Japanese do it. How do you think the Chinese actually took over the world, right? They started educating their children properly. The black community is not going to go any place unless you start educating your boys. You're following the same stuff that your slave master said, because it was never illegal to teach black women,
So
educate
what
black.
black woman
Let me
ain't sending
finish.
their children
Let
to
me
school?
finish. Let me finish. Okay, it was never illegal to teach black women to learn, read, or write. It was always illegal to teach black men. You guys are following the same stuff that the slave masters told you back 150 years ago. Same thing, still happening.
Baby,
It's
ain't
a it's
nobody
a
making them
crime.
boys stay home from school and go to the bean field no more. You can quit
They
that
not
agricultural town. I know they used
y'all
to
don't
send children
care.
back in
Yeah,
my grandma
just say
days
y'all
to the
don't care. Y'all
cornfield
don't
and stuff,
care.
and they used to keep the children
Yeah,
home.
yeah,
That
y'all
ain't
don't
these
care.
days no
Yeah,
more, baby. You got to
that
stop.
that
You got to stop
that
doing them old
that
1960s and
didn't
above rules
that
to today. If
the
you
only
don't send your child to school, they can call child
it
abuse on you.
it would still be going
You
on if
cannot use that. They're not keeping the boys
it
home and
would
sending them to the fields to
it
work
would
anymore.
it
You
was
can't use that.
it would still be going on if it would still be
Come to
going
the new
on.
millennium.
It still be
Come to the
going
new
on. It
millennium.
still be going on if
Come
black
to the
men
new
had not
millennium.
burned down 300
I have a
cities. Okay,
coworker.
black
I have a
men. I
coworker,
got tons of co-workers. I got education people. I'm
and
not a.
she's a single mother,
I have
and she will be
PhD. And
graduating in about
so
nine
what?
months with her
So
RN. She didn't
what?
stop, and
So
she had kept
what?
going.
It's
And
not a
she, my
competition.
thing is, she
It's
kept
not a
going, and
competition.
ain't
It's
nobody
not.
kept
It's
no
not
man out of that class that she was in from
within
going
buy
at
a
the same rate she
dog
did.
and die
She did it with
alone.
kids. She did
Buy
it
a
with
dog
kids.
and die
Hold on.
alone.
This is what we gonna do. This is what we gonna do. Right. This is what we gonna do. Because
My husband right
we
here
can't.
cooking these steaks. I don't want a
I
gun down long
don't care. I got three
Hold
unless
kids.
on.
we
They
end
got
up
two
in
of
a
them at
plane
degrees.
crash and die at the same
It
time.
was
Somebody gonna
fine.
need
Die.
somebody.
Maybe it should
Somebody
Wait,
die.
gonna
wait,
need
wait, wait a minute.
somebody.
Maybe it should end.
Hold on. Before we go on off the porch into the
Some,
disrespect
I just
category,
said somebody
let's
got to
let's
No,
need
no, no,
somebody.
no, no, no.
let's bring it let's bring it to the point, because you know what I'm saying. Example, because
See
I'm
what I'm
hearing
saying,
both
Dre?
sides.
That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Yeah. All I say is
I'm
that's
hearing
why
both
it's
sides.
PM.
Now, I'm gonna say this. Okay, Asians are not smarter than anybody else. It's just that they send their kids to school longer than everybody else.
Hmm.
That's it. Like an Asian child, doesn't matter, it's Korean, Japanese, Chinese, Cambodian, whatever. What they do is the child goes to school from 8 in the morning. They're at school. They get off school. Then they go. They do a club program, especially in junior high school. So from junior high school, you have to do 2 hours of club. It doesn't matter. You can be in a sport. You can be in the glee club. You can be in the anime. Then, if you want to get into a proper high school, you have to go to cram school. That's another 2 to 4 hours after school. So by the time you get home from school, you have been at school for like like damn near the whole day. You get home like 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night. You get home, you eat. Guess what you do? You study. You're going back to studying. And you rinse and repeat, and their schools are all year round. They have summer break, they have winter break, they have fall holiday. And then you go to the next grade in the spring. So when you go on spring break, when Americans or westernized people go on spring break, they go to spring break from like in March or whatever. They go to spring break the end of March. Spring break is you going to the next grade. You come back 2 weeks, you're already in the next grade in April. So by the time your Western counterparts, they're still in the same grade. So
Hmm.
now by the time you get to college, that's why Asians do better, is by the time they get to college, they've already did 4 years of college in high school,
Hmm.
because they did all of that studying and pre-prepping and all these tests and all of this
Hmm.
other stuff. They've already been preconditioned to what college, what westernized college life is. Why
Mm-hmm.
did they adopt this practice? Because it was the American practice back during World War II that actually guided the Asian school system.
Mm-hmm.
They just never changed it. They knew that it worked and it kept going. Now, if we go to Europe, we go to Sweden, Switzerland, France, and all of that, they go to school 4 days a week, far less. They go to school far less, but they're higher because they get rid of all the bullshit fluff when it comes to education and stuff like that. And a lot of times they separate the boys and girls classes. They separate.
Yes. Yes.
They separate. So
Yeah. Which
yeah,
is which is the remedy for black boys, which your black female leadership does not want. Yeah, they've been fighting that tooth and nail for a very long time, man. If black women really wanted the boys to be educated, all they have to do is separate the boys and girls. And
yeah.
every time they do it, you have 90% of your 90% of your boys go to college. It's real
Yep.
simple.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's real simple. It's
Yeah.
real
That's why.
simple.
If you look at even the traditional black colleges, when you're talking about Morehouse and Spelman,
Mm-hmm.
Morehouse was all male, Spelman was all female, separated. They know that this works. So when men and they have a major problem now in America where they don't have enough male teachers, and actually they're running a program to get more male teachers into teaching.
Mm-hmm.
They're running a
But,
program.
but
I saw this
yeah,
brother. He got a teacher.
but white women, but women make such a hostile environment for black male for teachers, period, male teachers, period,
Yeah,
much less black males to come in and teach. That's how come they want to separate the genders, because if you separate the genders, then they don't have to worry about a lot of stuff that you would have to do worry about in a mixed environment.
yeah.
But it
Topaz brought this up. They stopped sending them to school on Saturdays after '95. So they stopped them going to school on Saturdays after '95. But certain places in Asia, kids still go to school on Saturday. Like your third world countries, like the Philippines and Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam, and stuff like that. Yeah, they still go to school on Saturdays, but in Japan they stopped it. No
yeah,
Saturday
yeah,
school unless you retarded. So,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
The stuff that I see coming for this society, man. You know, because you're getting ready to come out of an industrial age to a technocratic age, and the stuff I see coming out of this society, man, a lot of people ain't gonna make it. A lot of people ain't gonna make it.
well, that's I'm like, well, that's like with any revolution, like the industrial revolution. When they was going into that and they was getting rid of
Yeah,
the horse. Yeah,
about 80 years, man. People suffered badly for about 80
yeah.
years. There's a good book called The Technology Trap that actually discussed it, man, from like 1780 to like hell. From 1780 to like maybe 1865, right after the Civil War, 1880, man, people suffered, and basically you needed a socialist revolution to actually get rid of some of that. Otherwise, we'd still be suffering under that kind of stuff. So well, all I'm
But
saying is
I
that
do see males in school. When I went to the math lab, it was a Haitian male over the math lab and a Arab male over the math lab. So there are, and most of the math labs I went to, there were men there, there were boys there, because they used the students as tutors.
okay. What's the percentage of male
I'm
teachers in?
saying I
Hold
didn't
on,
just, I
hold
just
on,
didn't see American boys,
Oh,
males.
hold on. What is the percentage of male teachers of any race in K through 12? What's the
I
percentage?
actually agree with you because I was on a panel and I asked men, why don't you all go into education? Because men receive messages from other men better. Why don't the only teacher I had in elementary school was the PE
Mm-hmm.
teacher,
Yeah.
and I think maybe a music teacher, and I think he was,
Be-
LGBTQ.
you
But
want to know? You want to know
the
why?
men said they were not interested in going to utopia. I say, but it would be better for
You,
black boys if they saw black male teachers from a little age and not just have to wait to high school or college to see it. They were not willing to make that sacrifice
do you know
for
what?
the boys.
Okay. Have you ever talked to male teachers and see why they either get out of it or they go into administration? Have you,
I can only tell you that I asked on the panel, and that's what the guys had said.
have you ever talked to personally to male teachers or when people that either gotten out of it or had to give up teaching and go in administration? The women actually don't really like male teachers that much. They actually use male teachers mostly for discipline, right? They're not really that friendly to male teachers, so they try to push male teachers into administration.
No, they
Okay.
actually do want male teachers in the school system. They just won't apply. They do want them, but a lot of them, I don't know why they don't do that, go into that field.
I'm telling,
But
I'm
they
telling, I'm
actually do
telling,
want
I'm,
them.
I'm telling you why. Okay, this is what the teachers themselves have told me, because I know a lot of male teachers. This is what they tell me. Okay, and I have, every time you see a male teacher, because I got we got one in the chat, Art New Stall. Okay,
We have
he's a
to
male.
differentiate between paraprofessional and teachers. Now, there are a lot of. I'm
Differentiate
from a not.
paraprofessionals.
Yeah, I'm from a 90, probably 95% black area high school, and we do have black men at the high school. They have, but they were paraprofessionals. They were not actually degree holding teachers. They were what they considered paraprofessionals. And if you did not ask, you would assume they were teachers, but they are
Hmm.
paraprofessionals, and that's what exactly what they were hired for. They did not have degrees, so they could not teach.
So what I'm saying is, you ask how come we don't have more male teachers, but thing is, if you separate the genders, you probably would have a lot more male teachers. There's a lot of reasons that
But
males don't
there
go into.
are funds
Oh,
to
okay, all
open
right, all
charter
right, all right,
schools. There
all
are
right.
funds to open
Yeah,
charter schools
can
right
I
now.
can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Why am when I'm always in mid sentence you cut me off?
There are funds to open charter schools right now for
Oh,
males, to open a
okay.
male school. So
All
I'm
right,
trying to figure out why these
all
things
right.
aren't happening when the resources are there for them to happen.
Because
Okay,
there's force.
let me step in and say this. Let me step in and say this. I got three things. One, charter schools have a 5 to 10 year window. Okay, I'm a product of a charter school, like two charter schools. Charter schools work so well that they get rid of them and they put them behind a pay window, which is called private school. What you want is you want public schools to be doing this because it's already taxpayer funded.
Right.
If it's taxpayer funded, you're already paying the taxes. It's allocated to your district. Now your um, you can hold your representative, your city councilman, or your person accountable for getting the money to their constituents so their neighborhoods can do well. And if you didn't notice something in this last election, all of the CRT, which is co-opted by the toaster ovens, if you actually look at the people that voted against it and striking it down, it's mainly white women that's doing it. You don't see no men really doing it. They running on the ticket, but it's the women that are fighting against the gender thingy and all of that other
Right.
crazy stuff.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So what that basically means is if they're doing that, that means that the districts that you look at, they're pretty good. They're like upper middle class, six figure, the homes are high and whatever. So that basically tells you that the education cannot be fixed with a group of people with a charter school. It has to be fixed in the public arena because most people send their kids to public school. That's
They
just how
use
it works. Yeah.
they use public funds for charter schools in my state.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is okay. Let's look at LeBron, right? You know why LeBron gets so much critically acclaimed for his school? Because it's a public school. It's not a charter school. That's why. Because that's public taxpayer funds going to that area in Akron where it's putting that in there that is done because he knows that there's a difference between private because he went to a private school and public school. And if he can take the private and put it in public and it lasts longer than a charter school, then it's taxpayer money, and it has to follow certain protocols like the functional test that they have for the state, and then it's accredited and all this other stuff, and then it's a quick line of going in.
Yeah.
But the second thing I wanted to ask was tutor. Can y'all give the definition of tutor? What do y'all?
The definition of a tutor?
I think they being sarcastic because of my southern accent.
Oh, where are you from?
Florida.
Oh,
Florida.
Okay, we got to be northern Florida. You ain't from Miami.
See, that's what everybody thinks. Everybody thinks
You from
that
Miami?
Florida is Miami, Orlando, Tampa. Baby,
Yeah,
Florida is 60 counties, and most of them is redneck towns up to 27.
Yeah, I know. I got folks from Florida, so I know. So I know you wasn't from
Hey,
Miami.
babe. My husband, hey, say hello to everybody, babe.
Hello, hello.
He from
Hello.
Miami.
Oh, he's
He's
from
from
Miami.
305-786. And I moved him out to the country away from his family and isolated him. That's what I did.
Idea that sounds about right.
Yep.
That sounds about right. Yeah, but the thing is that there's ways. Well, I can tell you because actually went through this. I'm actually send Dre the actual essay that this professor from Cincinnati actually wrote, because she's the one that actually spearheaded the suit that actually killed the black boys school in Detroit in 1991. And what she said was actually significant. The reason that she didn't want to have an all black male environment for black boys is because, one, she didn't want them to be too masculine or too patriarchal. She didn't want that for black boys, which is the same thing that Sojourner Truth said back in 1850. In other words, that they basically
A woman can't even tell you where to lay your dick, but a woman can give you all them parameters. Really?
Yes, she sure can.
Nah, we can't even tell you where to put your penis, and now we got so much power.
Yes, you can.
You see, you can't have it both ways. You can't say you powerful and powerless at the same time.
Who raised black men have never said
you
that.
can't say you powerful
Black
and
men have
powerless
never
at the
said
same
that.
time.
Black
You
men have
can't
never
say
said
you the
that.
leaders, but
Okay,
you can't lead women.
Yeah, black men have never said that, sweetie. Black men ain't never said that.
You're saying, but Sojourner Truth, but this woman, but that one. When I want to do something, I figure out how to do it. I figure out how to do it regardless of a man tell me I can do it or not.
Because
it's such a defeatist attitude.
The two freest people in the United States are black white men and black women, because they can do what they want.
It was a church.
Yeah, baby. You know what, baby? Baby, listen to me.
It was this church in my town that used to be a private school, and I thought, why they would make such a great private boys' school.
Listen to me.
I couldn't convince no man to go in on it. I couldn't convince no teachers to go in on it.
Because you would
kill
it.
It was up for sale. And I was like, this would make a great private school. It could have dorms and everything. And it's in a small country town, so you know it didn't cost no money at the time. I couldn't convince a man or a teacher to go in on it.
How come you didn't go to your school board?
Baby, I'm a nurse. I worked at the school. I shopped the idea around, and nobody wanted to do it.
How come you didn't go to the school board and initiate the idea, like Dre was saying?
I take care of you when you old and you dying alone. Like a lot of the black men who I take care of that's old and dying alone.
Good. Black men don't mind dying alone.
Yes, that's what they do. And because I have grace, I buy them little things and little stuff because their daughters won't come and visit them and their children won't. Good. So you have to be that daughter for them, even though they probably was crappy parents.
As if you can't beat a joiner. I heard that. That is the black matriarchy I call the gynocracy in action. It's always been that way. She sounds just like my grandmother. Back she was born in 1910. Y'all ain't changed.
Next time you want to use an example, use the honeybees. The honeybees are a great example. Next time use the honeybees.
That's a gynocracy. It got a queen, so it's a good one.
Look at the honeybees are great. Listen to them. We should follow it.
Yeah, yeah. They kick all the drones out after they finish getting them pregnant.
Some of y'all won't even get to touch it.
Hopefully, maybe not. That's good. That's good.
Mhm.
Then basically you have the reverse of what
The
China had, which is
the
way
ma-
too many,
the male bees
which
the
is way
male
too many
bees can't
women.
even sting. The male
Yeah,
bees can't even sting and defend
exactly.
themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what's gonna happen.
Uh, hold on before y'all continue. I'm gonna bring up a subject matter, but before y'all continue, I have to thank people for liking the stream. Real quick. Hold on,
I'm
let me
finna
thank people for
go.
liking and sharing the stream. Real quick, because I like, what I'm saying, when people support, you gotta tell them thank you. So hold on a second. Turner.
And
All right, appreciate
are
it.
you are you
Continue.
are you are you not entertained? Cash App, super. You don't have a super chat. Put your
Cash
Cash
App
App up.
today.
It's entertaining. But the thing is that in fact, I'm gonna cut this out because this is a great example because this ain't changed. This is what black men have been complaining about forever. Okay, this is the guy. This is the matriarchy. This is gynocracy, and this is the example of it. W. Du Bois is complaining about the same doggone thing in 1899. The exact same thing that we're talking about. This ain't changed, okay? Black people have not changed their pattern since antebellum slavery. And the more
Hey
the
y'all,
more I
I'm gonna
look
have
at, the
to
more I find out.
check out. I really
Okay.
enjoyed it. My husband here, we're enjoying
Okay,
dinner. It
okay.
was really entertaining, and I look to visit both of y'all channels.
What we
Okay, no
having? What we
problem.
having tonight, babe? What'd you cook?
We're having steak, broccoli and cheese rice
Okay. Oh, okay. Cool.
Oh, that's what's
Cool.
up.
with
That's
vodka
Lucky,
and
what's up.
lucky,
cranberry juice. Vodka and
look,
cranberry juice.
lucky man.
Ooh.
Yeah,
What's
that's
for
right.
dessert? What for dessert? Gotta
Me,
have some sweet.
me,
All right, I ain't gonna even
me.
start there. I ain't going down that road, and we gonna leave that one
You
alone.
asked the question,
All
you got
right.
to ask.
Good night. Y'all have fun. It was great. I look
Well,
forward to listening to you from the clouds. Good night.
so I got a question. I got a
Uh
question.
huh.
I saw this article. I saw this article about it was in England. Let me
Mm-hmm.
find this article because they like to chart. Um, they like to because my problem is those things will fix themselves out because the way I look at it is things will fix themselves because
Yeah.
I see the play in the environment. And the
And
play in the environment is that in
yeah,
the algorithm
the
that
dinosaurs
actually,
said the same thing. Things would fix themselves until they didn't.
oh no, I'm like, it'll fix itself. I'm like, far as that, but
Until it doesn't.
well, it'll fix itself. Like, and by the time it really gets in the swing, I'll be pretty much out of the game. I'm already, I'm 40. Shit, I'm already, yeah,
Basically, this is something that me and a partner of mine, or online partner of mine, nameless protagonist, we've been talking about, right? Uh,
yeah,
Look at the Mouse Utopia study, okay? Everything that the Mouse Utopia said, if you put Quigley together with Mouse Utopia, you can actually see the demographic shift, man. Well, that's how come the birth rates are dropping all the way around the world. As you build a modern
yeah,
environment and build more an urban environment, men and women don't get together, and the birth rates go whew,
yeah,
except in China right now, man. 50 years. So as soon as you change the infrastructure, feminism and all that kind of stuff, it will just rise right along with it,
yeah,
and you get it then. Um, and I've always said what she was just saying. People saying that the black women got together with us because they loved us. I said the black women got together because they had to, and all she did was actually, uh, basically say the same thing. She actually said it. We don't have to get together with y'all because we don't need you no more. We were there with you and doing all that stuff because we had to, not because you wanted to. I said, so basically, you just proving my point. So just said, I'm gonna clip this out. I said, this is a lesson because most guys don't believe it, but
Hey,
Southern women actually back it up. Go ahead.
no, I was about to say, I saw the mods. Hey, to the mods, you know how I get, right? If you feel as though somebody lightly tap them on the shoulder with a timeout. If they get too disrespectful, one shot, one kill. Go ahead and kill them. I don't care. I don't play that over here.
Yeah,
Somebody up here talking, we talking, whatever your personal gripes, misconstrues, you can do it with we're
yeah.
intelligent, we're not stupid. We know how to talk.
Mm,
I'm petty. I know how to be petty, real refinement. What I mean? But But go ahead, be just what you were saying. Continue what you said.
I was going to say that um, there's a lot of stuff going on back and forth between male and female that say that what black men are crazy and black women aren't what they are, right? Until you have a young lady like this, and she's basically proving it. Proving it.
You
Black
prove,
women have
huh?
always been this way. It ain't changing no time soon. So you're gonna get what you get. Okay. This is a matriarchy. Okay. It's been a matriarchy. She talked about her grandmother and what Granny did. This didn't start in the 60s and 70s. Okay. This didn't start in the 60s and 70s. In fact, what is it? I was just reading the book because I'm actually getting to the book because I actually put the author up when I did the videos on the Monahan Report by Patterson. Right, he wrote the book "Freedom Is Not Enough." Man, they were writing books about what was going on in the black community back, in the turn of the century. Right, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
had a out of wedlock birth rate in the black community that was like 30%. Okay, that was back then, and those are just rough estimates, probably higher. So what's going on now is not new. In fact, Monahan was saying about the Monahan scissors, right? Um, they thought that they could get the out of wedlock birth rate down, get black women off of welfare if you give men more jobs, give them have more money. And what they found out that wasn't true, and they said we don't know. They said, so we kind of lost it because there's nothing that we can do can actually control it, right? In other words, there's
Mm-hmm.
no effect. There's nothing that we do actually affect what black men and black women do. So there has to be something else, okay? And
Mm-hmm.
basically, basically, it was black men that first started calling the black community matriarchy. It wasn't white people, okay? Because it is. It's been that way since. It's been that way since 1750, when they had black women breed and gave black women control over the children, over the household. So
Mm.
this is nothing new. This is just a continuance of the pattern. So the
Continuous
only
on the
like
path.
the only thing that I've said this, and people have not proved me wrong. The only way that they kept black men and women together like that in this situation is because they limited the choices of black men. Black men could not be with any other woman except black women. Okay, without fear of being lynched or killed. Okay, until Loving versus Virginia in 1968-67. After that,
Wasn't that a white dude and a black woman?
there's a white dude and a black. Yeah,
Okay,
but
yeah, I
yeah,
remember. I remember. I
it
remember that
was
part.
that way. But the thing is, it get rid of all the miscegenation laws, and you can actually
Yeah.
see the chart where basically the out of the interracial marriage rate was higher for women,
Mhm.
for black women, for that. After that, basically exploded for black men.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. I was.
it's
Me and Cerullo was actually looking at that. We was actually looking
yeah.
at but it's still less than what is. We was actually looking it up because just to look it up, and it was actually less than 10% of the total black population interracially date, but it's 90 some percent black males, black men that do it in the black community. And then it's like
and
a
and and
5%,
it
something
and
like
it's
that.
generational because you got to
Yeah.
remember the boomers remember when I was coming up at basically it was like maybe 1%, okay,
Hmm.
interracial marriage, right, with
Yeah.
male and female, right, okay,
Mhm.
it's now 15, okay,
Yeah.
it's now 15,
Especially when you, yeah,
yeah,
like
and now
especially
with
when West.
disease it's going to be 30 or 40.
Yeah, probably. What's
You
the
know,
alpha? What's the generation? Alpha
the,
generation.
the alphas, yeah, the 12 and under alphas.
Yeah. So with them, it's going to be pretty much you talk about. It's going to be a
Assimilation,
assimilation,
yeah,
and then by the
assimilation, yeah,
time I'm
yeah,
probably about 80, then it's going to be more. It's going to be almost homogeneous.
yeah,
Yeah, it's going to be almost homogeneous. Like what I'm saying. Like it is you'll be like unless they're immigrants, you won't really find like
yeah,
one like
yeah,
80 percentile that they're this particular quote unquote
yeah.
racial genome or
Yeah,
whatever.
if we
But
don't if we don't factor in transhumanism and all the other stuff that's might come through, if we just
yeah,
stay on the same path that we on, yeah, that's what's going to happen.
so this is something that I was actually looking at, and I saw this, and this happened in England. And this was
Mm-hmm.
a co-op. I'm gonna bring it up on the screen for
Oh, the
you.
good old Tavistock. Yes, I remember them
Yeah.
from back in
So
the
it was
'80s. Lyndon LaRouche talked about the Tavistock Institute back in the '80s.
yeah. So this guy, he's from England. Well,
Mm-hmm.
he's in England. So this
Yeah.
from the Telegraph. And it said girls who don't like dolls are
Mm-hmm.
treated as transgendered, claims Travis Scott clinic whistleblower. So
Mm-hmm.
this guy, Dr. David Bell, said that those unwilling to unable to conform to gender stereotypes are
Mm-hmm.
misunderstood as being transgender. He says
Okay.
NHS services treat girls who don't like the pink ribbon and dollies as
Mm-hmm.
if they have been born in the wrong body. A Travis Scott whistleblower has warned Dr. David Bell, a former governor at the Gender Identity NHS Trust, said
Mm-hmm.
that under the influence of political lobby groups such as
Mm-hmm.
Stonewall, uh, clinicians believe that the only acceptable explanation for the range of complex issues is that a young person is transgender.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and this is, if you notice, this person here, right? And the reason
Mm-hmm.
I brought this up is because Cara Bell, a 24-year-old woman who took legal action against Travis Stock and Port Trust, arguing that children cannot properly consent to taking puberty blockers.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is, I don't know, like I think this is a, I'm trying to figure out is this a, I think she was a female,
Mm-hmm.
and then because she was like a tomboy,
Mm-hmm.
they gave her the puberty block, and I think this is her mom, and
Yeah.
I think her dad is, I think he might be from the, cause I'm looking at her hair and stuff like he mixed. He probably from like continent somewhere or something like that.
Yeah. Or from
So
the
yeah,
Caribbean. Yes. Yeah.
yeah, the Caribbean or something like that. So
Mm-hmm.
medical intervention support. Now this was around, this was like right before Thanksgiving, and I've noticed that this, it's really brought this up with the CRT thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
he brought it up,
yes.
and you don't
Yeah.
hear
CRT. Yeah.
BLM.
CRT is a Trojan horse, but yeah.
Yeah,
Because
because
that
he
was
said
because
the
because
CRT is a,
because Derek Bell never meant for CRT critical race theory to be this. And everybody I talked to
yeah,
that knows CRT said what they're claiming is critical race theory is not critical race theory.
it's actually gender. It's actually the I say the toaster ovens. We call them toaster ovens.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's not really a toaster, it's not really an oven, but it identifies as both. That's why I call them toaster ovens. 'Cause I
Or
don't feel like saying
or neither.
or neither. Yeah. So and that's what I says. Like, and he brought it up. He said, "Well, look at the BLM, and then you don't hear BLM no more, and then you hear critical race theory. So it's like dog whistle language, and then you get the quote unquote how should I say it? Then you get this right. So I was like, okay, the critical race theory was pointed out, and then you get the gender thing because you see it back to back. But most people are not going to co-opt that, right?
Yeah, critical race theory is actually used as a Trojan horse for I wouldn't even call it far left liberal policies.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even call it far left because it's I don't even know what it is because I don't think it's either left or right. It's just
yeah.
a
It's
different
just
policy. Yeah.
yeah. Is like how they have the words for like alt right. They have the words for
Yeah.
like they don't have a word like we could say far right policies would be
Mhm.
alt right or Proud Boys or whatever. Like
Mhm.
there is no policy for it. The problem is that it's like anything that is quote unquote revolutionary or changing of the norms, they always
Mhm.
put black people in the front of it and then
Mhm.
co-opt it and throw
Yeah.
niggas under the bus after.
Yeah, like
Um,
intersectionalism. Yeah.
yeah,
Or
yeah,
or
that,
or
yeah.
or affirmative action. Yeah.
There you go. And then,
Mhm.
that was co-opted by white women, and then it was actually
Mhm.
then civil rights had been co-opted by the LGBT and the Asians. They just
Mhm.
co-opted that shit to
Basically,
hell.
basically with civil rights, basically, in fact, my advisor used to tell me all the time, right? He said the only way to stop a revolution is redress the grievances. Okay, affirmative action really is the one thing that actually stopped civil rights by redressing grievances. Okay, by giving people jobs, let them participate financially. But the thing is, you don't want to do it too well. So basically, white women and black women, and it's even before the LGBTQ. Uh, uh, well, white women actually convinced black women actually said that actually take it away from the men, because actually affirmative action was actually a jobs program for men. That's all it really was, because that's what the
Yeah.
Kerner Commission was about. Uh, give allowing black men to have jobs and stuff like that, so we can actually blend in with America. But after 1968, which is the Chicago Democratic Convention riots. Okay, they wanted to kill two revolutions, or two movements at the same time, which is civil rights and anti-war. So basically, they took all that shit and gave it to the women, just took it right out of their hands, and
Mm.
started passing policies for feminists on purpose, because most of the feminists didn't even know what the fuck it was until 1970, because the good book called Title IX, because the chick that actually started all this movement, for Title IX and Title 10, all this kind of stuff. She had no clue what it was, or until she walked in, and then and they found out that the Johnson administration was already waiting for her. Yeah, we've been waiting for somebody like you. They had planned this.
Mm. So,
Women are just a proxy for it.
and that's the thing that I always try to get. What I mean, like, and
Hmm.
this is, it's like the thing with, I don't like to treat grown people like children, but
Hmm.
then you have to sometimes treat grown people like children. Um, because when certain things are said and they're stopped right there,
Hmm.
people don't take the extra mile to actually see what's behind the curtain, in which,
Hmm.
what I mean, like, it's like you playing the chessboard. When you learn to play chess, you learn the moves. You're just happy to take a piece here and there.
Hmm.
But the whole point is getting to the king. Box the king in so he can't take any moves, but the game is
Hmm.
over once the king, you actually never take the king off the board.
Hmm.
It's still there. The problem is that when I hear a lot of these guys regurgitating talking points,
Hmm.
they don't take it a step further. They bastardize it and stop at one point and never say, okay, this is this, but the real thing behind the screen is
Hmm.
these group of men. Like, you have to get at the men. You have to bring the men to the table. And if the men do not come to the table, you have to force them to the table.
But thing is, first you have to take the pieces off the board first, and before you can get
Yeah.
to them.
Yeah. You
And
got to
the, and
bypass.
the, you can't bypass. You got to take them off the board,
Mm.
and you have to take them off the board. Okay, if they're in the way, you can't get to the king.
Mm. Mm.
You got to take them off the board. And
Here's one.
basically, if they want the goodies, they want to side, basically, and I've said this, in a few places, right? If black women
Mm.
don't want to get on board, basically, for the most part, for most guys, the black community really has not worked that well for black men. And if you're gonna have black women not wanting to get on board to make this stuff better, then guess what? Let it go. If you want to run it, if you really want to run the black community, and black women want to do it, they want to be independent, want to run it, then if you're going to be in charge, you got to make it. You can't just make it good for yourself and leave your boys and your men out to be wolves like you're competing against them. You got to make it fair and just for everybody.
Mm. So what about, and this is my thought, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
what about, and this is just, is because when people say, help the community and
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that, I understand it. Me and really, we have our conversations.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more of a two. Get your shit together. I have a cutoff. Anybody over the age of 25 is pretty much done. What I mean, you can listen, you can enact, but you're pretty much, frontal lobe is fully developed. You got to figure it out. As far as men concerned, because I
Mm-hmm.
deal with men. Um, what I look at is a selective process.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by the selective processes um, is that people need certain roles, right, in life. Like there's, you know, what I
Okay.
mean, not everybody can fit in the bag of this. Like, you know, like going to college right now, like it just men in general. I was watching these white guys. Instead of they was a part of the, I guess the manosphere, whatever, the white side or whatever they was a part of,
Uh-huh.
and they call themselves the stratosphere now, whatever they call. And this is
Okay.
one guy he was talking, and they was talking about males in college, right?
Okay.
And how 60% of the 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 college people that attended college are women.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they were talking, and the one guy said, "Hmm, how would you feel?" Because he asked the one guy, "How would you feel? I know you don't like affirmative action, but would you entertain the thought of affirmative action for men in college?"
Mm-hmm.
And the guy, the white guy, he said it because I can tell he's a stark Republican guy. He's got that thing about him.
Okay.
He said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah, yes, I want affirmative action for men to get into college and to get all of this feminism stuff out of there.
Yeah,
Like, just
all
get
the
all
good,
this."
well, get all the resources and goodies that they've been giving women, in particular for was it 50 years?
Mhm.
Yeah, of
And
course.
I heard him say it, and then
Mm-hmm.
he was saying because he was like, if you look at this and that and stuff, but he did say one thing that was very telling. He
Mm-hmm.
said the problem is that we have these, and he said it, these goofball men that sit on these boards
Mm-hmm.
that allow this to happen, and
Mm-hmm.
men are not going to college; they're going to trade school, this, that,
Yeah.
and the third. They're
Yeah.
being ITs, they're doing all this other stuff. And I was listening to what he was saying, right? And I was listening to it very intently, and I was like, okay, he doesn't want affirmative action, but if you just listen to it, and he's a white guy,
Mm-hmm.
you're taking that he's not talking. It's about black people. But when I listened to it fully, I was like, oh, he's talking about his women. He's talking about white women because that's who affirmative action actually works for. It doesn't
Right.
work for nobody else but white women and
Yeah.
some Asians sprinkled here and there.
Yeah. The
So
Gucci boots. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So then I was like, okay, cool, no problem. I'm listening to that. I'm listening to what he's saying. So
Mm-hmm.
the problem, and he said, well, this is what we need to do. And then I saw this program where I think it was the university, I think it was Texas or something. It was Texas where they got in trouble. They didn't get in trouble, they brought it up. And they brought it up that they've been denying a lot of female applicants to get more males and giving them student loan programs and grants and stuff like that and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at this on this side of society. I'm looking at it. I'm like, okay, the men are coming together. One, they see the problem. Two, they are righting the ship, fixing the problem through policy, putting their money where their mouth is, and this, that, and the third, right? And I was like, okay, so this is the solution to the problem because it's men who oppose the environment. So, and I see men doing this. I literally see men doing this. Black men, white men, it doesn't matter. I see men doing it. The problem that I have is that if we understand what the problem is, if we
Mm-hmm.
understand how the system plays, understand the adversary, right? Okay, say that, deal with the women, don't deal with the women or whatever. We are concerned about these young black men, these young black boys that are coming up, then not your generation, because it's our generation, the 40, I say between the 28 and over, 28 to
15 to
50,
45.
right? Yeah. So it's our duty to get into these communities, you know, find talent. Not just everybody can come and whatever, but find talent. right? Talented individuals, find talent,
Mm-hmm.
and when I mean talent, not jumping up and down on the stage and rapping. I mean, the kid's just good with his hands mechanically. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? He's a good mathematician. He's good with computers, taking them apart, putting them together, electricians, things of this nature. Because
Right.
when I looked at the pandemic, all of those men with those blue collar jobs, they were
Mm-hmm.
still going to work.
Right.
They were still working.
Yeah.
Like, they were still rolling out the house at umpteen in the morning, and they was getting it done.
Yeah.
So a lot of what I mean, and what I mean, and these and a lot of these things still, even still, they need to be passed on. They need to be pushed forward, and this needs to be because it used to happen. I
Yeah. Well,
grew up
yeah, yeah, and that's why
yeah,
you're
by men, by men.
yeah, well, by men. But the thing
Yeah,
is that uh, policy takes a long. Policy, comes from the top down. And policy for a long time, when you hand it over to women, let women run it, they're going to run it in their interest. So a lot of these trades and that was actually taught to middle school and high schoolers, right? Women didn't
yeah.
need them. So guess what? They weren't emphasized. So guess what happened? They got rid of them.
Mm. That's it.
So
Yeah,
and by the time they figure out that you need these kind of people, 2 generations later,
yeah.
where almost 3 generations later, okay, now you got to undo all that damage because now you brainwashed all these children and all these people that are actually grown up to think a certain way. Now, how do you can't just snap a finger like Thanos unbrainwash these people.
Yeah, you can't.
So
That's what I said. Is like the environment. The environment is evolving, but it has to devolve in certain social situations.
how can
Yeah,
you do it? But if this was like the mid 20th century, I would say
mm,
we got a shot. Man, this 21st century, you're getting ready to go through a 200, with a 250-year change, man. You're
yeah.
right at the cusp of it. They've been talking about it, and it doesn't bode well. Which is why you have the transgender stuff. The reason that you're gonna have transgender stuff, and it might sound outlandish, and so people that don't believe it, with skepticism, and you can go ahead because do I have any proof to actually said it's actually going to happen and play out this way? The reason you have transgender is because the only reason the state is worried about having two sexes because they need to produce children. What happens if you don't need men and women to come together to produce children? You don't care where they put your penis or put your vagina. They don't care because they don't need you, right?
No, yeah.
They can just
I'm like,
they can spin you up. They can just spin up as many kids as they need in a tank.
yep, yeah. And I'm glad Art. Hold on. Seek said, yeah, yeah. That's what I mean. Testing you for altitude, like every
Aptitudes, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
aptitude test for I mean the military does that. Like
Mm-hmm.
you take a military test, it tests you for your aptitude.
AFAB,
Like you might not be good at
AFAB.
yeah, you might not be good at math or what I mean, or math or your English skills or punctuation and all of that. But if you
Mm-hmm.
score high on that scientific or that mechanical shit, oh
Mm-hmm.
you going to be an
Yeah,
engineer.
yeah. That's
Yeah,
one of the few guys that actually qualified for every
yeah,
job. That was
yeah.
weird.
Yeah, but that's and that's what and that was a thing. Like
Uh-huh.
I was sitting here and I was like, that's going to happen. But I'm glad Art brought this up and trades went foreign more than local. Yes, because capitalism. That's
Mm-hmm.
capitalism.
Yeah.
This is, yeah, it's you can you don't. I'm like that's what I said. Like the scales about there's a balancing of society. Well, it's not even a balance. It's kind of like uh, those one man, two man little trains they have on the train track where the guys pushing down on the thing
Oh
and
yeah,
the other
yeah,
guy
yeah,
put
yeah,
it.
yeah.
That's what civilization is usually is, and the problem is that your trade jobs went overseas, yes,
Yes.
because of capitalism, but because of
Mm-hmm.
heavy-handed unionization. Um,
Nah, not really
you know what I'm saying?
because Germany didn't allow it. Germany's still heavily unionized, much more than the
Yeah,
United States, and
mhm,
Germany's still rolling. Okay,
yeah,
it's capitalism is because you want to make maximum profit. That's not. That's called mercantilism. That's been going on since the 1500s. This
mm,
that's not new, and and basically, China, they fell for the trap. Basically, the
Yeah.
Asians sold them a deal they couldn't refuse, which is cheap labor.
Yeah, cool. Like I was watching something. I was trying to find a video on it because I was about to do this. Because
Mm-hmm.
get tired of these dudes talking about going overseas and shit and all this other crazy
Mm-hmm.
shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
yo, I'm like, yo, if you going over
Yeah.
there, fuck dirty
Yeah.
foot bitches,
Yeah.
that's on you. But don't
Yeah.
send dudes overseas and have them get set up for the flim flam. So what I was actually sitting up there and I was like, I was looking at it and then I was, I was going to do this video and I finally found the tape,
What?
the site where I could get it and it's
Mm-hmm.
not going to get hit. It was
Mm-hmm.
about China and Hong Kong, really,
Mm-hmm.
and their what's the name? Those cage houses. Like they got like five people in one room living in
Yeah.
cage.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's
you
comes.
know,
Yeah. That comes. There's a good book called Slavery's Capitalism. That's just a repeat of the cotton fields. That's all it is. That stuff went worldwide. That stuff never existed before the cotton fields. So they took
yeah,
that slavery, that cotton slavery model, and exported it all over the world and called it capitalism. So basically, this is a capitalist model. They did it. It started in the antebellum slavery within the cotton fields, and then when the Industrial Revolution came, they exported to Northern Europe because it's so successful, made so much money.
mm-hmm.
They exported to every place else. So all when you see the when you see those that kind of setup, all those are like just a replication of slave quarters. That's how you can get the maximum output out of a human being.
Yeah,
But I suggest the read the book called Slavery's Capitalism because that's what they talked about. Because basically, Northern Europe, United States, the cotton fields and cotton slaves actually generated like 80% of United States and Northern Europe's profits, just by themselves.
yeah.
So you had 3 million people generating all that profit, and they had a measure to
Then
keep to actually produce more and more output every year. It was actually brutal. So that kind of brutality, that kind of setup, is actually exported from the slave fields.
yeah, I'm like like I see it. Like I literally, being in Asia, I see it. Like
Mm-hmm.
I've been seeing it for like 20 years. Like you go,
Mm-hmm.
like, what I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you go
Yeah.
in a little spot, and you see like being like see motherfuckers like in the back. They shut the door with a fucking leg, motherfucking chain to the goddamn.
Yeah, the chain to it.
Man.
Exactly, chain to it. It was the same way they used to have to. They have to lock the dorms for the women in the
Yep,
cotton spinning the
the
garment
loom.
factory, right? The
Yeah,
looms right there
yeah.
back in the late 1800s, of the late 1700s, 18th century, and early 19th century. They had to lock them in, okay, because they were working them 17 hours a day, 6 days a week.
Yep,
Men, women, and
exactly.
children. Yeah.
Yeah. We got to like and that's why I say this a lot. Like I said,
Hmm.
I tell like guys they sit up there and they say a lot of stuff, and
Yeah.
I sit up there and they're like we want the patriarchy, and I listen to a lot of these guys and I say it and I stand on
Hmm.
this. I said if you were actually in a patriarchy, a lot of the way that you niggas are whining, you wouldn't exist.
Yeah, that's true.
You will be wiped out of existence. Like I'm like actually men's suicide rates are higher in a patriarchy. Like it's like it's and depending on what type of culture of that patriarchy you're
Yeah.
actually in.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't even exist because you wouldn't even you wouldn't be allowed to be bred. Like
Hmm.
it wouldn't have been a thing. Like it's not you wouldn't have your father if you're saying with how it went, you would be like the 1 percentile. And I'm not saying that you wouldn't be in a slum, but it would be working. You would, what I mean, he would be there because the way the patriarchy works. But that doesn't mean he wouldn't barely be living above. Um, you know, he would still be living in poverty. It just
Hmm.
they just be together, like in the Philippines, like motherfuckers got full families and they sleeping in graveyards on gravestones.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's like it's like people like your form of culture, patriarchal, matriarchal, or whatever it is, that is your social construct, but with your actual form of governance of the
Mm-hmm.
people and how it works, that's a whole different ballgame. So that plays in flat, but you have to have something that incentivize these things. Like
Yeah.
there's no incentivization, for a marriage to stay together. And the reason why I tell people is like this: look, marriage is about finances.
Mm-hmm.
It's the
Survival.
financial contract of two families coming together.
It was
It-
survival. You know,
that's
I
that's what
mean,
it's
for people, for families with
yeah,
money, is blending two families. But the
yeah,
thing is, for poor people, it's survival.
yeah. That's
Just
and
like
that's what it's yeah, and
just
that's
like
what
the
it
young lady, just like the lady that was on with me. She said the same thing. She said exactly the same thing.
yeah, yeah,
Survival.
yeah. And women say it. And
Mm-hmm.
women say it a lot. Women say it a lot. They just say it in a different they just say it in different verbiage.
Yeah.
And I realize a lot of these guys don't accept it. They don't accept it, and it's okay. It's all right. It's fine.
They
You
they
you
they weren't
weren't you
they weren't
weren't
so
selected. Yeah,
no,
just go
they
play
weren't
the game.
they weren't socialized to accept it. They because societies like this keep pumping the same message out, even though it doesn't work anymore. But the thing is, I have this argument all the time. I said because I always ask the quiz, right? Because the black community is the worst, blah blah blah. I said okay. I said what group of women have the highest out of wedlock birth rate? Oh,
Yeah.
black Americans. I said not even close. I said Colombian women, 85%.
Hold on, wait a minute, hold on. You gotta say that you for a little bit louder with the kids in the back with the goddamn, uh, you know, with 'cause-
No, I said Colombia. You can look it up, but Colombia has the highest out of wedlock birth rate on the planet at 85%.
I know. I just wanted to
Yeah,
make sure somebody
the
heard
the
that.
the
Like,
the,
like
the Western Europe has the average out of wedlock birth rate of 50%, average of all the countries, right?
yeah, highest.
France is 70%.
Hmm. Yeah, France is
So
France is 70. What is it? Think what was next? Germany,
it would probably be Sweden, one of the Nordic countries, either
Sweden.
the
Yeah,
Norway or Finland or something like that. One of the Nordic countries.
yeah, yeah.
Spain, would you think is
No,
patriarchal, is 50%, right? So is Italy.
yeah,
Okay, the only the one thing to say about a patriarchal country, right? They have a low out of wedlock birth rate, like Japan, China, Singapore, Korea, even Greece. Greece is a highly patriarchal country, the old-fashioned patriarch, not this loose thing of feminism, matriarchy we call patriarchy in the West, right? Their out of wedlock birth rate is like 9%. Okay,
yeah.
but the thing is, what's going to happen to you? What happens to your birth rate if you do that? It goes in the toilet because women still aren't going to have babies
Yeah, yeah,
because they don't have to.
yeah.
They don't need you. Okay, they don't have to. So if they don't have to, guess what's going to happen? That's how come the lowest, a patriarchal country has the lowest out of wedlock birth rate. Also, the lowest birth rate is South Korea. South Korea is the first country I've ever seen to have a less than one baby per woman fertility rate.
Hmm.
That's
Yeah,
and that's since 1960. 60 years they gone from 95% marriage and 6 children per female down to uh, uh, the marriage rate down to 50% and less than one child per woman in 60 years because of the modernization is what it is. That's the environment. China's
yeah,
going through the same thing. Women are refusing to marry, refusing to have kids the same way. So
yeah.
any place this
But they
industrial
got a
revolution
female.
touches is going to happen.
They got a the because I was looking at this thing on they got the thing Asian boss and they got something else.
Hmm.
Um, and I saw this thing like and it was rich families when their sons die, right? Because it's bad luck, like
Hmm.
because they're very superstitious in China. and they would literally go to villages and hire women
Mm-hmm.
to come be at their son's funeral to act like it's their wife or their fiance or some shit. Because they have a female, like they have a shortage of women. Period. Because of that one child policy they had back in the 70s, 80s or something.
You know, we're
Yeah,
talking China.
they have an overpopulation of men. They
Yeah,
have too many men. Like for
yeah,
every one Chinese woman, it's like 3 or 4 or 5 men. It's
yeah.
like,
If they're single, yeah.
yeah. No. I mean, they talk about just in population. Period. Like it's men. Like it's too many men in China.
They're,
Like
they're, they're, they're basically, yeah, we have basically supposed to be close to equal. Maybe 5% more men, but in China, I think it's like 25% more men. Like a quarter,
yeah,
yeah, way too many men. It's actually throwing everything
yeah,
out of
way
balance.
too many. Way too many. That's,
Yeah.
I'm like because I had a dude from he was from Botswana,
Mm-hmm.
and he was from Botswana, and they had a deal with China. You know, China was doing anything. It was in Africa, in the continent, all of
Mm-hmm.
the countries in the continent. I think
Right.
when they started around 2016, 17, 2016,
Probably starts.
it was really pushed.
Okay.
So he was telling me that the Botswana government
Mm-hmm.
put out like a policy
Mm-hmm.
that what the Chinese men were doing was they were coming, setting
Mm-hmm.
up. They get Botswana woman. They didn't give a fuck about that. Get pregnant,
Mm-hmm.
have the kid, then basically say, hey, I'm gonna take the kid to go meet the parents because it's a Chinese tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Take the kid to go meet the parents, come
Mm-hmm.
back without the kid.
Mm-hmm.
And the Botswana government had to put a kibosh on that shit
Mm-hmm.
because what they were literally doing was they were having the kids come off in China
Mm-hmm.
and then coming back, and they were making sure they were bringing the females. They were bringing the females and dropping them off
Mm-hmm.
in China, and they found out that this was a government funded thing that they were doing. The Chinese were
Yeah,
doing.
of
Chinese
course.
men were
Yeah.
doing. So
Yeah.
yeah, so they basically, you know what I'm saying. So the
Yeah.
Botswana government was like, they was like, I said, oh, so they basically stopped at the airport so they couldn't take the kids? No, he said the Botswana government didn't give a fuck about that. I said, what? He said, no. He said, no. If you leave and take these bitches with you.
Oh yeah.
I was like, oh my god, bro. I was like, what? He's like,
Don't
yeah.
just you
He's like,
don't
yeah,
use them for a womb. Yeah.
yeah.
And
Just
keep them
take them
here.
with you.
Yeah. If you marry them, take them with you. Yeah.
Yeah. He said, if you marry him, you had a kid with him, take him
Mm-hmm.
with you. Leave.
Mm-hmm.
Don't leave him here. And then because they have a, because they got a child, then they're here. And then when the men would come back, they just, they just boot the woman out the house. Like get
Yeah.
in the boy, boot the woman out the house, and then now she's just out there, just, whatever.
Yeah.
Take it
And
with
now society has to take care of her. Yeah.
you. Yeah, society has
And
to
now
take care of it. And I
and
was
now
like,
she's
wow.
no good for the other guys.
Yeah, yeah. And he was saying, and then he was saying, like, that thing with the Bokum John thing,
Yeah.
with the baby farms, right? With you had
Yeah.
the girls,
Booker Ram. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, Bokum Ron, right?
Yeah.
But what was actually happening was a lot of those girls, like everybody thought Bokum Ron was just taking the girl, having the babies and doing the child soldier thing or whatever. He's like,
No.
nah. He's
They're
like, the
selling
babies was born and they were getting shipped their ass over into China.
China to Europe.
Yep, Europe.
Yeah.
Yep, China,
Yeah.
Europe. Yep.
It's probably Europe more likely. That's where they were
Yeah.
headed. Yeah.
And then the placentas was actually sent over for the stem cell research over here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That actually was more than the actual the selling of the children.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, then they start finding traces of the of it happening in the U.S. You know what I mean? And then and people don't even know those COPA things that we got right now on YouTube with the whole child thing. That was
Mm-hmm.
actually them using YouTube as a way of moving stuff around with the pedo stuff and all the other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's I'm when he was telling me this, and I was like, oh, so every country right now, like you said, there's a worldwide thing where the birth rates are low
Yeah.
overall. Now in the
Mm-hmm.
United States, the birth rates are low because of the unincentivization of marriage and stuff like
Partly.
that.
Partially. Yeah.
Yeah,
Partially.
partially,
Yeah.
but it's
Yeah.
that's that. But the United States, what, like 500 years, so take give or take, right? five, 600 years as a nation, right? Relatively young. They're still like what, like tied to these
Two,
other, yeah,
yeah, like 250, something like that, as a nation.
yeah. So
Yeah.
they're pretty much toddlers. Like if you talk about a country or a nation, like yeah. So then you got Europe, they're going through their thing, and then you have Asia where they incentivize patriarchy and all of that stuff, and yada yada. And they're going through their thing, and my thing, what I really think it is
Hmm.
that it's the fifth dimension taking over.
What do you
Like
mean by
that's
fifth
and when
dimension?
I mean like the fifth dimension, I mean like the interaction of the internet, right? The people
Uh,
are building closer relationships with people
that's part of it.
that
Yeah.
are, yeah,
Part of
that
it.
are,
Basically, okay, this is, and Quigley said this, man. That's how come everybody's
mm-hmm,
got to reach tragedy and hope, right?
mm-hmm,
Quigley actually outlined, Quigley's actually correct. Quigley actually predicted um, that mercantilism was actually going to happen even before it did, right? The export of jobs and to get money and get goods back, right? Because there's an imbalance. He actually said that back in 1965. But the thing is, what he said about Western civilization, right? There's six things that's seven things that Western civilization was actually built on, and the seventh was his ideology, right? So the ideology has produced feminism, equal rights for women, blah blah blah, all that kind of shit, right? Is basically the ideology that it was built on, but the infrastructure, right? The weapons, the farming, the machines, the transportation, all that kind of stuff, right? The medicine, all that kind of stuff that countries actually want, right? He said if you adopt that, you adopt it to the fullest, that's what's going to happen. You're going to change the environment, and guess what? Western civilization ideologies that's going to follow. And you can I didn't believe it until I started seeing it, right? You can see it as soon as a country starts to modernize, right? Bring in all the different accoutrements um, that are happening, right? That goes along with a first world country. They're going to adopt everything else. So the reason that women that out of wedlock birth rates explode in Colombia is because they're bringing in jobs in industries that don't depend on the traditional male strength. The women don't need to have their men. They don't need to have their men to survive. Korea, the same thing. Look at Korea, man. They have women, basically single women in their 40s, dying alone, right? Because they don't want to get married because they can survive without their men. China's going through it right now. Okay, basically, but China had this big thing with women actually being concubines for rich men, and then when they get to be 30, they get tossed out. So now they're looking to bring in Western men that are more amenable to their sensibilities. Yeah, what they call, like you say, Asian boss women. So basically, as you bring in the infrastructure, this is going to happen, and then you layer that on top of Mouse Utopia, where you get people. Like Japan, the grass eaters, right? What's the big thing going across Asia right now? Okay, especially China.
mm-hmm.
What's the phenomenon? Li-
Uh,
Lying flat, right?
yeah.
Doing the minimal, do the minimal amount of work just enough to survive. And these are the young men, right? Where have you heard that before?
Yeah, yeah. I'm like, you do that in America all the time.
I'm gonna say this, but what I'm saying is,
Mhm.
you've heard that Japan is famous for it, the grass eater, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what you have is the grass eaters in Korea and in China, and since COVID, it's spread throughout the whole world.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, it's not as, I'll say like this is that um, Japan hasn't had, since I've been on the news, since I've been watching news, Japan hasn't had a COVID death since like September, mid September.
Right.
But most of Japan's COVID deaths came from people that had pre existing conditions
Yeah, that's
already.
most
So
people.
yeah,
Well, that's most people anyway. Yeah, yeah. What I'm saying is, it's not the COVID things. The thing is that all COVID did when they suspended industries, right? Is is had a break about people actually grinding it on their grindstone on that with the shoulder to the wheel, right? They had a break
Yeah,
and said,
6
okay,
days a week.
living,
Yeah,
yeah, living this way doesn't make any sense. So basically, they said we're not going back to that.
yeah.
So
That,
COVID actually accelerated it.
and well, the other thing is like the major part of COVID was that uh, companies had to provide housing um, for married men uh, because they had to actually be home with their wife, and they were petitioning for divorces.
They want to beat them.
Yeah, because yeah, it was the younger generation and stuff. Like, and when I mean the younger generation, young in Japan is like 50
Hmm.
because they live to be
Oh,
80, like
okay.
80, 85 on average. They live
Hmm.
to be 80. The average age of a Japanese person, male, is 85. Female is like 90.
Wow, average?
Yeah. Average, yeah, average, yeah. They
Get
have,
out,
yeah,
get,
average.
get the hell out of here.
Yeah,
Average.
average, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Like, yeah, you see a 75-year-old dude still working, like it's normal.
Well, sayonara, Japan.
Hmm.
Well, they're gonna see a lot of. They have to import people. That's all. Just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Europe's
That's
doing.
that's that's what the Olympics was for. Like that's what the Olympics actually was for. It was to promote because after the Japan always kept their immigration the
Low.
highest it's
Yeah.
ever been
Mm-hmm.
was 8%. The lowest it has actually been after they had that like that big technological wave and stuff in the late 70s, 80s and
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The lowest it was actually was about 5.
Yeah.
The immigration in Japan after this is pre-COVID,
Mm-hmm.
after the earthquake,
Mm-hmm.
dropped down to 3%. Now it's like 2%,
Okay.
like 2%. And when they did the immigration first, then because this is mainly European male, they like from Europe, like
Okay.
Americans don't even count for unless they don't even count the military because that's a social thing. But talking about coming over to Japan, actually
Mm-hmm.
being in the country, working in the country, expatting or whatever holiday
Mm-hmm.
visas where you can stay for a year and working and stuff. It's actually Europe and Canada.
Mm-hmm.
So it is usually European men. After the earthquake happened, they didn't come back.
Okay.
Um, they didn't come back, and they needed a new wave. So they tried to use the Southeast Asians, tried to use the
Oh.
Filipinos, tried to use the Cambodians, the
Mm-hmm.
Vietnamese,
Mm-hmm.
Burma, all of that, right? Tried to use all of those, right? Thai,
Mm-hmm.
all of that. That didn't work because they're like Mexicans.
Mm-hmm.
They immigrate like Mexicans. They bring their culture with them. They stay in their
Mm-hmm.
little hovels, and then only the women will come, and then they'll just get they get pregnant, get the whole family over, home, build up an empire, and get the dude to move with them. So so that doesn't help. You wanted them to stay in Japan, right?
Okay.
So they said, okay, the only people that's going to take this fucking trap ticket, right, is
Mm-hmm.
European men. So that's why they were so adamant in putting all that money to get the Olympics and doing it anyway, even though COVID was happening, is to get
Yeah.
European men back into Japan because they know where it is. They know that the Japanese or the Asian woman is the stargate for European men.
Mm. Okay.
They know. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I listen. Listen, if you want to piss off a white man, walk around with an Asian chick,
Oh.
bro. I don't care about you with they Beckies, but you walk and you can't just have any type of Asian chick. You gotta have the three. You
What they
gotta have
like, huh?
yeah, you gotta have a Japanese, a Chinese, or a Korean. Well, Korean women are evil, but pretty much a
Oh.
Japanese, a Chinese, or a Korean. And if you want to switch out to Korean, you gotta get you a Russian.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, most black guys are not don't like those three anyway. They like Filipinos, Thai, and
Yeah,
maybe Malaysian. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Filipino,
Vietnamese, Thai, maybe yeah, Malaysian,
yeah, or,
Vietnamese.
yeah,
Yeah.
or those niggerized Korean chicks that wearing the Jordans.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Well, yes, kinda.
Yeah, we call them the Ling Lings. They went the Ling Lings of the world. We were the Ling Lings. Like, yeah. No, but no, but just just the that's the thing. Like Japan never keep the immigrations low. China Korea keeps their immigrations pretty much about the same, about 8-10%. It's the other countries that keep their immigrations high at a 15 to 20 percentile. You're talking about Cambodia, Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia,
Mm-hmm.
and the Philippines. But the guys that immigrate over there are usually 50 and over,
Yeah.
retirement. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Yeah,
Bringing over
bring it
American
over the
dollars.
bread.
Yeah.
What's old dude on Big Ed on 90 Day Fiance looking motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It makes sense.
Mhm.
Retirees don't impact the labor force, and they bring over their Social Security and whatever retirement they have to
Yeah.
spend inside the environment. So inside
Now,
the economy, which is something
I
I told the
do,
Africans a long time ago.
yeah, to the Africans. Now the
Yeah.
Africans, now they like now, and this is the other thing that I always tell a dude, like
Mm-hmm.
about this travel stuff. Um, there's a difference between visiting and living somewhere.
Mm-hmm. There is.
Total difference.
Yep.
Difference between visiting and living somewhere. My whole thing is that if you travel, especially nowadays in this day and age,
Mm-hmm.
travel travel your ass responsible. Don't
Yeah.
get your ass, being like, especially if you're black. Don't get your ass fucking him the fuck up. Like it's not like you gonna do something stupid. This motherfucker gonna do some stupid shit to you because you're a 6 figure nigga once you trade in them to the pesos.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's another thing. That's another problem that I have when these guys are talking, where um, they're not giving actual like tools and things that you're supposed to know. Like make sure somebody knows where you're going, keep in constant contact with people when you're on vacation, when you're out the country. Travel with another person. Like
Yeah.
don't go by yourself. Travel with a group of people. Um, Make some friends and some connections over there. So when you
Mm-hmm.
visit again, look for some
Yeah.
business opportunities, motherfucker. Look for some business opportunities. Like
Yeah.
yo,
If you're gonna travel off, if you're getting off the beaten path, if you stay in the tourist areas,
mhm,
you're probably not gonna run into too much because the last thing they want is basically the tourists to start getting hurt and fucking
yeah,
up their money. The thing is,
fuck 'em.
if you're gonna go be adventurous, yeah, then you have to have you know you got to have hell of a lot more precaution. I would say learn how to speak the language.
Yeah,
Okay, if you really want to get adventurous, you're just gonna be a tourist. You're gonna be in a hotel, do the tourist thing. You're fine. But if you're gonna be more adventurous, travel to seedy places and seedy bars, yeah,
mhm.
you
Yeah.
got to
My
be
thing is
careful where you are.
this. Is my thing is this. I understand why people, your first travel, you want to travel somewhere is relatively cheap, so your pocketbook, you stretch out your
Mm-hmm.
wallet, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Can for 2022, can we get an infrastructure travel challenge? Can we travel to a place where they got actual infrastructure, like they got roads and like they don't have rolling blackouts and people, females at the bare minimum got stoves. Like, can we travel someplace where
I think you
what I
do.
mean, where there's some infrastructure? Like it's
Uh,
like it's some like when you're going there. Like, can we get some traveling to some places where it's
I
like,
mean,
you know what?
how many black dudes really travel like the white boys in backpacking? They don't travel like that, man. There ain't no toilet. Black men are out. They're not used to that.
Hmm. But that's what I mean. Like that's that's what getting. You know what I mean? Like I'm like it's good to travel like that. I'm like you just got to get in like someplace like Europe,
Mm-hmm.
and once you're there, everywhere else to travel is cheap. Like it's like 100 to fly from Spain to Italy and over
Mm-hmm.
here, stay in a night like a nice little bullshit ass hotel and shit that's like right there in the city and go enjoy yourself. I'm like it's the thing that I don't what I mean like everything is you know everything is like this you want to if my thing is this is that through my travels
Mm-hmm.
being in a country where okay, yeah, my $1 is $3 or $5 worth of their money. Okay, that's cool. But there's a different type of feeling of walking around a country where currency is damn near equivalent, and I'm just walking and being. Like
Okay.
it's a difference because then your mind changes things. Now you can actually have a conversation, and then you realize something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't realize I was American until I was in Europe, or
Okay.
until I didn't. And what I mean by that is when I was having a conversation with someone in Europe, they had the same conversation. We looked the same, but they grew up in Europe. They were like third generation. They grew up in Europe, and they had
Uh-huh.
European friends. But they all said it. That's that American mindset. You're so American, right?
Yeah.
And then it
Yeah.
didn't hit me until then, like because
Okay.
a lot of black people we have sub contexts to things, and that's why. But a lot of black people that I see that has a problem with my generation and younger is that we don't see ourselves as American, and therefore don't do what our predecessors did, and at least try to use the system to garner
Uh-huh.
some type of change and not resting at the wheel. You know, that's just
Mm,
that's
we,
just that's just my little observation.
so when you say predecessors, what do you mean? Because I'm not
What
following
I,
you.
what I mean is like like the policies that we did put in play with the civil rights movement and certain things like
Mm-hmm.
that. They got things done for us
Yeah.
to a certain degree, right?
Yeah.
There's, you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And
The
we
one thing,
don't,
the
yeah,
thing y'all had to pick up the ball and go further.
yeah, and but but the problem is that, and I know with my generation is it's like the crack epidemic in the 80s, right? Late
Mm-hmm.
70s, 80s, right, bro?
Mm-hmm.
It was like the how should I say? It's like I don't know what it was after slavery
Mm-hmm.
was, because no one. I'm like, people that lived, they probably already died already.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
what I think the crack epidemic was, if I can akin it to that, is that the
Mm-hmm.
crack epidemic was, it was like after slavery, they start
Mm-hmm.
releasing letting black people go free, and
Mm-hmm.
then they came up with those vagrancy laws to put niggas back in prison.
Mm,
You know what I mean?
okay.
It's like it was like,
It was unintended consequence.
yeah,
That
it was,
the
it was intended, but it was
no
intended so
no
we
no
don't.
it was unintended consequence. They didn't. If you go back and look at it and go back and look at the read the stuff right and go back and look at their plan, they had no idea this stuff was gonna get out of hand like it did. They didn't. They didn't.
The
Go,
slavery
go.
or the
No, no. I'm
I
talking
mean
about the crack. The crack.
the crack
Okay,
epidemic.
slavery. Okay, if you understand slavery, right? If you understand,
Right.
because I had to go back and listen, right? Because normally we listen to the northern side, right? The victors actually wrote the history, right? You hear
Right.
their story, right? Okay. Every now and then you got to go back and listen to the southerners, right? The rednecks, what their story is, and then compare the two, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just think of it, okay? You're president of the United States, right? Lincoln went to war over money. He didn't go to war over slavery. Okay, he went to war over money. He wanted to build a transcontinental railroad, and he needed to
Mm-hmm.
have tax. Guess where the 80% of the money was coming from? Of the budget, United States budget. Where's it coming from?
Slavery. It's out.
Slavery. Okay.
Slavery.
So in
Yeah.
South Carolina, said we didn't when we're gonna separate, we're gonna take the money
Mm-hmm.
with us, and the whole South with us, and we're gonna form our own confederacy, right? Guess what had happened to the North if that had happened? It had wilted and died, right? Okay. So you fight, you go 4 years, you fight a war, you basically, the war tactic was actually free their economic base, which is slaves, and you win a war, right? But
Mm-hmm.
guess what you just did? You released your whole labor force that's generating all the money. What do you got to do with them?
Yeah. Put them back to
If
work.
you get come back to work, right? That's why. So basically, after 7 years, all right, Negroes, you when you had your little freedom, you had your little taste. Guess what you got to do now? Got to put your
Let me
ass
get
back
back
to
to
work
work.
because 80% of the gross income of the United States budget is actually paid for by the South, generated from those people on them cotton fields. In fact,
Yep.
Europe's economy depended on you putting these people back to work. It's money. And
Hmm.
basically, when the cotton pickers, when the cotton picking machines came up, you didn't need these people to pick cotton anymore. Guess what you got? Civil rights. So part of it
Yep.
is you pressing for it. Part of it is timing. And like Deep Throat says, follow the money.
Yeah. Follow the money, and that's what I mean is my and I look at it like the my generation, because I
Mm-hmm.
look back, right? I look at my uncles and aunts. I look at
Mm-hmm.
their generation,
Right.
and I can remember in their generation when they were about 30, they were politically conscious. Like I remember my uncles talking about the Black Caucus, and they was out voting and putting the little things in the in the lawn. Vote for this guy. Seeing it in the neighborhood. Baltimore, just seeing it in the neighborhood. And I look at my generation, and it's this weird thing about us. It's like it's like I don't know. It's like the No Child Left Behind, like the Pinocchio thing when it comes to like yo, like y'all niggas is 40. You know that y'all supposed to be like running the country like in the next 10 years, right? Like far as like policy, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
y'all niggas like y'all niggas can set forth the policy. Like yo, they fell asleep at the wheel. They got an opioid crisis, my nigga.
Mm-hmm.
You can do that. What are you doing?
They,
What are
they've
you
been
doing?
you can't. They've been socialized and
Mhm.
brainwashed, man.
Yeah.
It takes a long time to do it. Look at feminism, man. I always listen, right? I read the
Mhm.
feminist literature and I listen. I listen to see if they're gonna repeat the same things that the feminists did, that the feminists put in them. 9 times out of 10, they do. It takes a while to
Mhm.
re-socialize people, unless you're gonna do what Mao did, which is purge people and start all over with young folks.
I'm all with that.
Good luck. Good luck with 400 million
I
guns,
know,
boss.
right? I'm like, I'm
Hmm.
all with that. No, I'm just saying, like, that's what I said. That's why I said natural selection, right? Like
Uh-huh.
sometimes we're so evolved as a society that we get in the way of natural selection.
Natural selection is going to be history in about 20 years.
Hmm. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I know it. Like I know it. I know it's a thing. Uh, like people, we don't even fight wars the way that wars were fought back
You can't. You know why
then.
that is.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay,
It's
it's
war,
called
yeah,
nukes. You can't fight that
yeah,
way.
yeah.
Fletcher
I'm like
probably
even
said.
yeah, even when we like when it's even like the things are it's like I see my generation kind of like they're like asleep at the wheel,
Yeah,
and I
it's
know
supposed to be.
why. I know
It's
why because
it's
we
supposed to
grew up
be.
too fast.
Not really. Yeah,
Well,
actually, it didn't grow up fast at all.
like the whole. What I mean is like the whole. What I mean by too fast is like the latchkey generation. Like we didn't have the prototypical oversight that was needed. You know,
Not
like,
okay. Okay, go back to the early 20th century, late 18th century, right? Where you're 11 years old and basically expected to work like a man.
that's true. That's true.
Or 8, 9 years old. I'm trying to remember his name. Got out of slavery, right? He's 9 years old, man. He's working in a coal factory, okay,
Hmm.
making charcoal, right? Okay, he's 8, 9 years old. He's working 8, 9 hours a day, okay. That's growing up too fast, okay. What's wrong with millennials is called delayed childhood, okay.
Yeah,
We fought a long
go to
time
childhood. Man.
so to extend childhood, right? Um, if you go back, if you really go back and look at it, people think that you guys grew up too fast. No, you didn't. That's I listen to millennials. I mean, listen how you talk. You guys, basically, if you go to like a go, you've been in third world countries, right? Okay,
Yeah,
these so-called kids are getting, the man is 16 and the girl is 30, the wife is 13. Okay,
Yeah,
you
that's it.
you guys are not growing up too fast. She's got by the time she gets 17, 18 years old, she's got a husband and she's got 3 kids, keeping up a household. You guys didn't
Yep.
grow up like that, so it's a
Yeah.
delayed childhood.
Yeah.
That's growing up fast. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, from the what's the generation after us? Was it? Well, I was born in '81,
So
so
you're a millennial, yeah. So
yeah.
and after you
So
guys are Generation Z, they're
Z,
like
Z.
they're turning
So
Z's are turning like 24, 25 this year.
yeah. So those kids and stuff. So now when this is like because my middle son's 23, and my youngest son is 17.
Yeah,
So
he's a Z.
yeah,
We'll
he's
be a Z. We'll be Z in America. Let's put it that way.
yeah. So the problem is that
Mm-hmm.
when I look at them, like when I look
Uh
at
huh.
them,
Uh
is
huh.
that not my kids, but when I because I kind of raised them old school as much as possible.
Yeah.
When I look at American Z's
Mm-hmm.
and stuff, like a lot of them in the newer generation, like they don't have that rite of passage of working a job, like a part-time job,
Yeah.
you know. And it's not because they didn't want to, is they couldn't because the economy was so fucked up. We had grown folk working part-time jobs to make ends
It,
meet.
it, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's also mechanized. So the
Mhm.
jobs that would normally be there, where kids were simpler jobs where kids could actually do don't exist anymore because
Yeah,
you have to keep them in school longer because the environment that they're coming into is so complex. Okay, it takes more education. Okay, like there's no way. There's no way a 10-year-old, 11-year-old that can't read or write could actually get out into workforce nowadays and have a job. There's no jobs for them out there.
yeah, it's nothing. Like,
It's nothing.
it,
Yeah.
and
Whereas, my lawn man, he died maybe 6, 7 years ago. He died at 100 years old. Right. He was born, I would say, at the turn of the century,
mm,
and basically, his mother, where was he? He wasn't in New Orleans. I think he was in. Was he in Mississippi? Okay. No, he's in. Yeah, I think he was in New Orleans. And his mother put him out at 11 years old because she got a new husband. She put him out. So he had to go out and work and survive, and he did
figure it
at
out.
11. Yeah, yeah, he had to figure out. But
Yeah,
that's not uncommon. You
yeah,
know, there's a whole bunch of stories that fathers tell where they got put out of the house at 11, 12, 13, and they went out and functioned. It was
yeah,
rough for a second, but they functioned just fine. But that, like I said, that world doesn't exist anymore.
I got kicked out of the house at 14, but I got kicked out at 14. That and that's what that's what I kind of look at them
Hmm.
a little bit. It's just it's just like I see how it's changing, how it was going on. Like my son now, like my son, he uh, like compared to like my peers' children, and
Hmm.
I'm not because it's a different culture. So I'm talking about the peers that I have, like guys that live over here that married and all this other stuff and whatever. And they look at my sons, and they'll be my sons, my youngest son and their son will be sitting in the room. They'll be talking,
Okay. Uh huh.
and then my son will walk out of the room
Hmm.
and like, Dad, can I talk to you for a second? And I'm like, what's going on? I can't relate to this. Like, I understand, your friend is over here, but
Hmm.
I can't have a conversation with this dude. You too much of a kid. Like, I can't talk to
Hmm.
you.
Yeah.
He said, I'm gonna do it, Dad, but yeah, I'm about to go to work. Like, he gotta figure it out. Like my niece,
Hmm.
like it's a 17-year-old, uh, like he was 16, whatever. My niece is like 13, 14.
Okay.
He has more in common mentally with my niece,
Hmm.
just how they acted and stuff, than
Hmm.
actual like my 16, 17-year-old son. That's his age, because
Okay.
the way that I raised my
Right.
son was like, hey, yo,
Yeah.
rite of passage, bro. Yo, you get a little job because
Yeah.
own businesses. You get a little
Yeah.
job, you learn how to run the shop, you run this, you run that, you see
Mm-hmm.
how this is.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, hey, yeah, Dad, I want to go over here. Yo, go ahead, man, go ahead, do whatever.
Yeah.
Can I get
It,
some money? Nigga, you got a job, don't you? So how you
mm-hmm.
gonna get there? Like how you gonna get back? Like you got a
Yeah.
job, you go. Like go. And he doesn't get that, but I said I understand it in this day and age because you don't got to leave the house for shit. Really,
Yeah.
you don't. Everything comes to the house. Like you don't got to go shopping. You just go online, go on your phone, buy some shit, then be there by the
Yeah.
evening if you got Amazon Prime. Like everything, social. This whole generation,
Mm-hmm.
the newer generation, I see it over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
The social awkwardness
Yeah.
of this, yeah, is this social awkwardness of this
Yeah.
generation, and it's going to get worse and worse. Like it's get worse and worse until like what's that movie with Bruce Willis where he had the movie where everybody wouldn't actually walk around with their real bodies. They would have like a little avatar walking
Oh,
around.
yeah. I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he was walking around. The girl was like, "Ew, you actually walking around in your actual real body?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like he's like, "Why you out of breath?" Like, "Oh, you're actually walking around in your real body." Like it's like some Ready Player One shit that's
Yeah.
actually happening with this younger generation.
Yeah. Yeah.
And for our generation, we have to like you can't do anything because you was at the sleep at the wheel. If you're 40 years old, it's too late. It's too late to that degree. But the best thing
It,
that you can
it,
do is
you can adjust the kid a little bit, but thing is, for the vast majority of people, it's a wave, right? As the society advances, you
yeah,
can oppose the environment, but guess what? You're gonna succumb to it anyway. All you can do is learn how to survive in it.
yeah.
Okay, you
But,
can't.
what movie was that again, BJ? Because Azula asked the question.
Which one?
The one with
Uh,
Bruce Willis.
with Bruce Willis, I can't remember the name of it. Um,
I'll find it. I'll find it.
I know
Azula
which
asked
one
the
you're talking.
question. She asked the question. I had it up here, and she because I get it confused too because it always changes. What generation, age, category, like when do
Mil-
millennials and Z's and etc. start
Okay,
getting?
okay. Well, really, they started really counting them with the boomers, right? Because boomers actually been the biggest generation. Okay, boomers from 1945 to 1964. Okay,
Okay,
Generation X is from 1965 to 1980. Okay, or
okay,
81, depending on who you actually talk to. But 80, uh, so millennials are actually from 1980 to like 1995, 1996, something like that. And the Z's are like 96 to like I want to say 2010, something like that, 2009, 2010. So the A's are for 2010 on or Generation A.
yeah, okay. Oh, the movie is called Surrogates. It was like
Yes, surrogates. Yeah,
2001. Yeah,
yeah.
it's called Surrogates 2009. Yeah, that's because now born in like I would say between 81 and I would say like 86.
What?
Our problem
Hmm.
is that we we're in this weird spot where we saw like like technology start up,
Hmm.
like it slowly like kind of be implemented. Like I remember playing Atari with the one button. I think
Hmm.
and going to the arcade and things
Hmm.
cost like 5 cents. You can take 10 cents to get a bag of candy at the store. Like things were
Hmm.
like cheap relatively to by the time I got my third grade, that's when things went from being a 10-cent bag of potato chips to 25 cents to then TVs. My grandmother still had I thought the Smurfs were great
Hmm.
up until like 88. Like my
Oh,
grandmother
okay.
still had
Blue.
she still
Okay,
had a
yeah.
black and white television.
Oh, right, right. Okay.
Like yeah, they still
Wow.
sell
Okay.
floor model television. I had a floor model television in my house that actually worked. My mom had, right? Like we
Wow.
had two color TVs, floor model television, um, and then I
Uh,
remember the first.
America stopped making TVs in, I do believe, 1984. Korea
Yeah,
took over all the TVs. They stopped
Yeah,
making I remember I was buying I think it was Curtis something, were the last American made TVs.
yeah.
I'm trying to remember the name
Cause I, cause
of
I,
the name of
cause
because
we
I
were.
actually bought one of them.
I remember when TV went off, and then TV
Mm-hmm.
went off except for on the weekends. Cause I used to sneak and watch Benny Hill.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Yeah. So I used to sneak and watch Benny Hill like on that channel that was like,
Mm-hmm.
the channel that you had to, I mean, I remember having the aluminum foil on the
Oh yeah.
antenna,
Oh yeah.
and then satellite TV, but it was that big ass dish and
Oh,
it like looked like
it was Direct TV.
no, it was something else. Like it wasn't direct TV then. Like
Okay.
I think it was different because this is where calling calling the county
Mm-hmm.
where Sprint was a long distance company. Where what's the name? The lady that played Murphy Brown used to do the Down the Minute
Mm-hmm.
commercials, and it
Okay.
was Bell Atlantic, and everything was all
Yeah,
separate.
I remember
And
that. Yeah,
and
because they took Ma Bell to court. Yeah.
Zenith, yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
because I remember all of these things where, like, then they started doing the infomercials
Mm-hmm.
where it was COD. You had the Amway was
Oh yeah.
started pumping again.
Yeah.
The Avon lady, that's what all the black
Mm-hmm.
people. They didn't sell Amway, they sold Avon. They
Mm-hmm.
didn't, and then they start letting because they was racist, so they started letting
Mm-hmm.
niggas sell Amway. But
Oh
black
yeah.
people think it was Avon, and then the like I remember like it was a lot of things that happened where um, then television just stayed on. Then cable came out, like cable
Mm-hmm.
television came out, and then
Yeah, in late 80s. Yeah.
yeah, then you got MTV, and then you started having reality television, the Real World, and all that this
Mm-hmm.
other stuff, Road Rules, and then talk shows. Because talk shows used to be, because I remember Oprah used to be a reporter in Baltimore,
Mm-hmm.
and then she left and went to Chicago,
Mm-hmm.
got on the news, and then she had her own talk show.
Yeah.
And the talk show was like it was Geraldo, Donahue.
Mm-hmm.
It was Oprah, Donahue, Geraldo. Then it was the People's Court. Then you would you had the Cosby Show. You had all of these different things like I could just name it, and then everything just took off.
Mm-hmm.
Like and that was the weird thing because we went from rotaries to touch tones
To
to
cell phone.
cordless
Yeah.
right? And
Oh,
then
cordless. Yeah.
we went from if you had a cell phone, it was only a dude on Wall Street or you was a drug dealer.
Yeah.
Then you had the car phone
Yeah.
where the triple A, you had that triple A. Then like
Mm-hmm.
you used to have your credit card, you had to have the carbon copy when it was slided back and forth,
Yeah.
and they used to teach you how to balance a checkbook and write a check
Yeah.
and, and all of these things. And then computers came into play. I remember Apple computer, my
Mid
fifth
eight.
grade
Mid
in
80s. Yeah.
the 80s. Then they went away. Then when I got to middle school, then there was the Windows. Windows came in, uh,
Mm-hmm.
Microsoft, everything
Yeah. Yeah.
Microsoft.
Yeah. That was early
Yeah,
90s.
yeah. So those are early '90s, and then
Mm-hmm.
you started seeing like McDonald's. They used to run the commercial because they used to close down at a certain time. Then they started
Mm-hmm.
doing was it the midnight with the Mac the Night commercial? Like you
Mm-hmm.
come in at
Yeah. I remember
midnight,
that.
get food, and
Yeah.
all this other stuff. When I remember Pizza Hut used to be a restaurant. Then they just
Mm-hmm.
started just delivering. It's that's like for us that was like born 81 to about 85, 86.
Yeah.
It's like it's like technology was at a standstill and then it just got
It, it-
nitrous put on
well,
the
yeah,
ground.
exploded with
Yeah,
the well, exploded for a couple of different reasons. The reason it exploded, number one, is um, is that the cheap number one with uh, uh, Microsoft MS DOS or PC DOS and
yeah. It was DOS. Yeah,
PC DOS, and then the exportation of computer chips manufacturing to Taiwan and Korea, because it
yeah.
made
It
it
was an
cheap.
NFC.
It
Yeah,
NEC, but NEC there's a few others, but
yeah.
because
NEC. NEC and
then
then
then IBM started
Taiwan.
making most of its computers, low cost computers, in Taiwan, and basically
Yeah.
the biggest jump was the PC Junior, and then right after PC Junior, then Apple, the Apple II in like the
Yeah.
mid '80s, and then
Yeah.
the laser printer and the Macintosh laser printer in like the late '80s, and then
Yeah.
the biggest the big jump was them actually it was actually the internet protocol, the
Yes. That
dial-up
was
and stuff like that. That was
yeah.
the biggest jump. And
The
then
AOL
AOL, I forget the one I was on was
next was it Netscape? It was
no, well,
AOL
Netscape was a browser. Netscape didn't show up till like
browser.
'95. Okay, um,
95. So yeah,
yeah.
yeah. AOL. It was
So
a,
it was
yeah. I
AOL,
know
and
one.
then it was another one I can't remember because I used to be on it. I was in on that in like 1988. AOL, and then the Netscape browser when the internet protocol and the internet browser, Netscape was part of it. Well, actually changed it because now you didn't have to use the Unix commands to actually browse the net anymore. It was actually a visual interface.
Mm.
So that's the World Wide Web came about like 94, 93, 94 when they actually set up the
Yeah, I remember.
protocols.
Yeah,
So we actually
Windows 95.
with Windows
Yeah.
95 is part of it, Netscape browser, a few Opera, a few others, right? And that's when it really started exploded, and people started making money, and that's when they started dropping fiber lines and all kinds of stuff. That's when you really had this big gargantuan explosion, and then then what really caused it to explode is actually, believe it or not, the iPhone, because now because computers are relatively expensive, but what really got people on the internet, you could actually pay $500-600 and be on the internet with your phone, and then from then on, it's just you can just see the wave just start pushing people to
It
where
says
be poor.
Neek said this is officially the old folks chat. But
Well,
no, but it
basically, this is a
yeah,
history. Basically, we can talk about the young folks stuff that hasn't even happened yet. But the thing is, it's the wave. You
yeah,
go because the stuff that's coming up. Well, I scare young folks. So.
yeah. No, I was now that you say we know Windows 95, right? AOL dial up,
Hmm.
internet becomes cheaper, but
Yeah.
then people don't understand how media, right, moves you
Hmm.
forward with the subversion of entertainment. So
Hmm.
after so guess what comes out that wins? I think it won a Oscar and all this other stuff. And it
Hmm.
was what back then budget was $65 million for a budget, but it's Tom Hanks. You got mail,
Hmm.
1998.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
you know what I'm
that's
saying.
AOL. That's AOL.
Yeah, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Yeah, on AOL, you got, you know what I'm saying, you got mail,
Hmm.
like, you know what I'm saying, like, your first movie adapted to and box office. So the budget was 65 million.
Hmm.
You're talking about box office. It made $250 million. This is 98, so with inflation costs, that would be ridiculous. You
Hmm.
talk about inflation now, you know what I mean? But now that you would talk about, that's $1 billion,
Yeah.
almost $1 billion profit.
Yeah.
Uh, so there was a Meg Ryan and Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
was
What it was actually George Lucas and Star Wars actually changed really the way movies are made with CGI, because it was
yep,
ILL that produced these effects for Star Wars. They actually started shopping them out to everybody else.
yep.
All your video games, your virtual reality, the first person shooters and stuff like that,
Hmm.
they came from Lucasfilms. They came up with the technology.
Yeah. Hold on, as I said, let me see on the roles from the domestic market. Yeah, so it was a huge international success. Like, you got 50-50 on how much money it made. And usually when something's domestically, internationally, and even, you know, back then, so they was really pushing it out there.
Hmm.
Um, but you look at things now, it's just normal. Like if you look at old movies,
Hmm.
they're old movies now, but when
Hmm.
you look at someone pulling out a phone,
Hmm.
and actually dialing and calling someone
Mm-hmm.
versus someone hitting an app on it. It looks
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
It looks weird. Like if you see someone like John Wick, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you watch a John Wick movie and you see him pull out a cell phone
Mm-hmm.
and or like let's just say Power like Ghost.
Mm-hmm.
If he's pulling out a phone where he's got to talk on it, you
Mm-hmm.
already know it's a burn already in
Yeah.
your head. Like because no
Right.
one, no one unless they're like really old, they don't know
Yeah. Yeah.
nobody.
Yeah. Yeah. The cheapest phone you can actually find. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's certain technology, and then I remember I was in Europe. When I was in
Mm-hmm.
Europe, this was 2000 2001, like before 9/11 happened.
Mm-hmm.
We did our deployment December 2000, came back June, no, end of June 2001.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and when I was in Europe, and they had those no kids, but it was the small ones. They
Yeah.
had
Little tiny
yeah,
ones.
they
Yeah.
had the small no kids like that.
I had one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, and then no one was on like a cell phone. Like everything was prepaid. Like you
Yeah.
just go get your credit, put it on your shit, you good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then when we came back, because they had cell phones and stuff like that. I remember it was Nextel, Sprint,
Mm-hmm.
AT&T,
Verizon. Yeah.
yeah, Verizon. But I think it wasn't Verizon yet. Verizon wasn't out yet. I think it was Nextel, Sprint, AT&T, and everything else was it Promco was Promco started. This is East Coast, but Promco came from I think Midwest
Mm-hmm.
or something like
Mm-hmm.
that.
Mm-hmm.
And AT&T had like the best plan at the time. It was the free nights or free weekends,
Oh
five
yeah.
to
Very
85
nice and
minutes.
weekends. Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
that.
pay the extra $10 so you can talk like
Mm-hmm.
2 hours earlier on Friday or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. And then I think
Mm-hmm.
Sprint was just you got to buy the minutes, like
Mm-hmm.
you got to buy the minutes. But America was behind in technology, even with cellular. Then they had people doing the two-way pager and dumb shit. I thought that shit
I
was funny.
remember. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I bought my daughter one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, the two-way pagers. And remember the
Mm-hmm.
PDAs,
Yeah.
the Palm Palettes, right? The
The Palm
Palm
Pilot.
Palette.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those were the first smartphones.
They were.
Yeah, it was the first smartphone. Then
Mm-hmm.
everybody had a Burberry. Like everybody in BlackBerry, my bad.
The
Everybody had a
BlackBerry and Palm
BlackBerry.
and
Yeah,
Palm was the two leaders
yeah,
because I had a Palm. I had a Palm. I had a Treo
yeah,
back in good grief 2000.
yeah. I had two of them. No, no,
Yeah.
no, yeah, I had two.
I had a Palm. I had a Palm
Yeah,
Treo. So
yeah, yeah.
I got to
Yeah,
find that bad
I
boy.
had two. Yeah, I had two palms because I remember you had to have the SD, and then they came out with the digital camera. The first they had that. What was you had the floppy? Then you had that thick thing that wasn't a floppy, but it was like a floppy.
Mm-hmm.
It was that it looked like a Nintendo cartridge.
Yeah. 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 It was. It
Yeah,
was
because you stuck in the
uh.
computer.
Yeah. Yeah. I forget what they call it. It was a card because I had one of those too. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Yeah. It was
because
a
you yeah
removable disc. It was I Omega removable disc. That's what it was.
yeah yeah,
Yeah.
and then Japan. I think Japan came out with the MD, the mini disc.
Yeah.
They came out with the MD, which I think was nice because it was
Yeah. It was
better than carrying CDs around.
yeah,
It was actually
rewritable CD. Yeah.
yeah. I remember that.
Hmm.
And then they got into the CD players, which my uncle said something and it made so much sense. He said the CD player is nothing but the evolution of the record player. So that's
It
all it
was.
is.
It
Yeah, it
was.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like people, like these dudes. I told my son, it's like you don't know what it feels like to run around with a jukebox with a boom box
Hmm.
with all these
Yeah.
damn batteries.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like Sky Pager. Yeah, I remember that. Like what I'm saying, I was Nick. I was shit. I was cool. My shit was like see through, and I got the ESPN sports shit that came across my shit. I was flexing. You know what I'm saying? I got sports and Wall Street. Nigga, I wasn't invested in shit but hoes at that time. Shit, But that's what I said is my generation, that age bracket, like we're in this weird place because it's like we were taught old way of doing shit.
Hmm.
Like we
Yeah.
saw
You
how
guys.
shit used to be.
Yeah, you guys were in the transition.
yeah, that's why we're in this weird place. But then we
Mm-hmm.
gotta like, it's like, but we're in the transition.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like we gotta hold down this weird fort, right? Like disease, like with disease, they were coming, like the crack epidemic was coming to an end for them. It
For the,
doesn't mean that they
oh,
wasn't dealing
uh,
with the
with
fallout.
disease, it would pretty much it was the end of the crack epidemic. By the time disease come around, by the time they came of age, they have no clue what basically what crack pretty much is. You know,
Yeah,
for the most part, they don't know.
yeah, they don't know. Yeah, yeah. I'm like, like it for us. Like I like for my generation,
Mm-hmm.
we 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 saw like the smoldering of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were byproducts, we were products of it, but we didn't realize that we was products of it because they were already putting things in place to end it.
Basically, don't want to get into too much politics, so I get my ass in trouble. But basically,
Wow.
people listen, trust and believe. Basically, they were going to end it. Once the Soviet Union fell, they didn't have any more. They didn't have any need for the crack epidemic anymore. And then that's when they start rolling it up. They start rolling it up the like Noriega in Panama. They went after the whatchamacallits in Colombia. They started going after them, right? And then they started basically locking up people that wouldn't conform because they needed to clean up the mess. A very good series. It's not entirely accurate. Is called Snowfall. Okay,
Yeah.
because I grew up, and I recognize all those characters in Snowfall, right? And
Mhm.
pretty much most of you got to take a little bit of poetic license because it is a TV series. But basically, if you look at it, for the most part, that's how it happened. You know, not it's not 100% accurate because it's not a documentary. But when you watch Snowfall, you understand the crack era, even down how they traded money. But once the Soviet Union fell in 1989, they started rolling things up. They didn't need it
Yeah.
anymore.
You ain't need it anymore. You didn't,
Yeah.
and that's why I was like, I was having a conversation with somebody,
Mhm.
one of my friends over here, and they were talking about because they're already talking about they already got CBD in Japan is straight, like what I mean. But they're
Uh.
talking about um, THC, medical marijuana over here, and
Yeah.
they're talking about bringing in because they used to like up until 2006, you could go down to Tokyo and you can get you a bag of mushrooms and go psych the fuck out. So,
Mhm.
and the only reason they stopped is because the military dudes, the white boys were going down there and psyching themselves the fuck out. They
Mhm.
couldn't go down to
Mhm.
Tokyo, just go to the head shop and they go psych themselves the fuck
Yeah.
out. But they stopped in Japan, got rid of the magic mushroom shops, the psych
Okay.
shops, and all that stuff. And then they started doing the that spice stuff because it's actually a thing. It actually came originated from Asia, the spice stuff. So so they're doing that, and I told my friend, I said what it is they the marijuana thing
Mhm.
is like marijuana, the medical marijuana, the way they have it now because it's powerful. It's not like reefer like back in the
Mhm.
day. It's not reefer or weed. There's some other shit. I told him, I
Mhm.
said the medical marijuana is to the point now where you can wean people off of three things. You can get them off of, you can get them off of, because you got a lot of these guys that was given, a lot of these males in school were given ADHD medicine, which is
Mhm.
just another chemical
Meth.
compound.
Yeah, for meth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you was giving them meth. So
Mhm.
it's like when you were weaning heroin addicts with methadone,
Mhm.
or crack addicts, you was giving them something else, a derivative of. This is to get them off the painkillers, the opioids and the methamphetamines and the fentanyl and all of that crap. Is to
Mhm.
get them off of that so you let people self-medicate and you can
Mhm.
tax it,
Mhm.
make money off of it. It's going to be legal federally, and then the whole world's going to blow up, and that's going to be your next um, produce or process of trade when it comes to agriculture. It doesn't
Mhm.
matter. It doesn't take up a big footprint. You can just grow it. It grows all year round. It just
Yeah.
grows, and it's not really the weed. It's the hemp. It's the hemp is what is renewable. Like you clothes.
Yeah.
It's a strong fiber. You can just hemp. You put a hemp in anything, it works. Medicinal properties, whatever. It's the wonder thing. So this is basically what it is. So I told him is that what you have to understand is that what you have to give people is a diversion.
Hmm.
You have to divert people. You have to subvert people. And the best way to do it is when you subvert and divert people. You know what's
Hmm.
rude? When
You're
you're
news.
Yeah, because if you're not, basically, the fentanyl is actually gonna start taking over because it's too powerful and too cheap, and they need to divert people away from fentanyl because fentanyl kills people. That's what's happening in the
yeah.
United States now.
My homeboy said something in Baltimore, right? He's still doing his thing, and I was like, man, I got a question, and he was like, what's up?
Hmm.
I said, man, I don't really see any black like meth addicts like that. And you know
No.
what he told me? He said, you know why you don't see any black meth addicts like that, man? I was like, why, man? He said, don't get me wrong, bro, about the cost. Like you make it's better than crack when you talk about cost revenue as far as making money. He
Hmm.
said, but the reason you don't see it is because you still see a 25, 30-year-old crackhead.
Hmm.
You don't see no like 10-year methods. He said, yeah,
Yeah.
you can't sell a product like that was fucking with your customer base, man. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, what? He said, yeah, man. Like he was like, yeah, it's bad for business, bro.
It
Like
is
he's
bad for
like, we ain't
business.
selling that shit. Like what the fuck, bro? He said, and then they don't have any decency and decorum, man. Like he said, meth heads, pill
Hmm.
heads, they
Hmm.
ain't got no decency, man. At least a crackhead to go in the alley or something to go smoke a rock in an
Hmm.
abandoned house, man. These
Yeah.
motherfuckers are shoot. These motherfuckers be zonked out in a school district in the middle of the day. They don't. It doesn't matter. So he said,
Hmm.
man, nah, bro. We. He said, yeah, we ain't doing that. So this is. I was looking at it. So really, what you got for us? What you got for us, man? What cheers and things need to be thrown?
I'm
What's
trying to
going on?
get the gist of the conversation. There's so
Oh
many
man,
We
topics
all over the
covered.
place.
yeah, we all
Yeah,
over the place, man. It's like the old hangouts, man. We you know it's like
yeah. I'm just trying to get in where I fit in.
Or
It's
start
like,
something new.
oh, just going back. You know, I remember, before I cleaned off all of the ash.
Hmm.
you was being dusty actually working on something.
Uh, oh, yeah. Well, I have a therapeutic sports tub in the basement, and it needs to be refinished. So I'm like refinishing it now, and because I need it now. So I've kind of been derelict around this month, and free time to finish some unfinished projects around here. But life of a hero fucking never have any goddamn breaks or rests. But going back to the last, I remember there was something interesting. I was talking about is monogendered schools,
Hmm. Yeah.
and see, and this is the thing that has left. I mean, if you really look at one of the attributes or one of the things that can be attributed to the collapse of not just American but just Western empire in general is uh, the idea of androgyny. Um, Everything is formed around unisex. Um, there's no genders, right? We just exist, and we apparently because there's no genders, we exist for no other reason than to exist, which takes the purpose out of whatever endeavor um, the future shepherds of society, young people. It's what robs and drives. A real cruel thing that the marketeers have done to society.
Partially, I agree with you partially. I think it's just it's becoming like a You can almost see it. It's like a natural evolution of what's of what's to come.
I don't think of it as a natural
Hmm.
evolution, because natural decline America would have ended about 60 years ago, when America went off the gold standard.
Maybe.
Because in any other instance, when you say shirk your very own ally for their gold,
Okay.
that's that's typically that's something that is an impetus for war. Usually,
Mm, it can be if the other side is powerful enough, but they weren't. And they could have gold or no gold. They could have went off and made another standard. They don't have to trade with you.
but that's why I
But
said it would have ended 60 years
but
ago, because we would be the country that is on the ass end of the tariffs, and we would be on the ass end of all of the lockouts. We would basically be the quintessential
uh,
North Korea.
not necessarily because North Korea, didn't have resources or manufacturing base. United States did, which is why they caved in. They caved in the first place because France wasn't having it. Okay, but Germany and Germany
America
and
starts deindustrializing in 1971.
they started. But the thing is that by 1971, okay, by the time you got to 1971, the deal was already done. The deal was already done, and then there's four things that you need if you're going to actually lead the world, right? You need biggest balance of payments, biggest allotment of gold. You need the biggest manufacturing base, and you need the biggest blue water navy, right? The only entity in the whole planet that even had that was United States. So they could actually push their weight around. You have to accept the deal. And then what are you going to do? Basically, you spent 40 years, 40 years creating a new standard, because the gold standard doesn't work. That's if you think about it. If you don't understand what a gold standard is, gold standard doesn't work. Okay, gold standard only works if the population is limited. Once you start expanding the population, the gold standard actually caused more wars than it actually caused more problems after the industrial revolution than it actually solved.
Well, see,
Because
the thing
go ahead.
is, see, the thing is that
Hmm.
uh, one thing that as you see modern societies trying to move towards liberalism, they forget that the war economy is an absolute necessity,
The war
because
economy.
that is what made the gold standard uh, such a long staple of
Uh, okay.
society.
The Brits did it. The Brits converted the gold converted from a gold from a silver to a gold standard in the I would say in the 1700s, and they because they had the biggest manufacturing base. They had the biggest navy. They had the biggest manufacturing base.
Yeah, we know
Okay,
that they were
so
the
so
leaders,
so so so, so,
what's
so
good leaders of the Industrial
they,
Revolution.
they were
Yes.
global hegemony. So they're the ones that put you on the gold standard in the first place. But if you understand Keynes was trying to tell you. Uh, in fact, I've read a whole bunch of economists that say the exact same thing. That's how come with the gold standard, with the Bretton Woods gold standard, it was a mix. It was a quasi gold standard. It wasn't a strict gold standard. It was a mixture of what do you call the currency, fiat currency,
Well, well, technically,
with the gold stricture.
technically, it's not actually fiat, because one thing that America did learn from Vietnam
Mm-hmm.
is it could substitute gold for
Mm-hmm.
soldiers. Is it,
Well, it's
and
it's
that's like,
well yeah, technically it is fiat, but now you can adjust it. Like you can actually substitute soldiers. You can substitute oil. That's why I said the blue water navy is part of that, because a, a currency agreement is really difficult to actually um, implement. Trading systems like that take a long time, and
Oh well, yeah. I mean, it takes a
there
lot of
would
takes a lot of bodies. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it takes a lot of
uh,
bodies to pull up
no
to convince people. Eventually, if you can't persuade them, it takes a lot of
uh,
killing to
no
get them to adopt your
it
way of exchange.
partially okay. I mean, bodies only last for so long. Basically, um, like Quigley says, there's three ways to actually get people to do things. Right, three levels of force. Right, physical, monetary, and persuasive. Right, you got to use all three. Okay, if you don't, yeah, you can be Nazi Germany. You can use force, but that's only limited. Okay, in other words, you got to give people an incentive. You know, you got to use the carrot when you do the stick. Great Britain actually taught that. Uh,
That's an interesting argument. Like you're bringing it back to our exchanges from 2016.
Yeah,
You
but
know
basically, the Great Britain, how did they take over? It wasn't all bringing in the British troops and stuff like that. They had the first thing they said, you have to win the hearts and minds. If you're gonna have a long-lasting empire, you got to win hearts and minds. Uh, the Roman Empire did the exact same thing. Okay, you can't.
hearts and
Force is the
mind.
only thing. You
Well, I
you
mean,
have you, go ahead.
but if you look at the flow of establishing empire, hearts and
Mm-hmm.
mind comes after the bodies.
No, but
Um,
okay. You say you can do the bodies one generation, right? Next generation, you're gonna have a problem unless you make things better. Okay, you can't just come in and wipe things out. You're gonna have to give them something, right? You have to give them something. You look at because most of the troops in World War I, especially in the southeast, were actually Indian troops. Okay, they had to win hearts and minds. They had to promise them a better life, and that's what
well,
they
yeah, I
did.
mean,
America's very good at that.
it's similar to the immigration policy of today, right?
Hmm.
Um, Damn the adults, give us the children.
Yeah, well, that's always.
The hearts and minds, the winning the hearts and minds and that's why the school boards and the local stuff. That's why that's so important. Yeah,
Yeah,
uh,
what did Fichte say? Give me the child at 7, like giving the man. They learned very well from the Prussian school system. Give me the child at 7 and give you the man. That's how come it's been replicated all over the world. You have to socialize the children. Yeah.
but yeah, like, I do find it interesting because I would like to move beyond this idea that things are the way that they are for Black America because this is the way Black women wanted it. And the reason I'm saying that is because, hey, let's just be honest. Yeah, they're more politically organized. They're better at organizing and networking,
Hmm. They
right?
were trained that way. Yeah, they were trained that way from the ground up. They've been the
But see,
they,
whenever you make that argument,
yeah.
it's almost like
Hmm.
it's almost like you're validating like the black macho and the myth of the superwoman.
Okay. What's your argument with the black macho and the myth of the superwoman? What's
Well,
your argument?
in that the black woman is not omnipotent, because then you would be saying that she's some kind of omnipotent being that has the capability of doing everything, for both, kind of like the conversation we had
She
on
she
art before.
she does not, but she's the liaison to the dominant society, whereas the black man is not. Julia Hare said that.
Well, see, it's kind of like the conversation I just had with our brother Amiri and Chaos.
Oh gosh,
The,
Mary.
the same way in which,
Oh,
um,
Mary. Okay. I,
yeah,
I,
it's,
I haven't took a belt to Mary in a while.
No, hold on,
You,
wait a minute.
well, I mean, he's not.
Amir can thank you for that one.
Well,
No,
I
no,
mean,
no. Listen, listen. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm gonna say this for everybody.
Uh huh.
I blame both you niggas for breaking that nigga. Y'all,
For
y'all,
breaking
y'all,
him.
y'all,
I didn't break him.
y'all put that nigga in the y'all put that nigga in the torture chamber, and he came out reek like he
What
done
do you
lost.
mean? What do you mean? What are you trying to read? Come on. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't
Y'all
that
fault.
bad.
No, but see,
Y'all fault.
if you remember
I
the
did.
conversation,
I didn't even get no licks in. What you talking about? I didn't even get no licks in.
no, but see, if you remember the conversation that we had back in, I don't know.
You told me, are you gonna let Amiri breathe? And I said, okay, I'll do it for you.
No, the reason I was saying that is because it's like
Uh huh. Uh huh.
we had we had a conversation about the infestation of incels. Like I think it's not 5 years ago.
Infestation incels.
The
Okay.
incel infestation, like the ideology of the incel, like when I was talking about the San Bernardino killer syndrome and all that,
Okay.
right? And
Okay.
that's basically what a lot of it is just been overrun with that. And what
Okay.
it does, it traps them in that ideological trick bag to where they don't think they can do anything. They don't. They're not even in the like most black males who I refer to as derelicts aren't in the mindset of, well, how can I contribute into either reinforcing uh, what already political organization exists, or how can I contribute into
If you raise them to be fourth class citizens in this society and education system reinforced by their mothers, what do you think they're going to turn out to be? Turn out to be eunuchs. What do you expect? That when dominant
I
society,
would dis- I dis-
the dominant society, the school system, and their mothers raising them to be like that, what do you expect?
see, see, the thing is, I would disagree because it doesn't
Go
agree
ahead,
with.
prove me
And
wrong.
the reason I'm saying it is because when we talk about gynocracy, it's like gynocracy is the result of weak males, not the
No, it's
cause of
not.
it.
No, it's not.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Gynocracy is the result of
Gynocracy,
weak males.
gynocracy is an artificial construct imposed upon you by the dominant society.
Well, if you go to that chart that I did in the American plutocracy,
Weak males do not burn down 300 cities to get their rights.
but
Gynocracy existed well before
I
slavery
would
was over with.
I would also disagree that weak males actually do burn down cities in order for to get their rights,
No, they
which
don't.
is why they're burning down the city.
How you think you got the social contract in the first place? The guys in France start burning down cities till they got a social contract. Otherwise, we still be under feudalism with kings and queens. That's normal. Okay, weak males fit into the society until they get tired, which is why you have feminism because they had to squash that shit. Otherwise, they're gonna
Well,
take over society.
well, in my opinion, for the time, feminism was absolutely necessary.
Really? Why?
Well, I mean, because if you look at it, because if we're going to say that it was unnecessary,
Mm-hmm.
then we would have to say the proliferation of feminist ideology was indeed a result of weak males. Because
Basically. Oh, go
because
ahead.
during the time, well, because I'm saying this, because during
Mm-hmm.
the time women had no rights, males did.
Women had rights. Women had rights.
Well, women didn't have the right to say initiate divorce.
Neither did males.
Males absolutely did.
No, they didn't.
In fact, in fact, in fact, in fact,
Male,
only
male,
only,
no, males had to show just cause, just like females did. They couldn't just dump their wife. They
oh,
had to have
they
just
absolutely
cause.
no,
No,
they
they
have
didn't.
they can manufacture a just cause.
Yeah, well, so the thing is, basically, no fault divorce was actually initiated by
That's why if
females.
you
Because okay,
that's
go
why
ahead.
if you look. that's why if you look at the prior to the rise of say anti-miscegenation laws, laws about equality, anti-discrimination, et cetera,
Mm-hmm.
uh, women, because of their inability to uh, say sway the courts, um, to say to justify a reason for a divorce, you have a tendency of more homicides. They
Okay.
would kill their husband.
Well, okay. Go back to prior to the 1950s, right? Okay. Basically, a woman divorcing her husband. Where's she gonna go? What's she gonna do?
She's out there on her own, no
Out there on her
rights,
own. Out there on her
no
own.
ability to vote, and because
But
no ability to vote, and therefore she doesn't. A woman prior to the 1950s doesn't have control of her own life. Her life is predicated on uh, a
having a
man.
husband. Yeah, for survival. Okay, survival. No, they would. They had the Bowery girls, stuff like women. Number one, women didn't have to get married in the first place. Okay, they don't have to get married. They got married for a reason, like they do in Latin America. They get married for a reason, for survival.
But see, if you look at pre 1950s America,
Mm-hmm.
before women got their rights, married women actually had more rights than non-married women,
Yeah.
which is what becomes the incentive to get married. Which is why even in some instances today, if I mean you look at it's not a monolithic kind of phenomenon, but you see it in patches all around the United States.
What
You know,
what? Now you got to say what's the monolithic phenomenon?
I
What
say
phenomenon you talk about?
there's no. What I'm saying is that there's no monolithic phenomenon
Phenomena of what? Of what?
of successful marriage.
Because marriage in itself, which is a construct in this society, in this environment, is not needed anymore for the most part. What do you need a husband for? And if you don't need him,
I
you
do
only
have
need
a
him. You only get married either either you've been socialized to, or you're happy. And when you're not happy with it, guess what you do? You break up and get divorced. Divorce is so high, the man wasn't necessary anymore.
No,
I do
see,
have a
you said marriage is a construct.
It's a
It-
construct, yeah.
it- but is a necessary social instrument in incentivizing people to perform tasks for the betterment of the greater overall body, right? The
Okay.
greater overall social polity.
Well, you can't look at it in the modern era. You got to look at when marriage was actually invented as a construct. What was it there for? To raise children, to produce children, to actually to be human resource. When you're agrarian, the marriage that we have now was actually born in an agrarian age. Okay, we don't live in an agrarian age anymore. That's like a marriage that's been declining ever since. You take an agrarian country and you look at the marriage rates, right? They're sky high, damn near 100%, right? You introduce a modern first world society into it that doesn't depend on agriculture. Guess what happens? They go, whoop, it drops like a stone. Marriage is a construct, just like anything else. Any other human social construct. When the environment doesn't need it anymore, guess what's going to happen? The United States has been trying to save marriage for the last 60, 70 years.
Actually, I would disagree with that too. America's actually been trying to move away from marriage for the past 60 or 70 years.
If they were if the same thing with the
Because
uh,
because you got to remember the goal.
mm-hmm,
You know, I think in the video I did about economics,
mm-hmm,
I referred to capitalism as a snake eating its own tail,
mm-hmm,
where the bottom line begins and ends at cheap labor,
mm-hmm,
right?
mm-hmm,
Now, in order to say, which was the modus of deindustrialization to produce the type of uh, cheap labor force domestically,
mm-hmm.
it begins with defunding education. But see, you look at modern era. I mean, just recently, what happened with Virginia,
Okay.
right? Their entire platform was based on what? On education.
Mm-hmm.
So that correlation between education and marriage,
Mm-hmm.
it still what it proves is that no matter how modern society becomes, marriage is still a necessary social instrument.
We don't know that. We don't know that. We don't know that. We hope that it is. We guess that it is according to the past, but we don't know that because if that's the case, then guess what's happening around the world? Psst, not so much. If it was just here, if it was just here in the United States in a closed environment in our society, I would actually agree with you. But this is not an isolated incident. I was just telling
No,
DeAndre,
it's a geopolitical.
no, no, no,
No,
no,
it really is. Hey,
no. No, it's
what,
environmental. This stuff basically okay. Because
what
okay, go ahead. Huh?
what environmental phenomena influence this thing?
I'll tell you. It's real simple. It's called your industrial environment, right? In an agrarian society, you need the strength of men. You need bodies. Okay, you need children. You need a family foundation because you need the bodies. In a modern environment like this, is deindustrialized. You don't need the bodies. Okay, you don't. You don't need kids to work. Okay, women, you don't need the strength of a man for a woman to survive anymore. She doesn't need you. You go down to Latin America and see why they still get married. They still get married very young. Okay, because those men have to work very hard just to eat. Okay, they most of those women down there they would rather get their education and work independently. Okay, they don't really want to get married. They get married because they have to. I mean, uh, I could flood my channel with all this stuff, right? I could flood my channel with all this stuff. I've been, for the last 4 years, for 4 or 5 years, I've been looking at this stuff diligently, right? And not just here because I said, okay, if it's produced here and what they're saying is here, because I read the book, Decline of Marriage. It was actually printed in 1988, 1988, 89. They had a whole conference about decline of marriage. They've been complaining about that for the last 40, 50 years because they've been seeing it, right? And thing is, and basically, it's not necessarily the ideology. It's actually the physical environment where you actually don't have the same kind of jobs that you used to, where women can actually do it. Where second wave feminism is actually built on women from World War II, when women actually going into the factories. That's when it really took off because women had their independence. And what did they say in the 50s and 60s? Marriage was slavery. I don't want to be under the thumb of men because I don't have to. In fact, the young lady, the woman that before us, because Andre can tell you, a black woman right before us, she said the exact same thing I was said. Did she not, Andre? What I'm saying is nothing new. She said that out of her own mouth.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
don't need. They
yeah.
don't need. You don't need to get. You don't need to get married. Don't need to be under a man. We can be independent. We can be the boss. We can be blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
But
Here's
but
another
do you
thing.
disagree with
Hmm? No,
You know,
hold on.
and
You talking about what you said?
black women have been playing hopscotch with black men.
But,
Since the antebellum slavery.
see that I think that's more of the problem that I have with it
What?
is that
Mhm.
is that on one side you're saying that this is not limited to our little bubble of America, that
No, it's
this
not.
is a global issue, but then on the other hand you- you're saying black women as if they're something other than American. Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
like
say no, no, no. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. That's not what I said. I didn't say black women was something other than American. What I'm saying is that I just added to black women which have always been closer to able to actually have better economic uh, advantages over black men since antebellum slavery. Black women have been doing that for quite a while. Okay, so what black women were doing back then, partially out of necessity, but partially because they could, it was actually inside this little bitty bubble. Okay, but the thing is that the environment for other women has changed, so they can do exactly the same thing, but for different reasons.
I do have a question because I did notice when y'all were talking and noticing the dates. Let's just say about these things. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I do notice this thing that women's rights, right? Just just putting it out there.
Mm-hmm.
The feminism thing was after a major war or conflict. Like so there was
Partially.
like an evolution. Yeah,
Partially.
and the reason why I say this is
Well,
that
yeah,
if we look in,
I mean, that's,
I
I
mean,
mean, that's all.
we can actually go into where the roots of feminism, because I had
no, no, I mean,
because because Green Gorilla, he's actually
yeah,
a philosopher. He's actually really a PhD in philosophy,
yeah,
right? So
yeah,
I asked him to look up the social contract of from France in 1792, right? The
mhm.
rights of men, the social contract, and that's where the earliest feminists actually came out of that.
What they call it,
Because
women suffrages or something.
women's suffrage, okay, women's suffrage is the right to vote. But thing is, what comes along with the right to vote? All right, the right to have a say so in your society, right? And
Yeah.
all feminism is for women to have the same rights as men do. That's all it is. And basically, um, before the social contract, only large landowners, lords and kings and stuff that had those particular rights to have a say so in government, right? But
Mhm.
after the um, you go back and look at, well, he actually went back further than that, right? He also went back to
Mhm.
And Locke, and then Rousseau. He actually did a whole like week series on the social contract. He started with Hobbes, he went to Locke, and then he went to Rousseau. And in 1792, because you actually go back at the first suffragettes, or the hint of suffragettes, 1792 was with the social contract, which is what the French Revolution was actually fought over, right? And women wanted
Mhm.
in. Okay, women wanted in.
Mhm.
The suffragettes, first wave feminists, were actually asking for the rights to vote, the actual social contract, the rights to vote, which is universal male suffrage, actually wasn't granted until 1848 in France. Okay, which is the first major country actually grant universal male suffrage, and that started a wave, right? So the Americans wanted the same thing that the French did, and guess what the women said? You ain't gonna leave us out. You can give these common people, these common men, the right to vote. You ain't gonna give us upper crust women the right to vote. Fuck that. We want the same thing they get.
Mhm.
That's where it comes from.
Good. So, because I remember watching, remember that clip on Boardwalk Empire,
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
and yeah, where the guy I forgot, Nucky was talking to the Commodore,
Hmm.
and they were talking about pushing this guy to be the governor. This is, and he was like, "Look, if we want this guy to beat this guy, right?
Hmm.
He's good with the ladies. That's a lot of votes."
Hmm.
And the Commodore said this. The Commodore said he called in the black lady that was his mate, right? And he started asking her about foreign policy, that stuff, right?
Hmm.
And he said, "You see that?" And he was like, Nucky was standing there listening to him. He said, "You see that?" He's like, "Yeah, I see that." He's like, "And that's what you think about your woman vote, right?" He said, "That's what you think about your woman's vote." Now,
Hmm.
when I saw that clip, and and I played it and I was talking about it,
Hmm.
this is after World War II. This
Hmm.
is this is the economy is fucked up. They got all the men came back, most of them fucked up, drinking, they ain't going to work. They
Hmm.
had to do prohibition because motherfuckers wasn't going to work.
Hmm.
They had to cut
Yeah.
down the motherfucking. They're
Of
like you
the
said,
PTSD.
World War One, right? Not
yeah,
World War Two.
yeah,
Well,
World War One.
yeah, yeah,
PTSD
yeah,
was a
World War.
diagnosis in those days, so
Yeah, yeah. So it's like, was it World War? Like prohibition
World War
happened
One.
during World War One.
Right.
Yeah, World War One. Yeah,
When women got the right to vote in 1920, if I'm not
yeah.
mistaken.
So yeah, so right? So now you got the Internal Revenue Service, pretty much turned into the FBI, the gangster
Mhm.
shit, everybody's going doing
Mhm.
their thing, right? So
Mhm.
now when this is happening, and I noticed this, I said, okay, the men come back. The the men come back, you're going through you're going through the Great Depression, you're going through these
Mhm.
things. Women gotta go to work. Women go to work, you
Mhm.
push policy forward, but you still have the old guard trying to do whatever they're trying to do. Now, then I look at forward, right? Okay, now we look at that. Then we look at World War II, same thing. But now the women were in the factory, right? Working, right? They were in the factory working.
Mhm.
They putting these planes and shit together and all this other shit. They doing their thing. They had the whole thing where the women was up there, the whole propaganda thing with the women and shit, right?
Mhm.
And then they had that. Then you
Mhm.
see how more rights were given, right? More rights were given.
Mhm.
Then we look at the form of government. Then we look at, the men that were left behind, right? That didn't
Mhm.
go to the war, that aren't in
Mhm.
positions of power,
Mhm.
but they're the men that if there were no war, they wouldn't have gotten selected anyway. But now they
Mhm.
have access to all of these women, right? So they have access to these women, and the upper crest has to keep these motherfuckers in line, right?
Mhm.
So we can't have the old guard going because the old guard is actually defending the nation or getting resources. They're out there conquering. And then we have these motherfuckers over here just running rapshaw fucking shit up. And we have to change the environment some way so we can stay in power. Um, because if these dudes come back and shit's fucked up,
Mhm.
men are going to do what men do. They're going to fuck us up, right?
Mhm.
So we got to do something. So we change the policy. We give women more of a thing because they're going to, they get more rights. So they, like you say, they need men less and less, right? As a counterbalance, right?
Mhm.
And then what do you use? What do you do to men to pacify them so they don't fuck shit up?
Mhm.
In the history, again, especially over here where they always have this problem with Japan and Korea with the comfort women, right? Like you
Mhm.
didn't give the motherfucking soldiers some pussy, they just go and rape and pillage the whole village. Either
Mhm.
somebody sign up, take an L for the team, or everybody taking an L for the team, right? So then I thought about it and I said, oh, okay, I get it. The men in power, right, that wanted to stay in power, but understood what was coming down the pike because the men that came back and didn't get the rights that they needed to get, or
Mhm.
they didn't. What was that movie? Remember The Rock? It's really mercenaries get paid. Where's my fucking money?
Mhm.
How do you stop? Like, how do you appease men? You use women to do it, right? You use
Yeah,
women to do it.
women in jobs, yeah.
Women in jobs, right? And if you
Mhm.
ain't giving no jobs, you got to give them some women. What I'm saying? Like, you give them the soldiers welcome, you give them the women, you give them a little bit of money here, there, whatever. And then what it is, but the men, what are they going to do? They're going to pump fake the funk, right?
Mhm.
And that's why I said is after every major, what I've noticed about my what I saw it is major thing, even though feminism as in constructed with the theory, but the bastardization of it, the way everything
Mhm.
is off kilter and off balanced in society, if you look at
Mhm.
how it's gotten more radical, right, over time, it's always after the the rebuilding after the war process.
Mhm.
Having because it kept going far too long. Where the feminism problem is not a problem as it is right now because it's already done its damage because it's trying to clean up. Where they have the domestic terrorism problem with these white boys, right? After the 20-year war on terrorism thing, where they have with their problem because they came back to no jobs, they came back to nothing, they came back to with PTSD, they're fucked up.
Mhm.
Jody got your girl, what I'm saying? Like all of this shit is happening, and then what I mean. So what I look at it is that it's the state of men trying to stay in power and using whatever grasp that they have. That's why I'm all for starting over from scratch. Like, we just wipe the shit out. Just get rid of it. Like, and I'm not talking about far as taking women's rights and all this other shit. What I basically is actually looking at is that The problem in its sense is, and what they're already doing, legalization of prostitution, allowing marijuana to, be legalized, and whatever it is the same thing they did with the legalization or the removing prohibition. Regulate it, make money off of it. People want to do what they do, but contain it as much as possible, and then work on the next generation. That's the only thing that I think for it, as far as feminism, as far as all of this stuff, and it is because at the end of the day, it's men's fault. It's nothing. It's a group of men's fault. When you lose a war, you don't blame the women, you blame the men.
Mm-hmm.
Always blame the men, right? It's the man's fault. And I guess that's what I that's why I hear both of you what you're saying, but I've been around both of you long enough to know exactly what you mean. Like I know what you mean. The problem is that when you get young, fresh ears into the room that haven't done the coursework, right?
Yeah, yeah,
That
yeah.
don't understand
But the thing is, it takes both sides, man. You can't run a
yeah.
society with one half of your
Mhm.
people. You can't
Mhm.
fight a war if the women don't agree to send their sons to war. Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
women
you
have
got
to
to
be
be in
in
their best
agreement.
interest.
Have to be in agreement with it. And if women aren't in agreement with it, this is what you're going to get. And women are not in agreement with it. You can't. You have to blame both sides because both sides are
Mhm.
responsible, equally responsible
Oh,
for it. Because the women raise the children,
yeah, it's true. That's true. Yeah.
and if,
So
if women don't agree, guess what's going to happen? Nothing's going. Basically, society's going to fall. Can't
I,
survive without you women.
I think with modern, I think American society, because
Mm-hmm.
it's a military, we understand what it is. We know what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm American, and I realize that America's bullies, and I'm glad I'm American citizen.
Yeah.
Um, I think the problem is that America needs to, if they're going to run a military industrial complex, they have to embrace the Spartan way of life instead of
Okay.
this pseudo Athenian way of life.
Good luck.
Right?
How you
Yeah.
gonna
What does
convince
it
people to
mean?
do that? How you gonna convince
Oh,
people to do that?
well, what you would literally have to do, which America
Mm-hmm.
hasn't done yet, is that you would literally have to quote unquote incentivize them understanding um, that it's in their best benefit to do that. Now,
Good.
I'm not a genius.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a
Mm-hmm.
genius, right? And so I mean, that's what it comes. Like I'm not. I can't. Like I know how it works. I see how it works, but
Yeah.
yeah, but
With people are socialized to do it, the thing is, okay. Basically, it's extremely difficult to change a country's basic culture. Extremely difficult.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
It's like asking all the American citizens to give up their guns. Good luck with that, right? Because it's built into the culture.
yeah, yeah. You get
and
yeah.
and you going
And
it
that's what
takes
I
a
mean. Yeah,
it takes a one hell of a long time once a big country like this gets started to actually change it. It's like
yeah.
you've been on a you've been on a there's a difference between a PT boat and an
Yeah.
aircraft carrier. How long does it take to turn an aircraft carrier around the other direction?
Mm, Probably, if I remember it correctly, you don't even turn it around. You do a square.
Yeah,
Yeah, you do a square. PT boat, you just turn that motherfucker. But yeah,
yeah,
aircraft
yeah.
carrier, yeah,
America is not only a aircraft carrier; it's a fucking super tanker.
yeah, yeah. It takes a while, and that's what I'm saying. Like I understand that, and the only way that you can literally do that, the
Mm-hmm.
only way that you can literally do that is just
Mm-hmm.
literally, um, you know, like you would literally have to basically start psychologically conditioning 20 and under.
Okay.
Like, and then you would have to like take it step by step. Like you would have to subvertly do it,
No.
subvertly. Like just tinges here, there, see where it is. Slowly ramp it up. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, get it moving, incentivize it, pay it. Like you see all of these women that are doing these TED talks that are these second wave feminists that are
Mm-hmm.
basically saying feminism lied to them. Like, I mean, they're already doing it. It's already happening. Like, I see
Yeah,
this in the algorithm a lot.
there's okay, okay. Now this is what I've said, right? And
Hmm.
I've said this before. The reason feminism is dying is because it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And they've gone as far as they can. And the only way to actually have actually have equity that feminists actually want is for women to actually become breadwinners of the family, right? Which is something they refuse to do because it's against, I don't know, it's against against their sensibilities and against their biology. Women do not want to be the breadwinners of a family. They don't want to take care of a family. They want a man to take care of a family.
Hmm.
As long as that is the case, now you have a conundrum. You train women to stand in a man's position. They don't want to be men. What do you do with that? After 40, 50 years of training them to be that way, what do you do with that?
Yeah. 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 And that's what I'm
You
saying.
you
Like they
you
have to
you
reset.
you
No.
you drove a super tank in one direction, right? Now you wanted to do a goddamn U-turn and go back to where it was. How long is that going to take?
Oh, it's gonna take a while.
And then what is the repercussions along the way? Because you have a wave going that's leading toward feminism because you're actually working with the environment, right? If you turn the
Hmm.
motherfucker around, you're going. Not only are you turning it around, you're actually going against the tide,
Yeah.
and you're going and basically going against the flow of the whole planet because the whole planet is flowing the same way.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
So good luck there. What are you trying to lead them back to? That's the whole
Hey,
thing.
that's the point
What are
of
you trying to
contention.
lead them back to?
And that's the point of contention, right? It's
No,
like
no. I'm I'm,
and
I'm
yeah.
asking you. I'm asking you. This is
Oh,
your
me?
plan. What are you leading them back to?
Oh, back to me? Oh, no, no. I'm just leading them back to like see, and what I mean is this, right? And
Mm-hmm.
this is what I'm saying is when things are, the problem is with people and what I learned about watching people, right? Even whatever, right? Is that
Mm-hmm.
people think they want equality, but what they really
Mm-hmm.
want is power and preference, right? So just
Mm-hmm.
just anybody, right? Just anybody. Everybody wants something, but they don't want the consequences of keeping the thing that they have, right? Like you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Like if like I have no problem with if women are working, men are working, we're adults, we live in a society.
Mm-hmm.
You can do the job, I do the job, we all get paid the same, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have no problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with I don't have a problem with a woman voting. I don't have a problem with this, that, and the third, right?
Okay.
But
Mm-hmm.
if the divorce goes down and you're making more money by the letter of the law because it says the spouse that makes the most money,
Mm-hmm.
you get divorced from the man and that you got to pay him alimony.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the equality comes into play.
Yeah.
Right? Like because
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying, like you know what I mean, like but most men don't seek the alimony in the first place, right? Which is the thing. But I'm just saying, it's certain things. It's like the consequences thereof, the responsibility, right? With great power
Mm-hmm.
comes great responsibility. There's the
Mm-hmm.
consequences. It's just like
Mm-hmm.
with the toast to other people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it's okay for you to have comedians to make jokes about the heterosexual side of the game,
Mm-hmm.
but then no one can make jokes about you niggas. You
Mm-hmm.
know, it's like that does not how it works. Like I don't think nobody should be cracking you upside the skull because you decide to do within the confines of your bedroom between two consenting adults. But you don't need to be running around here co-opting every fucking child in America to be a toaster of.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you are a super minority. Like you're not like, you know what I'm saying? It's not, it's the balance. Me, I'm about balance. You turn the ship around or you maneuver the ship
Mm-hmm.
to get through
Mm-hmm.
the storm, but you continue on the path in which you're going to. Like you take a
Mm-hmm.
different route. You don't go all the way
Mm-hmm.
back. You maneuver
Okay.
it so we can move forward, right?
And what I'm
And
saying is
then
what I'm saying is move forward to what? You got to lead them
huh?
someplace.
Move forward to yeah.
Yeah, to what?
Move forward to. I'm like, we don't need like you moving forward. We don't. I'm like, we're going like you said. We're going to a technological revolution, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't need people in the house with 12 children. That's asinine, right? That
Okay.
doesn't. You don't need 12 children, right? Because
Okay.
technology is what it is, right? So
Okay.
do you? But you don't need people to have on average like less than like almost barely having two children, right?
Okay.
So you need three children. But the
Okay.
problem is that the economy itself doesn't dictate providing for the children and rearing and raising the children.
It can if you wanted to.
Yeah, but what I mean is like this, right? It's like when
Mm-hmm.
I grew up. Grandma watched us while
Mm-hmm.
the parents went to work.
Mm-hmm.
In this economy, grandma can't watch you, right? Can't watch the children because
Because you
grandma's
get
still at work.
okay.
Yeah, like she can't be big mama or whatever. Like the
Yeah.
elderly, the elder
Sure,
folk, the
sure,
people.
sure she can. That means that the children, instead of paying 600, $600 per child for babysitting and whatever you have, they can just pay grandma or take care of
Yeah,
grandma,
well, I'm
provide
like,
grandma's needs.
yeah, but
We
we
haven't been
already know how
socialized to do. We haven't been socialized to
well
do
the
that
economy.
anymore. You have to change
Yeah.
society, the way society works.
And
Yep.
then and that's what that's what I'm saying. That's what it comes down to
Mm-hmm.
is that the is that the whole socialization of society and the way it's built, right, by the
Mm-hmm.
policies that are put
Mm-hmm.
forth by the
Yeah.
people, but that are led by
It,
men, mainly men.
Well,
You know?
basically led by men partially. The environment has way more control over what you do and how you go about it than men do because policies and everything else, even when you start a war, is in reaction to something. Okay, it's not.
Mhm.
It's a response to something. It's not we gonna plan to actually do this and do that, do this and do that. No, it's not the way it happens. Okay, when the machines came in, they needed workers for the machine, so they couldn't take the man off the land because they needed him on the land. They basically took the women and children and put them in factories. They made them independent. You
Mhm.
literally started making children wards of the state. That's go back and look at the Tender Years Doctrine in 1839, right? That's a result of the Industrial Revolution, right? Your patriarchy
Yeah.
ended when you with the Tender Years Doctrine because patriarchy means that the man owns the children and wife and children, right? You don't
Right.
own them no more. That's gone. Okay,
Mhm.
that's gone. That ended in Northern Europe back in the 1700s, late 1700s. Patriarchy's
Mhm.
been gone. Okay,
Right.
so basically you're responding to a different environment because guess what? Bringing in machines brings you more wealth, makes life easier. Blah blah blah. You can rip all that off and go back to the way you used to live. What are you going to do that?
No, nobody's going to do that.
So nobody's going to do that. So basically, you have to basically you have two choices: either go back to the agrarian age prior to the 1700s, or continue on the path that you're on. Right? Continue on the path that you're on. This is what's going to happen with it because this is what comes with it. Those are the choices that you have. Not only just men, but also women too.
No, so
Women could actually pick up and go back and move to a commune, okay, and decide that we're going to live like this, right? And the men that want to come along with it can come along with us. You can easily do that, okay? Men and women benefit from the society that we're in. It's
no,
not
I
it's
say
not a
that, like,
man's
yeah.
fault. It's not a man's fault. It's not a woman's fault. It's just, this whole society makes decisions all together, okay?
So
And
it's a humanity. It's a how does I say? It's a humanity or whatever you want to call it. Like it's a
it's
yeah.
called progress, okay?
Yeah.
Called progress, and you pay a penalty for progress because the old forms that we think are sacred, okay, because we always
Mhm.
think shit is sacred. Oh, because it's been around 15, 20,000 years, this is sacred. Bullshit. It's not sacred. It's a way to organize people. Okay, we think the liberal society that we live in is sacred. It's not. Basically, we go back 500 years, feudalism. With the king and the queen and the lords. Okay, that was sacred. No, no way. We need rights and like that. What are people gonna do with rights? Okay, peasants can't run this country. Peasants don't need a vote. They just need to work and find a good king and a good lord, and we're fine. Okay, progress. Human beings always make progress. They always have. And the progress that we've made, this is nothing compared to what's coming. Nothing. And all the stuff all the stuff that I've been fearing is is basically been basically actually
Mhm.
what you call it actually been confirmed, right? That's how come Nicole Ali is here. She's a
Mhm.
genetic engineer, right? And she told me, and
Mhm.
this is a couple years ago, right?
Yeah, I remember
Because
that.
she gets grants. Okay, she told me personally. She said one of her senior engineers, genetic engineers, said, "I'm so glad I'm too old to see what's coming. I won't be alive because he
Yeah,
sees what's
yeah, I see
coming."
it coming.
Okay.
I see what's coming. Now, what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna let Coach come up here and say a piece. I'm gonna let everybody get their final words. thoughts, and I'm gonna shut it
Hmm.
down because anything over 4 hours, well, anything over 3 hours is considered fuckery. Uh, Thanks to our Quincy Jones of Black YouTube.
Hey,
Just like sorry.
I do blackmail fuckery all day and sometimes twice
Yeah,
on Sunday.
yeah, I can't do blackmail fuckery. I go in my, I go,
Oh man,
we
we
be in
go
our,
deep into fuckery.
I can't. We be over there in the villains hideout, and we just do the commentary on the fucker. We kind of stay away from it. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Since we've been excommunicated from people's panels, since we be calling shit out too much, so we stay over in our little villain space and talk shit and whatever. But we go ahead. You have the floor. I'm gonna put you up here on the big screen here. I'm gonna let you say your piece, and then we're gonna have people come through. I got my headphones on. Y'all see me with these little things on. But we gonna let people come through. Well, not we gonna have Cerulean and BGS go, and then I'm gonna end this off because I got shit to do. Go
Oh,
ahead.
that's right. It's daytime where you're at.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
got,
This is almost 3 in the afternoon. Go ahead.
did y'all consider patriarchy a good thing?
It's neither good nor bad. It's just a form. The thing is,
Just
what
a
the thing
form.
is the matriarchy that's forming. Is it good for everybody?
I don't think a matriarchy is forming. I think because things are
It's
changing,
already matriarchy is
I
already
think
here.
because things are changing, they're going to the extreme that it's a matriarchy.
It
But
is.
a patriarchy was only to the benefit of men. Wasn't
No, it was
beneficial
not.
for
No,
women.
it's not. No, it's
I'll
not.
tell black men this here.
Okay. What's your definition of
Can I
patriarchy?
say
Hold on,
this?
hold on a second. What's your definition of patriarchy? Let's get that clear because a lot of people
Um,
don't know what it is.
Patriarch is a system in which all of the power and the decision making authority and pretty much money it rests in the hands of the male.
Oh,
And
that
a
doesn't exist anymore.
it's passed down from the oldest male, from the father to the oldest male, and
Mm-hmm.
all of the power rests. That's a patriarchy. But
That
I'll tell,
that doesn't exist anymore.
and it shouldn't. But I'll
And
tell
well,
men when they be saying, they be like, oh, the patriarchy was never a good thing for
why?
women
Why?
because a relationship should be between equals, two people that are equal, not one that is dependent on the other like a child. And that was what those relationships were. But I tell black men, I might would consider a modified patriarchy when they consider a modified slavery for black men because that's the equivalent of it. It's like, so no, we don't. Patriarchy
See,
was never a good thing. It
see.
was the way things were because men were basically bigger and had the power. And things have changed. Women are generally fair. We don't really want, I don't really want, listen, y'all be talking about divorce. Let's talk about in a divorce. If you and I both making 50 grand, you and I, because in Florida, the median average income household income is around 52 to 55 at best rates.
Mm-hmm.
But if we make the same money, there is no alimony. You have to consider lifetime alimony. It varies by incremental differences in different states.
Where,
You
where,
have to
where,
have
where,
been married
where did
over.
lifetime? Where did lifetime? What is lifetime alimony? Why
You
was it
have
actually invented?
three. You
It's
have
a patriarchal
three.
law. It's a
You have
patriarchal law.
three versions of marriages. They have what is short-term marriages, I think under 7 years. Moderate marriages 7 to
Mm-hmm.
17 years, and the
Mm-hmm.
long-term marriages I think is from 17 and above.
Okay.
So, and when you both make the same money, there
Uh-huh.
is no alimony. Now,
Mm-hmm.
if when you go from one household to two households, both parties' lifestyle change. If you made 100,000 and now it has to make that same 100,000 you take in your 50 and they 50 has
Mm-hmm.
to maintain two separate places. The money isn't gonna go that far. Both people,
Why not?
if me and you was together and we divorced and
Mm-hmm.
you was making 50 and I was making
Mm-hmm.
50
Mm-hmm.
and we combined the resources. We only had one mortgage or rent,
Mm-hmm.
one light bill. Now we have
Mm-hmm.
to maintain what we maintained on 100,000 on
Mm-hmm.
50,000. Both parties will have a lifestyle change, but
Of
people
course.
only seem to view it as men are losing. Both parties lose, but people only see theirs.
In other words, when they say men are losing, what do they mean? That means men
They
have to
said
pay.
marriage isn't beneficial
It
after.
isn't. It isn't anymore.
Let's say this here: when you get married, Most
Mm-hmm.
people, when you get married, you can amass stuff. So you and I was together for 20 years. When we were
Mm-hmm.
single, we was young, we didn't make as much money. But over
Mm-hmm.
20 years, let's say we accumulated $100,000 in the bank
Mm-hmm.
together
Mm-hmm.
because we were able to live out of basically one income, and we were able to invest and buy some things together as a couple. We
Mm-hmm.
may not have done that had we been individuals on our own, but we
Mm-hmm.
work together because two people on the same page can get more done than one person. So
Mm-hmm.
yes, we have to split it. We have to split it.
Okay,
But
men
would
don't care
we
about
have
that.
amassed that had we not been together?
Oh, men are don't care about that. Okay, if they have to split their earnings and stuff like that,
But
most men. We're not talking about rich men that have billions of dollars like Dr. Dre, right? We're talking about regular, average, regular, smuggler guys,
yes,
right? If you let a guy go and they actually split everything up, he goes this way, you go yours. They have no problem with that. Okay, what they hate is they still have to pay child support and alimony after that.
yeah,
That's what they
let's
don't like.
let's separate the two. Child support and alimony are not the same,
It
and they
doesn't
lump
matter.
them
It
together.
doesn't
It
matter.
does matter
It
because
doesn't
we can get
matter.
a let me say we can get a
It
divorce.
does.
Hold up,
Okay.
no, if we get a
No, no.
divorce and we make the same money, if we get a divorce and we
Wait.
make the same money, there is
Yeah,
no alimony, but there is child support, and that is totally not. And
I.
they lump them together, and they are not the same.
Who would then give the children to the man and you pay?
So, how
Why?
about y'all split the children? First of all, children have
Split
to
the
be
children.
supported.
They're not.
Uh, What would you
Split the
consider
children.
a high amount of child support for
It
an
doesn't
average
matter.
single
It
person?
doesn't matter.
I
I
said,
don't care if
what
it's
would you
$50.
consider? What would you consider a, a normal? Listen.
The,
I
norm,
pay.
the
Let me
normal
say this
amount of
here.
child
I
support is a
pay
grand. It's a
300.
thousand.
Let's say me and you have a child together.
Yeah,
I pay three. Let me say this here.
okay.
I spend about $320 bi-weekly for health insurance for my daughter. That's our
Okay.
daughter. So if me
Mm-hmm.
and you split it 50-50, she at your house 3.5 days a week, in my house 3.5 days. That's
Mm-hmm.
$640 a month that has to
Mm-hmm.
be paid for health insurance.
Six
How
hundred
would you
forty dollars a month
propose?
for what?
Yeah, $640 a month. I pay 320 for dental, vision, and health insurance
So
bi-weekly. So if me and you split this child
so
50-50,
where
you
does
provide that. But there was,
where does 640 go?
can I finish? If I
Yeah.
pay
I'm
325 weekly, that is
three twenty
um
five weekly. What?
I
Jesus
said
Christ.
320
Okay.
bi-weekly.
Okay.
320 bi-weekly, $640 a month just for insurance. So if you and I split her
Uh-huh.
half and half, all split, how would you propose this $640 per month be paid? Do
Well,
you
that's
think you should
fine.
give me? Let me say this here. Let me finish. Do you think you should
You never
reimburse
let
me
me
half?
finish, so why should I let you finish?
Do you think you should have to reimburse me? We're splitting everything else down the middle, except for this insurance that has to come out my check directly. Do you
Hmm.
think you should reimburse me half of that?
Yes. Yeah. If we split it every down the
Well,
middle, I don't have to pay child support. Yeah.
okay. Well, most men don't. Most men say I shouldn't have to
Bullshit.
give you anything.
No.
But
Basically, so
I'm
if
telling you what I've heard in this space. I'm not.
is the child
The
is
reason
the
I was able to ask
hold
you
on
that question so succinctly is because I've asked it a bunch of times.
is the child in my household? You have the benefit of the child being in your household. I do not. What am I
I
paying
guess
for?
the benefit. What are you talking about?
If you're splitting time between households, most men would not have a problem with that.
I beg to differ. The reason I was able to ask you that question so succinctly is because I've asked it so many times. And I tell you so many
I
times,
have to.
you are
I
the
have to.
first.
I
You
have
are
to.
the, huh?
You don't know anything about me, but I got 40,000 male followers. Okay, I'm not a
Okay.
tiny channel. Okay, I talk to
Okay.
guys all the time. Okay, all the
And
time.
Almost 40. Almost.
Almost 40. Excuse me.
okay. And I'm
30,
telling you, I
39
don't talk to 40,000
39,400. Okay,
guys,
huh?
but I've asked this question a lot of times over the years on here and in other places.
So have
And
I.
I promise you, they say they shouldn't pay nothing.
Some do.
A lot do.
And if they say they shouldn't have to pay anything if the child is not in their household,
Yeah.
that's what they say.
They no, when I proposed exactly how I just said it, we're splitting the child, everything but people
Guess,
don't even realize.
guess who's worse at paying child support than men? Women would say if I want a clean break, I don't want to pay any child support if the child's in your household. But men don't say anything about it.
Excuse me, closed mouth and closed legs don't get fed. If you choose to close your mouth and close your
See,
legs and don't get fed, that's on you.
there we go. We get the state involved. But thing is, but you're supposed to be fair and just, right?
Excuse
Shouldn't have to
me.
say anything,
I
right?
promise you. I
Right?
promise you.
Right? I
I
promise you
shouldn't
too,
have.
sweetie.
I shouldn't have to say anything about what.
If women are so fair and just about paying for their child, and that's what they truly believe in, why should a man have to take her to court?
First of all, you're conflating because I never said. I say women are generally fair and just.
No, they're
Don't
not.
try to. Yes, you are. I
No, they're
just saw
not.
that. I just saw your sleight of hand and
Oh,
what you
they're
did.
not.
So no, I just saw what you did. And anybody who got a half a piece of brain can see the conflation. What you did. You tried to take a statement that I said totally related to something and put it in with the child support. So I did see your sleight of hand. It's not that masterful. So anybody that got half a brain saw it too.
I don't have half a brain.
And so then you should definitely have thought, but I recognize the sleight of hand, what you just did.
That was
Anybody got
clearly
something?
proving that.
No, that
women-
was your complaining. That was you trying to jerry rig a couple of things together that were unrelated. But
Actually,
that's
educated
propaganda. We saw it. We know what it is.
do
We
you
know what it
understand who's speaking right now?
Who is it?
So first of all, we need to hush.
Oh, now, Aries, you aren't gonna tell me I need to hush. Now, if you want to
Because-
talk,
Hold on, man.
You didn't even realize
you
it
ain't
was
gonna
me
come up
speaking
here and
though.
tell me I need to hush
Hold
because
on,
I don't
man.
talk to you like that.
I know
So we're
that,
gonna do this
But
respectfully.
we need to understand
No,
that
what
you
you're
all need
gonna
to
do-
you need
well,
to
I
address
did
who
not
you're speaking
recognize
to.
that the person had changed, but what you're not gonna do is talk to me like that because I'm not gonna talk to you like
Hold
that.
on,
So we're
wait a
gonna be
minute,
mutually
wait a minute.
respectful.
I understand,
Hold on, time out.
Okay.
but
Hold on, wait a
you're gonna
minute,
have to
time
be
out.
fair
Hold on.
and just and understand
Yo,
who
yo.
you're speaking
Excuse
to.
me, but
when
you ain't gonna
turn-
come up here and tell me I
Yo,
need
yo.
to hush. That's what you're not gonna do. If
Okay,
wanna
well, you
tell
need to
me,
stop
tell me,
hogging the
but you're not
damn
gonna talk to
panel.
me like
Guys,
I'm not even listening. I'm not even
Hold on.
listening. I'm
Dre is
muted.
speaking.
I turned the volume
Hold
down,
on.
so I'm not even
Guys.
listening.
Hold on. Listen. Wait, hold on.
Dre, you adjust your mic. Your mic's too low. That's what I can hear you.
Yeah. Look, check this out, man. Check this out. Hold on, man. Hold on. Then we ain't gonna do today. Ain't nobody gonna throw no chance. All right. So now we was talking about what child support, right? Like that's how this got. We always go to child support. I don't know why we go to child support, but we here now. So Aries, what you gotta say about the child support? I'm unmute you, bro. And if you want to chime in what she said about the child support, and then I'm gonna unmute her, and then she can reply. But let's just keep it at the
Yeah, we
thing.
keeping it
Like, I know
civil.
y'all. I don't look, man. I listen.
No, I mean, to
know-
be honest with you, I just wanted to just let it be known that when I said hush, I mean, yeah, I should have said hush. Maybe I should have refrained from saying it because it may be sounding like as if I'm trying to tell her what to do. But at the same time, if we listen and stop talking, then we can pay attention to the people who are really speaking to you. That's all I was trying to make the point of. But as far as women being fair and just, historically, women have been some of the most manipulative people ever. They've started
Cheers,
wars. I mean, are you serious?
baby,
In general,
women ain't even had the
baby,
right to their
y'all
own
like
life,
say baby again.
baby.
Mm.
And how y'all Louisiana people say it, I don't know how to say it anyway.
Uh-huh.
But women ain't even had rights in this country. We don't even get to keep our coochie lips in some parts of the world. So historically, that Bible and that stance and however they are edited and edited religion and all that was at the hands of man have given a poor reflection. But generally, those women were literally children. They were literally 13 and 14 years old. So I don't know how they get to be so cunning when there were like 60-year-old men, 50-year-old men, 40-year-old men, 30-year-old men going with children. And we're going to say it was a different time. But trust me,
I'm
they
not
were
even
not
referring
that
to the
cunning.
Bible, and I'm not even talking about that.
I'm just saying historically how women have been, how brides have been selected. And what has happened in this world is generally a dramatic age difference that was between a husband and a wife. So how they got so cunning, or the children that they were
Cleopatra.
all women. So no, they weren't that cunning. They were children.
Cleopatra wasn't cunning. I'm just talking about women in history. I'm not talking about an age difference. I'm not even applying an age difference. So I'm just speaking about women
Yeah.
and their ability to manipulate men.
Y'all dick manipulate y'all.
Oh,
Y'all like a dick control manipulate y'all.
dick. Okay. So it's
Yeah.
not actually women actually coming upon
No,
and pressing themselves upon men.
y'all like
So
a
you're
dick
telling me
control.
that women don't do that? Are you saying that women don't do that? Coach Malik, are you saying that women don't do that? Let's be honest.
Baby,
Yes,
women
we
according to
and
her.
are weak
men,
for the
women
flesh.
and men have been
Men
taken
are weak
advantage
for the
of
flesh.
in
But are you
love
telling me
and
that?
stuff.
Are
So
you
that's
telling me
not
that women haven't participated in
just like
knowing
a dick
the
control is
quality? Are
his
you
lack of dick
serious?
control was Cleopatra's
Are you
problem.
telling me that people don't get on
His
web
lack of dick
cameras?
control was
Women
Cleopatra's
don't
Fa-
get
problem.
on web
false,
cameras?
His
false,
lack of dick
false
control was,
paternity
Are
and
you
all that
telling
kind
me
of
that
stuff.
women don't
baby, I think
jump on
paternity
web
should
cameras
be done at
and
birth.
exploit
I do
I think
themselves?
it
too.
should be done at birth. I think even within marriages, they should be done at birth.
And swindle men out of their money through being
If y'all
cam
weren't
women?
tricking, they couldn't get it.
Again, like I
If
said,
you wasn't tricking, they couldn't get
I'm
it.
going to state that men
If you lead with your
historically,
wallet, don't
again,
be
men,
mad if
there
somebody
are
takes
men
it.
out there who historically are just weak as far as storing their money when they don't really need to. If they have
You can't
confidence
be
in
strong
themselves,
and weak
they
at the
shouldn't do it.
same time. You got to
Strong
pick
and weak.
one. You
I've
can't be
never,
one or the other
excuse
one
me,
is beneficial.
when did I tell you that men were strong when it came down to a woman? When did I say that?
Baby, get some dick control.
No, but tell me when I said that.
Well, generally
Tell me
men are
when I said that.
perceived in this
No, but
world
when
as
did
the
I say that?
leaders.
No, but when did
Okay,
I say that?
well, you didn't say that's
Thank you.
the general
Okay.
perception. But
That is a
just get some dick
perception, but
control.
that's the
All I
perception. But
got
the
to do
thing
is get
is,
some dick control.
understand the person behind the curtain, the woman.
No, it's
The
your phallus.
woman.
It's the man's phallus.
The woman will
No, it's your
use
dick.
her body.
PD Jake say don't wait till the man in your house kissing on
Why
your neck to
is
get
there a
strong. Get
need for
strong
a pusher
before.
bra to push up your assets, right?
Baby, get dick control. Y'all act like women don't see
Okay.
men that look nice. Y'all
And you
act
got
like women
and
don't
so
see
what's the need
fine
for
men
what's the
and
use
don't
of
say that.
even buying
That don't make y'all pussy
a
jump
push-up
out the
bra?
thing because you see an attractive man get dick control and
Answer
y'all
my
want to have
question,
these
though.
problems.
Answer my question.
Historically,
What is the need for women to actually push their titties up to their chin, and wear skimpy
I'm sure
outfits and
there's a
everything like that?
history of bras in which you can go and look that up.
No, I'm asking you since you're a woman. I need to find out since you're the all-knowing person on the panel. Explain to me.
Generally, in nature,
Why do women
as
need
well
to do
as
that?
in animal nature
Why do
and
women
human
go
nature.
and try to get the
In
Brazilian butt
animal
lift?
nature and in human nature, the opposite sexes do things to make themselves attractive to each other for mating purpose. It is natural. It is part of nature. Men do certain things. Peacocks do certain things. Lions have certain things that make them attractive
Women
to
are going
females,
down
as
to
well
DR
as
to
vice
make their
versa. That goes
asses
vice
bigger
versa.
for mating purposes.
That goes vice versa.
For
That is called
mating
nature.
purposes.
And these
That
are
is
your black,
called nature.
For
ladies
That
and
is
mating
gentlemen.
called
purposes.
These are your black
That
women.
is called
For
nature.
mating purposes.
These are your
That
black
is
women.
called
They're
nature. If you
sticking
haven't taken a
silicone in
basic
their ass
biology
cheeks.
class
This is
and
your black
they
woman.
didn't teach you
purposes.
about the birds and the bees, I'm sorry.
This is
No,
your
dear.
black
Sorry you
woman.
didn't get that.
I'm not gonna let you
could
ride
just
on
go
that
and
one.
look at the Animal Channel and they have.
I'm not gonna let you ride with that. Told you. If men
It's
gonna
the
take their
same
L, women
reason
gonna take their
peacock
L.
premium.
Look, you gonna call this
It's the
tonight.
same reasons
That's
peacock
bullshit.
Let them
premium.
have it. If
Angel, that's bullshit.
this is what you want, this is what you want. Okay.
Okay, now I would step away from the conversation because I'm sorry because I was having an intellectual conversation
I'm sorry that
on
you
the topic.
you didn't get basic human nature or why
And see, here
animals
we
of the
go.
opposite
Shame,
sex
guilt,
do
and the
certain
need to be
things.
right. Okay.
I ain't
I'm
never seen
sorry,
a
that's
peacock
basic.
go and get plastic
Lions
surgery.
do it.
I know
Peacocks
women
do it.
do.
Hold
Different
on,
animals
man.
do it.
All
I'm
right, all
sorry.
right.
I don't know
Food
what
fight.
animal in the animal
Food
kingdom go
fight.
and get plastic
Peacocks.
surgery. Okay,
Peacocks
but
get
women
plastic
do.
surgery? Really?
You do whatever to make yourself attractive to the opposite sex. That's basic nature of all animals.
Including going underneath the knife to get what? Attention.
Whatever.
Attention.
Necessary.
Attention.
Attention.
Why y'all put them Beijing beards on?
Attention.
Why y'all put them Beijing beards
I'm
on?
still waiting on who. I
Why
don't
y'all
even know
put
what
all
you're
that
talking
black
about.
stuff on
Food
y'all face?
fight.
Why y'all go and get y'all takes done every week?
I thought you
Why
Why
you
we
were
do
why
what?
you
Why
dessert.
do
put your
what?
tennis shoes up that
I
way?
thought you were dessert. You came back for this, huh?
Then that's the next
Why
question I
y'all
need
do
to
all of
ask.
that?
If you was
Why y'all do
dessert
all of
after
that?
Hold
eating
on, man.
steak,
Hold on,
why
hold
was
on.
Oh,
dinner?
you ain't
Why
got
was
nobody to
dinner
fight with.
offered? Why were
Oh,
y'all
I
eating dinner
see.
this late at night at
No,
like ten
my
thirty?
baby
Hey,
was like a
He
smooth
ain't got
You eating a
nobody to
steak?
and
fight.
I
Oh, he
work night
sleep. You
shift.
can't fight with him, huh?
She was in the
But
shower. You
I
just
won't be
came back
using
for
my
this
hand tonight,
conversation.
will
She
you?
came back for it. Yeah, got to come back for
You had to
round
come
two.
back to listen to a
Got to
man's
Nah,
come
I'm
voice.
back
just
for
listening
round
to the
two.
Why
fuckery.
did you jump on
Got
the panel
come back
to
for round
listen to
two.
man's voice and go back and forth
Well,
on this
I heard you
topic
all
when
talking about patriarchy.
your husband was in
Well,
the
you
hey,
shower?
don't.
man.
You was supposed to
You
be
Babe,
don't
stay
you
even
was supposed to
home
be
with
dessert.
everybody
you
because
don't
they
even know
want
what
to hear from
patriarchy
you.
is.
Exposure.
You have a
Stay
supposed to be
home with
feminist
dessert.
you have
everybody.
a
Right,
feminist
man.
idea of what patriarchy is.
Oh,
That's
you
not
were
what
supposed to be
patriarchy
dessert,
is.
sweetie.
No, you have a
No,
patriarchal idea of what
no.
feminism is.
Japan is a patriarchy. The United States is not a
You have a
patriarchy.
patriarchal idea of what
China is
feminism
the
is.
patriarchy. Korea is a
Men have
patriarchy. This
control
is not
over
a
feminism.
patriarchy.
If you end
No, we
sexism
don't.
and
No,
patriarchy, you will
no.
never have to hear feminism. It
Feminism
was born
started a
out of a
long too.
result of
Feminism came with the
patriarchy and
country.
sexism.
Feminism came with the
It was
country.
a reaction. But if
Feminism
you
came
want
with
to
the country.
eliminate
Feminism came with the
patriarchy and
country. No,
sexism, you
well,
won't have to worry about it.
feminism, patriarchy's been gone, baby.
No. Well, if y'all
It's
never
been
want to
gone.
hear that word
It's been
again, if
gone.
y'all
Been gone.
never want to hear that
Hey,
word,
we black men never had a patriarchy. So we don't even count.
if y'all ever want to end that word again,
Black men never had a patriarchy. We don't even count.
if you never want to hear that word again,
I
in
don't care.
sexism, don't talk about
Yeah.
women being independent and the
And we
world
don't
coming to
care.
an end
We don't
because
care. We don't.
but y'all were just talking about it.
Black women invented
But you were just
independence.
talking
Okay,
about it.
black women
But you were
invented independence.
but you were
Ain't our
just
woman?
talking about it.
Ain't our woman? Remember that? Ain't our woman? That's 1850, baby.
Are you a woman? Cause
Black
y'all
women.
do sound like some women at time. Y'all really
Oh,
do.
so you're not educated again. You don't
You
remember.
really do sound like women sometimes.
Well, you sound like a man, so it's all right.
That's okay.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's okay.
That's fair. We got Klingon women, so
See, unlike
y'all ain't
feminine
changed.
males, my
You
mama
sound like
already told us life ain't fair. Get used
Sojourner
to it.
Truth.
Life ain't fair. Get used to it.
Well,
Buckle up,
yeah, of course not. Yeah, yeah.
All right,
Well, I'm a
let
black
me
man. I know it ain't
Man
fair.
up.
Black man, I know it ain't
let
fair.
Get
me
you
let me
some
let me
I was a
estrogen and
boy
get
child.
stronger. Cause y'all, your
I was born with
testosterone,
two
your
strikes.
testosterone is
I
real
was
weak. You want me to
born.
send you
I was
some
born.
estrogen?
Hey,
You need me to send you some estrogen so you could get a little bit stronger, baby? Cause
yeah,
y'all
why not?
testosterone is
Why
real
not?
weak.
okay
You got some
Y'all,
testosterone.
y'all
You got
hold
testosterone
on,
testosterone.
real
You
weak.
got
hold on.
testosterone. You the man.
That's okay.
You
Hold
the
on.
man. You the man. You the
Okay,
man.
okay. We about to go down the
Did you
road
follow
of
You the
that
man.
man
You
who
the
get his
you the
generation?
man. You the man,
Did
baby.
you
You the
did you
man.
did
You the
you, you
man.
follow that?
You the man.
Are you
You the
of the
man.
generation
You the
who like
man.
this
You the
booty
man.
man?
It's okay.
You
I
you
get
of
it.
that
You the man.
generation?
You the guy. You the man.
But baby,
You the
women aren't
man. You the
complaining.
man. No, no.
Women aren't complaining.
Black women been
It's
saying they were the
black
man.
men all over the internet
They're the mother
complaining
and the
about women.
father. Remember?
It's black men complaining about black
Yeah.
women. It's not the other
Uh,
way
uh,
around. We're just responding
no.
to your stuff.
uh,
Well,
Y'all got for every
let me
female
hold
content
on.
creator channel,
that's
what is
right.
about
That's
10
right.
black
That's
male
right.
Um,
content.
We trying to find a road
Y'all
away.
some
We tr- we
complaining women. Y'all some
okay,
complaining women.
okay. All right.
Oh
Check
my
this out. Check this
God.
out. Check this out.
They some,
We getting
see,
like
y'all like they should say a
we
see,
bunch of
going.
hands, a
oh,
bunch of
so this
roofies
is a bitch
sitting around
session, huh?
collecting.
It's become a bitch
Y'all a
Hold
session,
on.
huh?
bunch of sit around
Wait a minute.
Mute her,
Hold
man.
on.
Get her, mute
No,
her.
no,
a bunch of
She
a
ain't gonna,
bunch
she ain't gonna,
of
she ain't gonna, she ain't gonna shut
ruthless
I'm
up.
not
sitting
trying.
around
I'm not
collecting.
trying to take it to that. But listen, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this right. All right, because we didn't got off the rails, man. We didn't got off the rails a
Mhm.
little bit, and we didn't jumped in the mud. We trying to stay on the porch. So check this out. And this is because it's my channel, I get to put out my viewpoints. This is my
Hmm.
viewpoints, right? There isn't no patriarchy in America anymore. I live in a patriarchy. Okay. Two, when the environment is so great where there's not an immediate threat from outside forces in daily society, there's no need for a patriarchy. If society falls today and tomorrow, women will line up to be protected by men. That's how patriarchies work. You don't need them once
If
society
society
evolves.
falls, it will be because the actions of men. Because every war that has been fought for the most part has been by men. You are the disease, and then you want
See,
to
that's
be
feminism. That's
Hold on,
feminism.
no.
That's
Just let us
feminism.
talk. Just let us say a piece. I said I
Okay.
understand that, and I accept your
you
thought
start the
process
wars.
on that.
So, y'all start the wars. Y'all
Mhm.
start the stuff,
Societies
Right,
don't
right,
fall
and
right.
because
then
of a
say
war.
women would have to
That's
line up.
right. Mhm.
Can I
Now
get?
I don't
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, hold on 1 second.
You can't
Now
be the villain and the hero.
no. Are you? I don't think you heard what I said. See, that's the thing. You didn't hear me.
All right, well, repeat it again. I'll
You
tell you
didn't
if
hear
that's
me.
what I heard.
No. You didn't hear
You
me.
said
You heard
when
everybody. You
things
didn't
are
hear me.
good, there is no need for a patriarchy. But when the shit hit the fan, the women will line up. And generally, when the shit hit the fan, it's as a result of male actions.
Right. So what that means
Not
is
really.
So you're the
so
disease.
no.
You
Listen.
create the conditions to
See,
have
that's
to be
feminism. That's feminism.
No, it's cool. It's cool. I accept what you have to say. Like that's your viewpoint. But here's a fact. Here's a fact. Before you could, right? Because Neek made a statement. Men take power. Women are given it. Why is it
y'all
quiet all
take
of a sudden?
power because you need to feel
No.
powerful instead of just existing. Y'all are the ones steadily at war, steadily
Yeah.
taking.
Okay.
That's y'all
Well, that's
actions.
fine.
That's y'all
Just that
stuff. Cause we
I
don't.
get it. I get
Cause
what you're
if
saying.
guess what?
Yeah, you don't.
If people were hungry and I had something, we would just share. We
No,
wouldn't
you
go
wouldn't.
over and
No,
burn
you
people
wouldn't.
No, you
food.
wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't.
No, you
No, you
wouldn't.
wouldn't.
No, you
Okay.
wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
See,
I'm talking about human nature.
you
No,
can
you
I'm talking about
only
wouldn't.
human
judge
nature.
people
No, you
from
wouldn't.
your
There's nothing to
standards.
share. There's you got to listen to yourself for a second. You're talking, right? And you make sense, right?
Mhm.
But you can't like here's the thing, right? I'm not denying your truth because your truth is truth,
Mhm.
right? I'm not denying that. But what I am actually trying to explain to you, right, is that you asked a question. I'm taking that back to the beginning, right?
Mhm.
No one said that we are for or against the patriarchy. We said it exists like a system, just like a matriarchy exists, just like you have like lords and like we live in a pseudo democracy, right? Like we in America, right? We live in capitalism, right? There's socialism, there's communism, there's different forms of way people live and go about their business, and then there's the way men and women interact with each other. Okay, so now society, as it is right now in America, you don't have to literally really too much worry about your daily safety. And what I mean by your daily safety is and let's just take out the black part and all the other stuff. Let's just say a woman will walk down the street and she should be able to walk down the street. She should be able to go to work, come home safely. And for the most part, that happens for the most part. And it's major news when someone gets killed or murdered or something happens or a woman gets somebody put their hands on a woman, just period, right? So that's how society has evolved, right? So and then women can defend themselves. And guess what? Because we have something that you can go buy called a firearm, because that's the great equalizer. Okay, the firearm. It doesn't matter how strong a man is. If a woman got a firearm and she know how to use it, she can put his ass down. Right, lay his ass. Like matter of fact, the greatest sniper in history was a female, and it was during World War II. So this it's a known fact. So this is what I'm saying. I'm not speaking for everybody, but what I am saying is this: because of the cause of men, women, or whatever, but mainly men, at the end of the day, systems and forms of government, they're made by, kept in place by men. That's why I don't like when dudes are complaining. I don't complain about women. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Assess the men. The reason why the women are the way they are is because the men that are running society allowed this to happen. Now, if you want to change it, you have
How are
to
they?
deal with the men. You got to deal with the men.
Are women?
Yeah. You know what I mean? You got to deal with the
Are
men and
women?
then you got to figure it. You got to figure that out, right? With the men, right? Because it's the environment. Like it's the way the environment is. Now, do you Now, is there some things that need to be changed? Yes, there's some things that need to be changed on both ends of the spectrum, right? Far as policy wise, how things are, I think I think they need to incentivize marriage. I think that marriages, Americans, they
Good
file
luck.
separate and they don't file joint. That's a one way you need to incentivize marriages. Basically, give a better tax break for people that are instead of two taxed instead of collectively getting taxed, right? Where what I mean, but that's by design because you live in a capitalist society, right? So now, with that being said, is when we look at this, just the total overall spectrum of everything, we all know what happens. If you look at these countries that were at war, whether they had a patriarchy, right? Like you look at Iran and Iraq, they had a patriarchy, right? Guess
Mm-hmm.
what? Patriarchy went to shit soon as some bombs got dropped on them, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Guess what? Guess what they doing? They started giving women's rights in Afghanistan, right? The Afghanis did not give their women's rights. The reason why the women had rights in Afghanistan was because the United States and
Forced
the
it on.
NATO was basically forced it on them, right? Now,
Mhm.
here's the thing. They forced it on them. Then when the United States said, okay, we're done, we're pulling out, guess what? Those women had to go.
Women who gonna get their heads chopped off.
Exactly. So, and guess what happened? The men of the country, right? The men of the country
Mm-hmm.
got together with the people saying, hey, this is a thing, right? These women need they gonna get accosted by these men, right? In their patriarchy that they done had for thousands of years before we came over there and fucked their shit up and blew their shit up, right? But
before that, we were just fucking little girls, cutting their coochie lips off, and we was doing all that stuff. And then America came and did something.
What?
They were over there
What?
they were over there and basically
She's remixing two different cultures. That's what she's doing right now.
Yeah, yeah. But that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
Seriously, women were over there literally in bondage, and they had a break from that. So it's upsetting that not that they had a break from that jailhouse for a little bit of time, that prison, that oppression. Now it's a bad thing. They should have never been like that in the first place. So now because they want to go back to imprison them, to suffocate them, to make them suffer, America, they should have never had that break of freedom.
No.
Now because they want to go back to being the assholes that they were before. That's really what's going on. But I'm gonna say this here.
No.
In America, when you were talking about women are able to walk down the street and all that, because it's safe.
And here we
I
go.
want to say this here. When you go and pull the statistics, 90+% of men, probably upward of 95% of men are killed by men. When you go to look at women, 95 and up of women are killed by men. If men killing men, shouldn't women be killing women? Women ain't killing, are not in danger from other women.
Women kill children.
Or punch somebody, but our murders are at the hands of men. We are in danger from men, not other women.
Well, separate. We're not holding you here.
Even if we decide
I'm not gonna ever tell women to separate
this
from
is
me.
still a country.
They can move to their own enclaves.
Are you proposing going to another country and leaving America to the women? That's what you're proposing. You're gonna move out and leave the women?
I would. If it was up to me, I would. Yeah.
I say myself. When they were saying Cynthia G was saying abort black males, I say Cynthia, do not put that on your spirit and your soul and have to be in conflict. Go get IVF and just conceive females only, and then you don't have to have that on your spirit by aborting black males.
So what happens in a basically what happens in a generation when what happens? Say if every black woman what happens in a generation if you have all female offspring?
Oh, we'll do what China did. We'll recoup. But right now, we're going to get enough sperm from the
Recruit? What are y'all, Alabama?
We'll reject
Florida.
after a while.
Florida.
The
Just
fuck?
like China
Florida.
did. China gonna still be surviving. They're gonna still be
All
surviving.
right.
We
All
made a
right.
mistake. So let's
Okay.
make our own mistake, and then we'll
Okay.
fix it.
You gonna
All right,
call
so
up
let me
in a hall of
let
5-star class.
Okay.
I got you.
All right.
let me say this to you, man. Let me say this to you. And this is where this is, you know, and that's what I said. Like look, I respect people's differences of opinion, belief, or whatever. I am not here to convert nobody to Islam. I am not trying to do none of that shit. Right. But I'm just going to just point out something. Okay. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay. Men themselves, okay, men themselves
Are not good people.
Yeah.
Is that the reason why you're not desert?
No.
Right
Let
now?
it rock. Let it rock.
Let it rock. Okay.
Let it
Oh,
rock,
it's your
let it
show,
rock, let it
man.
rock.
It's your
Yeah,
show.
let it rock.
I'll put the headphones down for a second.
Yeah. No. People say their thing. You know, that's a viewpoint. I respect the viewpoint. Let us say a viewpoint. Men, you know, people in general, you know what I mean, will do whatever they need to do to survive or whatever it is. You don't hear about the female suicide bombers, but there are a lot of them. They just don't put it out there. When you think of a suicide bomber, you just think it's mainly men, but it's mainly
Women.
it was women. It's mainly
Because
women.
those are the ones that can go undetected, right?
Yes.
Because they're women, of course.
Yes, and it's not as fucked up. You know, we know that. You know, we do know that. Yeah, some of them are accosted because they got to do it because, you know, terrorists got them. But just like anything in human nature, we done seen people be in cults and certain things like that, and it's leadership. It's like that, right? I just saw this crazy thing, just recently, right, of this female, that's a cult leader. And
The little blue girl with the blue eyes, the little dyke.
The dyke one, right?
Stud.
Yeah, that's crazy. That was crazy, right? And I was like, what is going on? And then she had the woman
You
up
know
there.
what? Some of these studs done got just like these black men. They ass don't even want to work either.
Mm-hmm.
These studs is envying these black men. They don't even want to work. They want to be kept studs, just like these black men want to be kept.
How you know about this information, duh?
How I know about what?
About the information with the studs, babe.
You ain't got to do nothing but look, baby. All us got eyes.
So, I mean, I thought that you had
see what's
intimate
going on.
interaction with some of these studs. I mean, you know, I thought you were
Where you
speaking
live at that ain't no gay people at? Where you live at that ain't no gay people? That
No,
ain't
but I
no
mean
gay people
intimate.
in your family. Where they do that at?
But I mean, studs. You
Where they do that at, baby? I worked
you
in a
got
whole
studs in
prison.
your phone,
I
baby.
worked in a whole prison.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
I'm just saying. I mean, shit. You speaking like you knew from
You actually know.
like, you know,
She know.
But I do have
like you
cousin that's
like you
married
made
to a woman.
maybe like you made a
Third
statement.
Hell,
married
is
to
he?
a woman.
Is he married to a woman?
Have you
Is
been
he
making
married to a
mistakes with
woman?
studs?
So we're gonna do this, man.
Don't
We're
be
gonna do
trying
this,
to
man.
police my pussy. My pussy not your problem. You just get some dick control.
Oh my God. Listen,
Baby,
police
I
the
don't
pussy.
police the pussy.
Well,
at
then
all.
do you hear me asking about your dick? No, not really. But you over here
Not really.
police
Wait,
over
not
here.
really.
Well,
That
this a
means
man or
you
woman.
was
It's not
asking
your because
slightly. Are you asking
don't give
slightly
a
about
fuck
my
where
dick?
your dick go or
Don't be
don't go.
asking slightly about my dick.
I don't care
After
about
we
your
just shared
dick.
emails,
I don't
stop it.
care about your dick.
After we just shared emails, stop that.
I don't care about your dick.
Yeah. Hold on. Was it Queen said? Yeah, Queen. They got a problem now where it's too many men and not enough women in China. You know what I mean?
Because they didn't value women.
Yeah. So the next thing is that the next thing is that the environment. You know what I mean? The environment, men, environment. That's why I say if the environment's good, women are happy. You know what I mean? The thing goes on. Men are doing a good job. When things are fucked up, it's men's fault. You know what I mean? Blah blah blah. Right. So just listening. You know, people have their different viewpoints, but the way I do it a little bit is I let the person talk through it because a lot of times the I
God
say
bless
the
you to whoever's
animosity.
sneezing.
Oh yeah, bless you. The person who's ever talking, a lot of times on these panels, they get triggered because they don't get to say their talking point fully out. And sometimes you just let them talk it out, and then just accept what they're saying, and then you have your rebuttal, and then we can just respectfully disagree on it. I'm like, to me, there's nothing to disagree about it because she did make a point. That the point is that society rise and falls on the backs of men. Your society is good if men are doing what they're supposed to do and run the society. Now, how they run that society is indicative of how men deal with each other or the diplomacy thereof, right? So, yeah,
It is now, okay, but the modern
I
yeah,
do
society.
hope people know some of these shots is just sarcasm
Okay,
and not
all
taking
right,
this stuff
okay,
personal.
okay. And basically, yeah, basically,
I'm some people, and I am taking this not so seriously. I'm joking.
yeah, yeah. We
yeah,
Oh,
but
having a good time. We
but
having a good
basically in the modern society, because it's so artificial, yeah, men are actually in control, right? Before then, famine, disease, weather
yeah,
change, crops failing, floods, all kind of stuff could actually fall down, kill a society, like the Mayans, right? You see these great temples. They actually thrive for 300 years until, guess what? The crops started to stop coming up, right?
yeah,
The society collapsed. Had nothing to do with what the men were doing. Okay,
yeah,
the environment could not sustain the amount of people that were actually there. It collapsed,
yep.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And at a certain point, men think that we're in such control of this of a society of a civilization, right? To a point that is true, but only to a point. There's all kind of triggers that can bring down a society, right?
Yep,
Financial, economic, economic, climactic, just a decline of just men and women becoming infertile. That's what's happening now. 50% of your men are infertile. That's one reason that you're having a population decline. And they've been trying to do everything to actually reverse that stuff, but guess what? To no avail. Okay.
yeah.
At some point, nature is the first and last dictator of what survives and what doesn't. Men can only have a small amount of control.
Natural selection in the motherfucker.
Well,
my
it's not.
thing
It's
is
not
here.
even.
I don't diminish what men do. I value what y'all bring to the table. But the thing is, on the back end, men constantly diminish. Excuse me, men constantly diminish women contributions.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
you just in the
No,
home.
we didn't. No, I never said that. I actually
Okay,
said
May,
we.
may I,
in these days now,
I actually said. I actually keep saying that men, a society cannot survive unless women agree to it. I said that. I said that you.
right now, if me and you are
Can I?
married
Can
and
I
we
finish?
decide to
Can I
have
finish?
kids
Can
and
I
I quit
finish?
working,
Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I
go ahead.
finish at least once? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. I didn't.
damn, I just wanted to jump in because I mean I was
Go ahead.
outraged
Go.
by a certain comment. Wait, you telling me that you have always upheld the contributions and accomplishments of men,
Excuse
Courtney?
me. Excuse me. When I see the few men that I see doing, I will give anybody their props, man or woman. That has nothing to do
Oh,
with it.
so
I
it's
will
man or
give
woman.
every
Okay.
person respect, man or woman, the
Okay.
equal amount of respect. My thing is this here. I do not accord a man higher respect than a woman simply because his gender.
Okay,
Now,
now
if
that I
people
agree
ain't
with.
doing shit, but
What?
in this culture right now, let's say you and I had a kid together, and because daycare is upward of what $200 a week,
Mm-hmm.
I stopped working, and I had to stop working for 5 years until our kid got into daycare. I mean, public school at 5 years old. So for 4 years, I didn't work. Now
Okay.
we decide we got financial problems because I ain't been working, and we got these children and all this stress because most marriages break up because of finances. And you decide to leave me. My contribution of not working, providing childcare, so we wouldn't have to spend that money out, will not be like, oh, she didn't work, she taking everything. No, I didn't work because it was for the betterment of the family, and that's the decision we came to together.
Did
And
we?
that's when the stuff get. Well, if you got 2 children and y'all could spend $400 a week on childcare while I go outside the home and continue to
So
work,
wait,
that's great.
let's slow this down. You volunteered or you lost your
I
job?
say that was
That was a decision.
if we're a couple, a
Right.
married couple, and we got pregnant, our first pregnancy was twins,
Okay.
and now daycare is $200 per child per
Cool.
week.
Twins.
$400
Nice.
for, I mean,
Nice.
got twins now. 400
That's
a week
$400 a week.
in 4 weeks.
And we determined that the amount of
$1,600.
money is better for you to stay at home as opposed to going out there because the daycare is so expensive. Our children aren't really seeing us, and it's not. So you stay home and keep your children because it would save us $400 a week,
Right.
which
Okay.
is basically almost what you were making. So now you stay at home. Now that's diminished because we're breaking up. That was my contribution for going 4 years into my retirement. Because, let's say I was a school teacher. Now that's 4 years of retirement that I haven't amassed. 4 years I haven't contributed to Social Security and other things. But it would be diminished because it's like, oh, well, you stayed home with the kids. That was
What
good
you
for
will
you.
also understand is this: when you agreed upon stepping away from your career, you also understood that you was giving up those 4 years of retirement. Correct?
I did not. I said it would be diminished if we broke up, and it would not be viewed the same. You would be like, oh, well, you gave up 4 years of raising. Yes, I did give it up for the family with the conditions that we were going to both benefit from. It was going to be beneficial. But now that we're breaking up and we're divorcing, it will not be acknowledged as that. And that's the problem. And now we're living in a time where things are very well that way. And people have to feel like, you know what? I don't feel like I want to stop working because I don't feel like if something happened that I could depend on this person because I'm putting myself in a bad situation because I'm foregoing my ability to earn income, foregoing my ability to have a work history, etc., or be outside of my field. And depending on the field, it may not be so easy to get back into. So those are all questions that are brought to the table that are not really considered. And I'm saying I don't devalue what another person brings to the table based on gender, but I'm saying I don't think women's contributions are valued as much and are easily diminished, especially when things are breaking up.
No, we hear you. Good, you got it.
So I have an issue with the agreement. Okay. I do understand your point. I do. But again, like I said, if we agreed upon this, and now that the marriage is going to dissolve, you understood that you was making the sacrifice regardless for the child. Okay. So at the end of the day, that child had adequate care from her mother, his mother, and that was the benefit. I mean, at the end of the day, that was the reason for us doing this. So the finances are the finances. I mean, at the end of the day, you made the decision. I made the decision. You could have very well said no. I'm going back to my job. Okay. So at the end of the day.
And at the end of the day, if we broke up and I had been 4 years not working under those circumstances and under things like that, that is the situations in which alimony was. But instead, that would not be my thing. That would not be, because that was a contribution for the family.
Right. Let me ask you this.
That was a benefit. It's a benefit to your kid. It was a benefit to the household. It was an overall benefit for everybody. But if you're going to say you could have did this or that, that was a mutually agreed upon decision between both people.
So this is what I suggest you do.
If the shoe was on the other foot and the man did it, it would still be the same thing.
This is what I suggest you do. If based on what you told me earlier, women need to discuss this with their partner before laying down, even if they're married. Because if we can't get this straight, you need to close your legs, and men need to practice discipline, like you told me, correct? Even if we were married, because hey, eventually, the finances can be ruined, and we don't want to have this issue.
Triplets, natural, newlywed, pregnant with triplets, naturally.
But before we had those triplets, we could have had a discussion on how we're going to do this, correct? Just to plan out, because that would be the wise thing to do, correct?
Women have heard men. Women have heard men. We heard you. And as a result, that is why there's a decreased birth rate, because women have heard and have seen in action what happens. And they're saying, I'm good. And it's going to be an overall problem, because guess what? In this country, Black people, not white people, not Spanish people, not Asian people, We're about 13%. We are not even the highest minority. And while this country in 2040, 2050 will have to reevaluate how our democracy is handled, because people will be able to come together. White people will no longer be able to vote themselves in office, and that's why you see the stacking of the federal courts to buy them time.
Yeah, you and I
And
agree
while
on the
other races
federal. You and I
while
agree.
other races will
You ain't got to get
continue
loud.
to
I'm
increase
agreeing
their
with you.
numbers by having
I'm
birth and
agreeing.
giving birth to each other and
Correct,
making bigger numbers, our numbers will continue to diminish.
Federal
I
courts.
predict that the Asians, who are around 9%, will overtake us, because we still over here arguing about this instead of fucking and marrying and creating families and creating a legacy. But we'll win the argument.
Well,
They making us commit genocide against each other.
Well, listen, I started blaming black women when y'all had parties to watch Scandal, a highly accomplished black woman fucking the white president and being okay being the side wench, okay? Claiming that white man kept on telling that black woman, I love you.
Football. I had a problem when y'all was watching golf. Now, we is not going to take no damn entertainment and really try to
And again, it was a narrative that has been pushed and promoted through Hollywood. And again, it's an agenda to lessen the black man. And you all haven't recognized that. You all champion.
So you're really trying to police women entertainment options, their viewing things.
Do you realize how popular Scandal was?
Hey, babe, if that's the case, then hey, do it.
Do you realize how popular Scandal was?
Hey, we got.
I really don't watch that much.
Oh, you didn't? You was the only black woman in the whole state of Florida that wasn't watching Scandal, baby.
Reality TV. I ain't got time for Scandal. That's too much thinking.
You see, like
entertainment to be entertained.
Women can't wait. Too much thinking. I honestly believe women can't think.
I want my Larry Curly comedy. I ain't got out time for all that thinking.
Oh, Larry Curly, I like that jab. Good job, baby.
I want to think about the joke.
But listen, I like that. I mean, I'm actually one of the smart Negroes that was able to catch that. That was cute. Gotcha. Go ahead, baby.
Yo. So hold on. Sir Pookie, go ahead and say what you got to say. No, go ahead, Sir Pookie. Go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, BGS. You know what I'm saying? The conversation has been very interesting, and I look forward to listening more. I mean, it's very interesting. I'm just taking account of what's being said here, and it's just very interesting. It's very intriguing, and yeah.
I'm gonna let it rock. But guess what?
It's like.
I'm gonna let it rock. We gonna turn this out the way.
Turner.
You know what I'm saying?
Turner.
Cause I love all of y'all. Y'all ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get the fuck up out of here, nigga. I got shit to do. Nigga, it's 5 in the afternoon. I got kids. I got to go. Like, yo, look, y'all can continue talking this shit. No one will beg you to be great. You know, but we will hold your ass accountable, nigga. Y'all have a good motherfucking night, evening, and a good morning. Yo, go over to Sir O's channel and shit. Holla at my man, Hell Gray Skull, the Village Spirit. Yo, BGS, appreciate you. Thank you for coming up here, dropping some jewels. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm holding you personally responsible for this mess, man. hey, I got ambushed, man. I came up here to talk to you. I came up here to talk to you, man.
Listen, Nick, now what happened on
because you know, I could unleash, but I didn't want to unleash on your panel, man. I was fairly respectful.
That's what I said. No, just want to let y'all handle.
No, I don't want to unleash.
But now what happened on Sister George panel? That was an ambush. But now we ain't gonna talk about that.
Yeah, there was an ambush, but I also got them straight. You know, they came in thinking it was an ambush, and they left with their innards missing.
Yeah. Hey, check Char out tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? If y'all want part two of the petty, because Char Ruby's up there. Now, if you
Oh,
want to
this
be
is
put in the Kobayashi Maru and
Yeah.
stretched out, go talk to Ruby and Char.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, those my girls. So I just show them the belt and they freak out. Yeah.
Oh no, hey, Vonda's going to be there with the
Oh,
pearls. She's
oh,
gonna
it with
throw
the
the pearls.
pearls. Yeah,
With the
with the
pearls,
pearls.
she's gonna throw pearls. So
Hmm.
check Char out tomorrow. If you ain't subscribed, just ask Char. You know what I mean? Go ahead and subscribe. Type it in. Char, go ahead and drop the link to your channel. Mods help out the hardest working person in Black YouTube, the Quincy
Hmm.
Jones of this shit.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? The mod that teaches you how to mod and smiting you if you act stupid.
Yeah, yeah.
Pookie,
I just want to say, Queen of the South. I ran a Black woman's channel for almost 3 years. So me helping women and talking to women, you don't know what you're talking about, baby. Go back. The
you
BGS
know
women
what?
is still up. Go listen to it.
Matter of fact, niggas would not be on StreamYards if it wasn't for that Char with panel on the panel, Char on the panel and BGS. So thank you
Hmm.
niggas for crying on YouTube to Char and BGS. You know what I'm saying? That this was after the what wasn't it? Wasn't it the it was the content creator apocalypse? Yeah, nigga, y'all ain't gonna
Yeah.
know what to do when they get rid of Google Hangouts and shit. You know
Oh
what
yeah.
I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Winter is coming for you niggas, and then like StreamYards came.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like man,
winter. Basically, you got to remember, winter is coming. Winter. If you go back to Game of Thrones, winter didn't just last a few months. Winter lasts for 100 years. So
yeah,
basically, this is this is a sea change. And
yeah.
if you actually read the literature and actually read what's going on about women's jobs being replaced at a rapid rate and women not going back to work, you know, and like I said, the biggest hint was was decriminalization of prostitution. That's a hint. I said, okay, they ain't got no jobs for these chicks. Okay, so they're gonna have to let them use their bodies, and then what's gonna happen? They're gonna flood the market, because if you remember anything about the crack era, right? The crack era flooded the
Mm-hmm.
market with punani, and the price dropped
Oh,
out
yeah.
because I was a young man, right? Price dropped from $30 down to below five. That's why I call them coffee girls. It's
cup
already
of
happening.
coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
man.
now it's two chicken wings. Okay, that's what really fundamentally changed the black community forever, right? It wasn't really the people getting on drugs or any kind of thing like that. Basically, it fundamentally changed the way the whole community was
I'm
actually
have to
done
disagree
with the
with
crack era.
Alvin. You,
But
you
okay.
basically, you basically, I mean, it's kind of like a soft fan of victimhood.